today we will learn about the important concepts called as OOPS concepts. So uh, in Java is one of the OOPS supporting programming language. So object oriented programming system. So what is OOPS? So OOPS means object oriented programming system. So this is the shortcut for OOPS. So object oriented programming system. So Java is one of the language. Similarly, like C# and C++, there are many other programming languages which supports this object oriented concepts. So object oriented programming or object oriented programming system, OOPS, everything is same. So they are going to be supporting some of the important features that we use in programming. So we will learn everything step by step with examples. First of all, let's get started and learn about different kinds of features that are available in the OOPS concepts. One is classes. And the next one is objects. Polymorphism. Encapsulation. Inheritance, then we have abstraction. So these are all different OOPS concepts which are available in Java programming. So we have 6 features. So classes, objects, polymorphism, encapsulation, inheritance, abstraction. So all these are supported. So today we will mainly focus on the topic of classes and objects and how can we declare the classes and what is object and everything in theoretically and practically we will see some examples today. So the object oriented programming language principles, right, these are important even for automation framework also whenever we are dealing with it or if you are trying to understand an existing framework in your project also. You have to understand the principles of this, then only it will be easy for you to able to debug the code what that is available in the project. So let's go through the classes and objects. What is exactly class and what is exactly object? So all the other topics we will go through step by step, but today's session we are mainly focusing on classes and objects. So these other topics will come in the future sessions. So if I say what is class, what is object, let's see. So class is also called as like a template or we can also call it like a plan, right, which is having both variables and methods. So class is only something like it is called as a building blocks of programming, and it is only logically it is there, but it won't have any physical existence. Whenever we are running some code, this class will not have any memory that is allocated in terms of the Java programming. But when we are writing some code, it is a logical and building block where we will have some syntax, like the syntax will have both variables and methods. So regarding the syntax we will learn. So these variables and methods also sometimes it is also called as attributes and behaviors. So variables are same as attributes and methods are same as behavior. So what is class? So in terms of the Java programming, it is a template or a plan which can be used for building a block of code. So if you want to write some code in Java, so class is an important building block where we can write a code. So if in terms of the physically, let's understand before understanding in terms of the coding, right? Let's understand what is a class in terms of generally, like if you take any bank, right? Bank is a generic entity, so it is not having any physical existence. So if I am giving some examples like bank, State Bank of India, SBI, or if I take any example like ICICI, if I give example like HDFC Bank, and if we are taking a foreign banks like JP Morgan, there can be other banks like Bank of America, and there are many banks like this. So ANZ, like Australian New Zealand Bank, So there are many banks like this across the world. So bank is just a generic entity, right? So a bank can have generally like what it can have, like it will have some bank uh, savings accounts and so many attributes and properties it will have. So if you take a specific bank, a bank will have some name for the bank, and it can have different interest rates and whatever loans or whatever properties that are there for individual banks. These are all having unique properties. So but the generic entity will not have any property. That is like it is a template only. So class is like we can call it as a template. So this bank is an example where it may be not clear. So let me take another example. So if I take an example of student, let's take like we have some student class. So student class is an generic entity, right? So it doesn't have any specific information like what is the student name or what is the actual information of the student. But if I tell you like maybe let me take my name Swaroop. So the name of the student is Swaroop. So this is we can treat it like an object. But if I say only student, this is we can think like generic entity is a class and it is a template. So this template will have some information. So what is the information that can be there? The variables and methods. Variables plus methods will be there. These are also called as attributes or properties, and methods is like the behavior. So so student is one example, and let me take more examples. So students can be any student like Swaroop, Kumar. There can be some other student like Alex. There can be student like Krishna. So every student, this individual student is called as an object, but these are runtime values. So these are going to change based on the object property. But if you take a template, right, generic entity, that is only the building block. It will not have any runtime value that will be allocated by the Java compiler. But in case of objects, the Java compiler will allocate some memory for every object. So we will learn more about that. So first of all, let me take one more example. So maybe these two examples are more generic. So let me take an example of car, right? So if I take a car, car is also a generic entity. So it is not specific to any brand or any kind of model that I am talking about. So if I take one example, I have taken this image. So if I take a class car, right? So car is just like a template. It will have like four wheels, and it will have capacity to hold like four people or six people depending upon the size of the car. If I take objects, right? Object is a physical entity. So car is only a template. So before a manufacturing happens, any company generally they will take a template, right? How the car should be and what are the properties and what is the size and everything. That is called as a blueprint. It can be a plan or blueprint or anything. Any terminology we can use. But in terms of objects, these are physical entities. So if I take any model of the car like Mercedes having one brand, let's take, or BMW or Audi, one of the model, let's take for example. So it will have some color and it will have some size of the car, and it can have the tires and any other things, unique properties. So every object will have a unique property, and these are physical entities. If you take a class will not have any memory. It is just a template only. But in terms of the objects, these are having some memory allocated, and these are having some properties called variables and methods. These are also called as attributes and behaviors. So behavior means what a car can do. Car can be used to be driven, right? So it can be running in order to help the passengers to move from one place to the another place. So it is having some speed, and there are many properties like the engine will be running and there will be AC provision inside the car, and all these are behaviors. But attributes are what? These are the color and tire, what is the tire brand or what is the color of the car or whatever. There are what is the brand of the car? Brand is Mercedes, BMW, Audi. So these kind of different properties are there. These are called as variables and these are called as methods. So this is a high level information about class and object. This is a theoretical concept that I explained you, but in terms of coding, how it works and the more technical information we will see. So car is a generic entity. So BMW, Audi, or let's take any other car like Tata Nexon, or there can be different brands, right? And Hyundai is one brand is there. Then we have Maruti Suzuki and Kia Motors. So these are all different car brands that are available in the market. So car is a generic entity, but if you want specific object, right? So these objects are runtime entities. So this is having a specific information that we have to store the different variables and methods during the runtime. So class is a building block. So how can we declare the class? So class is declared something like this. So class underscore, we have to give the keyword of class, and we can give some name here, class name. And after that we have to start with a curly bracket and end with a curly bracket, and inside we have to write some variables, and we can write some methods. So methods are denoted like this. So we can write one method or multiple methods. So method 1, this is method 2. Even variables we can have one or more. So variable 1, variable 2, like this. We can write any number of variables. So this is about the syntax of how to write the class. So if you write a program like this, this will not be allocated with any memory in Java programming, because this is just a template or plan, right? So if I go back to this image, on the left side the class is there, class car is there. So it is just a template, it doesn't have any physical existence. That means memory will not be allocated during the runtime. But in terms of the objects, the memory will be allocated. So how can we declare the objects during the runtime? So there is a syntax for that. So if I need to declare an object, right? Let me take object. So this is about creating class. So class, we have to give class name, variable 1, variable 2, method 1, method 2, like this. We have to declare something like this, and we have to start and end with a curly bracket. This is about declaring a class. And if you want to declare an object, how can I declare? Let me take some example of student here again. So I'm going to create a class called student, and if I have to create multiple objects, right? Swaroop object, Kumar object, Alex, Krishna. So all these objects, how can I create? So first of all, we have to use this new keyword, and this is a student class I am creating. So student and brackets we have to give. This is about creating an object. This statement is called creating an object. But this object, if we need to store in some variable, right, then we have to give the student object on the student name on the left side. Student, this is the class name, and you can give any variable name. So the variable name we can give anything. So stu1 or student1, anything we can specify. So this is called as a reference object, and this is called as reference variable on the left side, and this is called as an object. So new student is the class we have declared already. Then this is the way we have to use. This is the syntax for declaring the object. So we can have any number of student objects. So there is no restriction in runtime. This many objects only we can need to create. So I can create either one object or I can create multiple objects. So we can have 1, 2, 3. Every student object is unique. So if I create 3 objects like this, so in the runtime what happens? Every object will be allocated with unique memory. So the memory in the heap memory, if you want to visualize this, how it will work is, let me open Paint, and if we take suppose this is an heap memory. So if I think this is a heap memory, right? So every object will be created with unique memory. So if I create the student object multiple times, every object will have a unique memory allocated. In this memory, what will be there? The variables and methods will be allocated some memory internally. So there will be variables and there will be methods. So for every object, these properties will be assigned and it will be stored in the memory. So if I give the name for this object, so this is stu1, student1. So the second object is student2. So every object will have unique memory. This is similar to the concept where I explained the heap memory example for string objects, right? So if you are using a new keyword, every time a new memory is allocated in the heap memory in the runtime. So this is student3. So every object will be unique. So if I am using a new keyword, so every object will be uniquely created in the heap memory. So if I am modifying the values inside this object will not be having any impact. So since the memory is different in these three cases, so if I am doing something on first object, the second object nothing will happen. So there will not be any dependency on one object with the another object. So because the variables are declared uniquely for every object, so it is going to be unique properties and these are going to follow the template that is defined for the class. So the class is having some variables and method that are defined. So it will follow the model like class is we can think like a template or a model which is a design similar to the example of car, right? So if I go to the car, this is how the car should look like. It should have some four wheels and it should have doors and it should have engine which will help the car to move. So all these properties similarly if I take in terms of the programming, so class is a template which will have both variables and methods and this is not having any memory allocated in the runtime for class. So class is just a template. Even if you execute the code for class, nothing will happen in the memory. But if you create an object, right, object is a runtime entity and it will be having some memory and it will have an existence in the memory. Like we can think like it is a physical entity in the memory. So every object will be unique and it will be allocated some memory by the JVM. So Java Virtual Machine. In the heap memory, some memory will get allocated. So this is a theoretical concept about classes and objects, and I will tell you some differences around this classes and objects, and then we will start writing code. So let me give the first class some points about class. Class is also called as a class is a collection, or we can also treat it like a group of variables and objects, variables and methods. Class is a logical entity, or we can treat it like a blueprint, or we can treat it like a plan, and uh, it does not take any memory allocation in the any space or memory. It will not take any memory during the runtime. So this is a building block and template only, so it will not take any memory. If you need to somebody ask you to give the differences between class and object, so I explained you about the class. So if I give the differences on object, right? So class I have given you 3 points. So similarly object is also having some points. So object is also called as an instance of a class. Object is an instance of a class. So if I take the class syntax one more time, so this class is having some blueprint and if I am using this new keyword, right, in the memory some allocated memory will be available. So every student object here is an instance. It is called as an instance. Instance is having some memory, but template will not have any memory. So class is a template, so it will not have any memory, but object is an instance. So it will have some memory allocated in the runtime. So object is an instance of a class and object will be created using a class. So if you have not defined any class, right, you cannot able to declare any object. So if I go back here, if I need to declare student object, I need to have a student class already. If I don't have a student class, I cannot declare any object. So in this case, object we can declare only when a class template is available. So object is an instance of a class, and object will be created only using a class. If you don't have any class declared, you cannot create an object. And you can create multiple objects, so there is no restriction. So multiple objects can be created during the runtime, created by using the single class. So we will declare only single class, but we can declare multiple objects. So one object or 5 objects or 10 objects, any number of objects you can create during the runtime. So object is a physical entity in the runtime, and it occupies some space. So what is runtime? Runtime means when we are running our code, right? Some memory will get allocated by the Java compiler. At that time, object will have some memory, but class will not have any memory because it is only a template or blueprint. So these are the important points about the class and object differences. So class is a template and it is a blueprint. It doesn't take any memory. In terms of object, if you need to declare an object, you need to have a class specified already, and it is called as an instance of a class, and it will have some memory allocated, and we can declare multiple objects. So one object or 5 object or 100 objects, any number of objects can be created. So if I go back to this image, so first of all, whenever a manufacturing happens in the any industry, car industry, right, so they will design some car model, and then only they will try to manufacture using maybe robotic automation or something. Like physically I'm saying hardware related. In similarly in coding also, first of all we will declare a class, and then you can use the same template of a class, and we can create any number of objects. That's why multiple objects can be created. This is about basic concepts about classes and objects. So now here the class, how can I declare one more time? I'll show you. So class and class name, any name you can give. So let me take an example like student. So student class I am creating. So we have to give the class keyword and give student name, and then give this curly bracket, and ending also we should use this curly or flower bracket, and inside we have to have some variables and methods. So variables, so let me declare some variables and let me declare some methods. So every student can have some unique properties, right? So I can take something like int roll number. So a student will generally have a roll number. So every student will have a unique roll number, and he will have some unique name also. Name can be stored in a string because it is group of characters, and roll number is a number, so we can store it in an integer data type. And he can have some grade, right? Whenever we are conducting some exams to students, there will be some grade, so I can store it in a char data type. So maybe A grade, B grade, C grade, whatever grade. So I'll store in char data type. And if you want to store the address of the student also, we can declare another object. So he can be in any city or any colony or whatever in the same city, right? So we can store the address of the student in one string object. So these are different properties of the students. So these are called as variables. So these things are available in the class. And if I need to think about the methods, right? So in this example, I am going to take some basic example about displaying the, maybe displaying all the values. All these values we can display, or display all values. And even if you want to display only roll number, right, that is also possible. Like we can write, this is a basic example, so I am not able to give you unique values, but we can display all the values, or we can display only the roll number, or if you want to add a name for this. Also, you can add some name for the student. So we can declare multiple methods. So method is something which will be also called as behavior. So this behavior is having some unique code we can write inside the behavior. So what is behavior? So like if you take example of car can move, right? It will have some speed and it can move forward, and it can transport the users from one place to another. Similarly, the student also can have some unique properties. So whenever the student have some grade generated, right? So according to marks, so the grade can be something like this. So we can declare some methods. So in this example, let's take a basic example for time being. So this is a template for a class. This is a syntax. How can you declare a class? Let me go to the object. So how can we declare an object? So let me take student stu1. So any name we can give for student, and we have to give the new keyword new student. So this is an example for student, and you can declare any number of students like this, equal to student stu2 equal to new student. So after I declare a student, what can I do next? So I have to able to access the different values that are available in the student, right? So if you need to access the values inside the student object, how can I use it? So suppose the student is having all these different variables. So roll number, name and grade and address are there. If you want to access those variable values, you have to declare define like stu dot roll number. So we have roll number. So let me take this 4 copy. So instead of the data type, we have to use stu one dot. We have to use the dot operator here on an object. This is an object reference. So this is called as a reference, and this terminology is object creation, and this object is assigned to a variable name, and this is called as a reference variable. So the reference will be placed in the stack memory, which I explained you in the strings concept. So any reference that you are creating on the left side, this will be created in the stack, and that memory will be referencing to the heap memory whatever is available in the runtime. So heap memory, some object is created, and the reference object will be pointing to this heap memory object. So the reference you have to use, and use this dot operator. So this dot you have to use in the keyboard, and after that whatever variables or methods are available in the class, right? In this class object, though that will be pointed. So in this case, what we have roll number, we have name, and we have grade, and we have address, and we also have these methods. So all these methods can be accessed using this object. So stu1 dot roll number, stu1 dot name, stu1 dot grade, and stu1 dot address. So this is how we can access the variables, and if you want to access the methods, so stu1 dot display all values I have given. So this is the method name, display all values. So display roll number. So this is how we have to give the small bracket and semicolon. So stu1 dot this method name I have to specify and give bracket and semicolon. So regarding the methods, we will have another session. So today we will deal with only objects and classes. So stu1 dot display, we have second method called display roll number. So this method I am going to call. So we will write a code, but before writing code I am just explaining in a notepad. So the same properties we can again give for even stu2 also. So every object will have unique memory and variables and methods, right? So similar to how stu1 I have defined all these values and methods, so variables and methods, even stu2 also Is it audible now? Okay, okay. Okay, now let's start writing a code for this, and let's understand more on how can we create the student objects. So I have already created the day 14 package. So in this package, what I will do, I will create a student class. So I am going to create a new class called student, and let's select public static void main. Click on finish. So now student class is created in the Eclipse. So this main method is required. Main method is the place where the execution will generally start. So without main method, we cannot able to run our code. So main method is also a method. So this is one of the method which is defined in the programming language Java, where the execution will start. So main method is the execution starting point. So more about main method and what is the syntax of main method and what is public static void, all these things we will discuss later. But our main topic today is on classes and objects, right? So what I have done, I have created a new class. So I have created a new class called student, and this is how the student will get created. And now let me start declaring some variables and methods. So first of all, what I have to do, I have to declare some variables and I have to declare some methods. So all these methods are user defined methods. So this is a predefined method by Java, but we can also write some user defined methods and we can write some variables also. If you remember in the strings, right? So strings we have given str equal to, in double quotes, welcome I have given. So welcome str.length, length. So this length is a predefined method. This we did not do anything. This is provided by Java only. So string is a predefined class in Java, and this length is a predefined method in Java. So this method is having some functionality, right? It is calculating the length of all these values and returning an integer value. So this integer value we have stored in the previously some programs. This is about predefined class and object. But now we are declaring a student class which is an user defined class. So the student is created in the runtime by us, right? It is not defined in the Java language. It is created by the user. So I am the user now writing some code. So this is created and this is a template. So what is the template having? Both variables and objects. Sorry, the variables and methods. So what are the variables that we thought of writing? So we have the roll number for student and we have the string name for the student. So every variable will have some data type we have to specify. So without the data type, Java compiler will not allow us to proceed. So you have to specify certain related data type. So roll number is having integer data type and name is a group of characters. So it should be a string data type. And if I need to store the grade, right, A grade, B grade, so this kind of grade if I need to store, I can take a char data type. And if I want to store the address of the user, student, so I can able to take string object for address. And if let me declare some method also, display all values. So the method name can be anything. So here for an example I am declaring it something like this. So display, and here we have to give the bracket here. So the bracket is mandatory for a method. So this is the method how we need to define in Java. So it will be starting with a flower bracket and ending with this flower bracket. So this is the syntax, and we should not give any semicolon at the end of the method. Only for variables we have to give semicolon. For methods there is no semicolon. And inside the method we can pass some parameters, like it can take some inputs, right? So these are called as inputs. So all parameters it will be taking up. So it is not mandatory that we have to pass some input in every method. So For today we will not pass any method input, so we will only declare this method and we will write some code inside this. So if I write some code, right, sysout, and I am going to write roll number. So I am going to print the roll number using this print statement. Even I can print more values. So I am going to print the name of the student, and let me print the grade of the student. Sysout grade, and I am also going to print the address of the student. So these are the different lines of code. This code can be anything. So for example, I am going to display the value of all these variables that I have declared here. And if you see, there is an error coming up by Java compiler. So there is something called as return type. So similar to how the method can take some inputs, right? A method can take some inputs and it will be returning some output. So these methods are the behavior of a uh, Java method which will take some input values inside this bracket. So these are called as inputs, and these inputs we can use in the any part of the code. Internally, whatever inputs we are taking, these inputs we will use here, and inputs are optional, but return type is mandatory. If I put here return type of the method is missing, so if I don't specify any return type, then it will be throwing an error. So we can give different kinds of return types. So the return type can be something like string. So it can either return a string object, or it can also return an integer value also. It can return floating point value like float float, or it can even return double, or even it can return classes also. So that is little advanced, but let's think about the primitive data types. So integer, float, and if I take string, even string also can be returned. So these are all primitive data types. So there is another return type called void. So void, what is void? Void means nothing is returning. So if I want to provide inputs, right? So I can specify it here inside something. Some inputs I can specify here, but these are optional. But in terms of void, we have to explicitly tell to the compiler. So if I don't specify anything, right, it will throw an error. So return type is mandatory in case of method. At least you have to specify void, or if you want to specify some other data type like string or integer, whatever you want to specify, that is fine. If you are not specifying anything, it will throw an error. So we have to specify something called as void. Void means nothing is returned. Void does not have any significance, so void means nothing, no return type. So if I am using some return type like integer, right, let me put integer. So why it is still throwing error? The method must return a result of type int. So internally what I should do, I should give a return statement, and since I don't have a variable values, I am just giving number here directly. So it is returning number and giving semicolon. So regarding methods we will learn more tomorrow, but today what we will learn about the class and declaring the variables, and on a high level declaring the method. So I am not returning anything, so let me put void. So for today let's proceed with void, and I am not taking any input, I am not taking any output. So this method I don't want any output, so let me take like this. So we can even declare one more method. So display roll number, roll number value is roll number. Okay, so the variable name is syntax error is there. So if you remember initially I told, so NUM, N is capital and here N is small. So Java is a case sensitive language. So even if one letter of variable name is changed, right, it will consider as a new variable. So you have to give the correct name. So Java is a case sensitive programming language. So you have to give the exact name. Then only it is considered as the same variable. Even the method also, everything should be exactly matching. Then only there is no syntax errors. So we have declared two methods. One is displaying all the values, one is displaying the roll number. So we have one more method, the main method, where the execution, this is the starting point. This is defined in the Java programming. So we cannot decide anything. So by default, the Java main method is the execution starting point. So whatever execution happens in Java programming, that starts in the Java main method. So what we have done, we have created a student class and we declared some variables, and I'm trying to print these values on the console using the methods. So the system.out.println will print the values of these variables on the console. So up to this we have only defined the class template. This is called as template. So till now no memory is created in the Java heap memory. So we have not created any objects in the heap memory. We have only defined the class. So this is called as template. So if I am only writing up to this, right? So let me run this program. Run as Java application. So if I open the console, let me go to the Windows Show View console. So in the console nothing is printed, right? So let me put some print statement here. So sysout. I'm just giving some statement, nothing. So just for checking. So the message nothing is printed, but you see the print statements are not executed. Why they are not executed? Because there is no object created for the student class. Student is a class and it is a logical entity. It is a template only. But if I am running it, nothing is happening, right? So there is no object created in the runtime, and only when object is created, then the printing will happen. These print statements are not executing. Why? Because the student is not having any object in the memory. So let's start writing some object creation. If I go to the notepad one more time, so how we have created the objects using these statements. So let me remove this, and we have to use student stu1 equal to new student. So give bracket and give semicolon. So this new student is called as an object, and student stu1, this is called as an reference. So left side whatever is there, this is called as reference, and this is called as an object. Whatever is on the right side will be placed in the heap memory as an object in the memory, and this value, right, this stu1 is an reference variable that is created in the stack memory, and that memory address will point to the object in the heap memory. So whatever variable references are there, that are placed in the stack memory. So that stack memory is separate, and that reference will point to the memory address of the heap memory, the object address. So this is the syntax for creating an object. So creating an object. So we can create any number of objects like this. So I can create stu1, stu2, like 10 or 100, whatever is your requirement. You can create any number of student objects. So stu2, stu3. So this is about creating the object. So after creating object, what is the next step we have to do? So initially we have not declared any values to these variables. So generally in programming, whenever you are creating a class, right, you should not define the values of the objects here itself. So directly we should not specify any values to the objects, the variables, not objects, so variables. So in order to specify the values to these variables, you have to first of all declare an object, and using that object stu1 dot. So if I use this stu1 dot, if I am giving, all the variables and methods are coming here. You see address, grade, name, roll number, display all values, display roll number. So all these are predefined. We don't need to think about it. Only user defined variables and methods we will see. So first of all, let me give the value for the roll number. So roll number 1 I am giving for this student, stu1 dot, the name of the student. So it is a string data type, so I am giving Swaroop. stu1 dot, what is the grade of the student? maybe whatever grade, I am going to give the grade as A grade. stu1 dot address of the student, I am going to give the country as India. So address can be city or country or state, whatever. So for simplicity, I am taking the country as an example. So these are the properties for the student. So the properties or attributes or variables, whatever terminology we are using, all are same. Whatever properties or attributes or variables. So simply we can say these as variables, and these variables we have assigned some values. So here what we have done, we have assigned some values in the runtime. Why I am saying runtime? Because I have created an object and this object is an entity in the runtime, and during the runtime these values are created, and all these values are assigned to the object memory. So the object, what it will have, object will have both variables and methods. So first of all I have declared like the class is having the variables, and the variables I am defining some values in the runtime. So this is the syntax for assigning the values to the object variables. Assigning some values to variables in runtime. So, and how can I call the methods, right? So we also say like if we have these are methods, right? So we have to use these methods, means we also sometimes say like calling the methods or using the methods. So how can I write a calling statement? So stu1 dot display all values. So this is called as method calling or method invoking. So stu1 dot display all values. So this is how the method stu1 display all values will be called, and stu1 dot display roll number. So these are the two methods that we have defined. So these two methods we can call like this, and these calling statements what it will do, right? Internally in the memory, it will pick this object. So every object will have some variable, right? So variable will have some values we have defined already. So these values are defined in the student one. So student one is having roll number, Swaroop, and grade is A, address is India. So all these properties will be printed on the console. So display all values, what is the code I have written? I am trying to print it on the console. Printing all the values, printing the roll number. So first of all, let me save this program and run as Java application. So what is happening? Roll number, name, grade, address, and this is an additional display method. Second display method is printing the roll number value is 1. So the calling is also happening, right? So whatever object I have declared, I need to use that object and use the variables in order to define the value. This is about definition. So this is a declaration of the object. This is definition, right? Assigning the values. So we are defining some values to the variables, and this is the calling statement. So every variable like the object we are using here, and we are using this dot and calling the method. So invoking the method or calling the method, and then the method what it will do, whenever it is called, it will try to execute the lines of code inside that. So let me follow the same steps for so I am going to copy these steps, and let me use the same things for student 2. So stu2 I will take stu2. So stu2 roll number 2 I am taking. So the name, let me take Kumar. So the grade I am going to give B grade. So address, let me take maybe some other country, like let me take Australia. So stu2 dot display all values, then stu2 dot display roll number. So the same way student 3 also can be defined. So two objects are sufficient, for example. So I am deleting the third row. So let me print this on the console. So this is the information for student 1, and this is the information for student 2. So this is the syntax of how can we declare the variables, and in this example what we have done, we have declared a class for student, and we declared a variables, and we declared method, These are the methods, and this is a predefined method in Java where the execution will start, the main method. So inside the main method we have to create the object, and we have to define the values for the method, and we have to call the method. So without the main method you cannot execute the code, and this object creation also we have to place in the main method only. Wherever you are trying to execute the code, there only you have to create the object. So this object creation we should not write inside the method. So this method is a part of a class template. So this object creation we should not do inside the method. So this is not correct. So you have to create an object only where the execution will happen. So main method is the place where execution will happen in Java. So you should always create an object in the main method. You should not create it inside the method where that particular class is getting created. So this class is a blueprint, so you have to only simply create the variables and methods without any object information you have to create. So the object creation should happen in the main method, and you have to assign the values here and calling statement. So even the values, you may think that I can declare some values, right? So if you are doing like this, what happens in the memory? So the student class will have only this information. So all the objects that are getting created will have only the roll number 2 and Swaroop information. So but in the runtime, what is the property we want to declare, right? Every object should be unique values. So we should not declare here. The value should not be declared here. Only the variable declaration should be there, and the values you have to assign for each object during the runtime. So if you are creating 10 objects also during the runtime, all the 10 objects should have unique properties, and if you are using something here, then that properties are different. So we have some concepts about static and some other things. So we will discuss on that in later sessions. But right now we are only declaring the variables. So we are just simply giving the names for the variables, and the values we are declaring in the runtime only during the execution time in the main method. Declare an object, declare the variables values, and call the values for running the methods. So here I have printed the values in the using the calling statement, right? We can also do like this also, system.out.println, and you can use stu one dot roll number also. So if I am commenting out these lines of code, right? If I run this code, roll number 1 will be printed on the console. You see 1 is printed on the console. So we can directly use this and use it in our program like stu1 dot roll number, or we can also use this method also. If method so if I am using stu1 dot display all values, right? So internally what happens? So let me take only student 1 for now. So student 1, what happens in the memory? So one object is created and it will have some variables and it will have some methods. So what are all the variables? So st1 is having roll number, name, grade, and address. So if the calling method, this is the display all values method is getting called, right? So here what is happening? System.out.println of roll number. So currently I am in the student 1 object. So whatever roll number that is related to student 1, only that value it will pick, because every object is unique, right? So if I am asking for the display all values for student 1, it will not go to student 2 or student 3 and take the values. It will take only from the student 1, because that is only the logical way that how the Java will work. So if you are using stu1 dot display all values, it is able to access the values variables that are defined only for that object only. It cannot access the values that are defined for other objects. So if I comment out the second one, I have not declared any student, second student. So the second student is not there. So if I run this code one more time, what happens? So this, let me comment out this print statement also. So only student 1 is declared now. So if the display all values, what it will take care, right? It will take care of only the first object only. It will not think about any other objects. So logically, Java will use the memory that is allocated for that object only. It will not try to use some other variable values in the other methods. So this you have to understand properly. Then only like you can able to work with multiple objects. So so I have created two student classes, student objects, and if I am running, so this is for the first object. This information is for the second object. So in this approach, what we have done, we have declared a student object, and this main method is in the same class, right? So this is one approach. So I am going to show you another approach where the main method can be in another class. So for checking that, let's take, let me declare one more class, new. I am going to give the name as student main method here, main class, and select public static void main and then click on finish. So in this case, what I am going to do, I am going to comment out the entire main method in this student class. So student, let's imagine that there is no main method in the student class. So student main method I am going to create in another class. So it is in the same package. So day 14 is the package where student and student main both are available. So this is the main method where execution will happen. So here let me declare another object and let's start writing. So student stu student1 equal to new. So here there is no error. Why there is no error? Because the package here and the student package information both are same package. That's why there is no error coming up in the. This is a warning coming up because this student object I did not use, right? So let me start using this. So dot roll number. So roll number let me give 10. Student1 dot what is the name of this? So let me give some name like Alex. Student1 dot what else we have? We have grade. So I am going to give D grade. Student1 dot address. So I am giving United States at the address. So this is the information for this. So if you see there is no error for this student object. So the student class is available in another place, which is in the same package, but there is no error here. So here I should specify in single quotes for char data type. So grade is a char data type. We have to give in single quotes. That's why error. If I give in double quotes, it will not allow. Char data type should be single quotes. So there is no error here because the package information is for both the classes same package. So the student main I am declaring in a separate class, and the student information with variables and methods I am defining in the same class. And in the student class I have commented out, this is same as not writing any student information. I have just commented out the main method completely. So if I run this class, right, run as there is no Java application, so the student class cannot directly execute. Only when main method is uncommented, if you right click inside the method, Java application will come. Run as Java application will not come if you don't have any main method. So now the main method is commented here. If I go to this class student main and run as Java application, this is enabled because the main method is the place where execution happens in Java. So that's why Java application is enabled here. So now I declared the variable. So this is the object creation. So I have assigned the values. So this is also called like defining values. define values for the variables. And what else I can do? I can call the methods, right? Student1 dot display all values, display roll number. Now let's try to execute it and check whether it works or not. Run as Java application. So the student roll number is 10, Alex grade is D, United States, and roll number value is 10. So all the information is coming correctly. So the same approach you can follow for another student. So let me create another student. So student as student2 equal to new student2 dot roll number equal to I am giving 20. So let me take some name. Maybe name is John. So he got B grade. Address. Address, let's take like United Kingdom. Student2 dot display all values. Then student2 dot display roll number. So if I execute this, so the same way how the student1 executed, the same way it will execute for student2. So this is the information for student1 and this is the information for student2. So both the students, it is working fine. So this is the student2 and this is the concept for student1. So the first approach what we have done, we have learned about writing the main method in the same class, and the second approach is writing the main method in a separate class. So I have created another class where student main, any name I can give. So student main for my understanding I have given, and I have defined all the code whatever I have initially told. Create the object, define the values, and this is calling statement. So there is one more possibility. Suppose the package is different package, right? So this is about using in the same package, but even there is a possibility to write the main method even in the different package. So if we want to see that code, let's try. So I'm going to right click on src and let me create a new package. Package day 14 I am giving. So since day 14 is already there, so I am just giving one more package, day 14, some name I am giving. So it is creating this package, and inside this let me create one class. So student another package main method, some class name I can give. So student another package main I am giving. So here if I am writing student, right, let me check whether it works or not. Stu equal to new student. So the student is declared in day 14 package, but I am trying to write this student in a different package. Package day 14 I have created, and if I place the cursor here, what it is saying, it is asking to import this day 14. So this package day 14 and day 14 are two different packages. So in the real-time projects, how we generally work, so we declare multiple packages and define all the different methods that are required in real time in a automation framework or Java development projects anywhere, right? So every class will have a package, like every package will have multiple classes declared. So if I open different packages, so every day that we have created one new class file in individual packages. So if I need to use that package in another package, right, this class in another package, what do I have to do? So if I go back to the student another package main method, So keep the cursor here. What it is saying, it is asking to import. If it is a different package, then I have to do import. Click on import. So import day14.student. So this import statement is mandatory. This is mandatory for another package. For class is in another package. So this is mandatory. If you don't do this import statement, right? Let me cut this code. So you see the error is coming. Why the error is coming? Student cannot be resolved to a type. Why this error is coming? Because the student class is not declared within the scope of this package. So the visibility is only up to this package day14 only. The student another package main method, right? This is the having some visibility, right? The visibility is only up to this package day14. If I am giving this import statement, so this import statement how I have given, so if I remove this, right, so keep the cursor here and click on this import statement. This is given by Eclipse only. So this import statement will help and it will link the student to the day14 package. So the class is in different place, so the linking will happen only because of this import statement. If import is not given, means the error will come and our code will not run. So this import is important in Java. So even previously we have imported Java util arrays and Java util math and so many inbuilt packages we have imported, right? So similarly, if you want to use a user defined class, you have to import this package. Now I have declared this object. So I have created object for student. So now let me define some values. stu1 dot roll number. Okay, so these are not accessible. There is some other concepts are coming up here. So for today, let me put everything as public, right? So public means it is accessible everywhere. So there is a concept called access modifier in Java. So that will take more time to explain. There are 4 access modifiers. So I am taking public for all the variables. So if I need to use in another package, I have to declare everything as public. So public means accessible in all the packages across the project. This Java core Java tutorials is a one project. So in any package, if you want to access these variables and methods, you have to declare as public. Public means accessible everywhere. So other access modifiers we will see later. That is not the scope of this class. So first of all, if you don't give the public, right, it will not be directly accessible, because similar to how I showed this import statement, Java is having certain restrictions. If you don't give public directly, explicitly you don't say public, right, it will be having something called as default access modifier, where it will be accessible only within this package only. If I give public, it will be accessible everywhere. So I can use dot here and I can use roll number. Only this is possible if you have public only. So let's think about only public for today. Don't get any confused here. So think about only public for today, and I'm going to give the name of the student equal to name can be anything, like let me take Bill Gates. So let's give a grade for Bill Gates. Grade dot address. So let me give his address as India. So just this is an example. So I have defined some values. Now calling the methods, calling or invoking the methods, whatever. stu dot display all values. So only if public is there, then only in other package. We are in a different package. So if you need to use, means we have to use public for all the different methods. So now the error is gone. So there are no errors in this class. So what I have done, I'll explain one more time before executing. So we are having a student class. So student class is having variables and methods. So these methods are there and there is no main method. So main method is commented out. If I right click inside this class, run as Java application is not there. That means execution cannot happen in this class. So I have created another package and I created the student another package main. Some name I have given, and inside this the main method I have defined. So this is the execution starting point. So without main method you cannot execute a simple Java code. So this the execution can happen here. So here what I have done, I have created an object, I have defined some values and I am calling these methods. So if I run this code, what happens? So run as Java application. So the roll number and Bill Gates, grade, address, and roll number value. So all these different methods are calling, right? So the value definition happened and calling the methods happened. So all these are happening. So this is how we can use in another package. So this is about uh, creating object of student in another package. So in any real-time project, generally the execution point will be somewhere else. It will not be in the same package. So wherever the student class is declared, right? Even if you are creating some kind of packages, some classes and packages, so you will create many packages in the automation framework, but the same place you will not execute. So you will execute at a different place. So you have to import that package wherever the student is available. Student is a class here. Similarly, like you can have some other class you need to import in the automation framework, and then the execution will happen in the some other location. So this package is a different package. So we are creating the object of student in another package, and so these are multiple ways. So one way is running in the same place, and another way is running in another method in the another class in the same package, and the third example is another package. So here we have to declare everything as public. So if you don't give public, it is accessible only within the same package. If you are giving public, it is accessible everywhere. So this is the topic of access modifier. So you should not worry about it for today. So you should think about only variables and methods. Only think about variables and methods, and how we are working with creating the objects and classes. So hi everyone, welcome to the day 15 of Core Java. So in this session we will mainly focus on the topic of methods and constructors. So previous session we had discussed the one of the important topics of OOPS concepts, object oriented programming system concepts, OOPS concepts, classes and objects. So in classes and objects we have created some variables and methods, and we have seen how can we declare the objects in multiple ways using the main method in the same class, in different package. So today we will focus on one of the important topic again on methods. So method is a place where we write the code, right? So let me start with methods first. So constructors I will discuss after a few minutes, but first few minutes we'll talk more on methods and what is a method, and what exactly we have to write inside the method. We'll discuss all those topics. So what is a method, right? So method is a place where we can write some block of code. So even previously we were writing everything in the main method. So main method is also a method where we can write a block of code, or we can also say like it is a group of statements. So those statements can be either we are mainly using the print statement, but we can also use any other statement like declaring the objects and creating some variables and calling some methods. So any statements it can be. So we are writing multiple statements inside a given method. Whatever method we are going to declare today, so we will write a group of statements in that. So, and what is the group of statements going to do, right? So whenever we are creating some method in Java programming, we are asking the method to perform some action. So what is the main goal of creating a method? After creating a group of statements, right, it need to perform some task. So the task can be any kind of task. So based on our requirement, we will write some code inside a method, which will perform some activity and it will generate whatever we are expecting. So we have to call a method using an object. So previously we had created the student class, right? So student stu equal to new student. So we have created this object and previously we had a method called display method. So this display method I am using the object and then only calling. So if you need to call a method, you need to create an object first, then only you can able to call the method. So this thing you need to remember, without creating an object in a basic program, right? In a simple program, you cannot call the method directly without creating an object. Maybe some other topics can come in future where we will call without creating object also, but this is a simple code where I have declared an object and only using this object it is possible to call a method. A method is defined in a class. So class is a template like we discussed previously. The template class template is having both variables and methods. So today we will focus mainly on the methods. So variables are simple like we will declare either integer, float or string or any kind of data types which we discussed thoroughly in previous session. So today we will focus on method and but the previous topics will repeat creating the variables and other things, but main thing is learning about the method is important in this class. So we will write some code in the method and we use the object of the whatever class we are declaring initially, we will create an object and we will use that object to call the method. And coming to the next steps of the method, so method will either accept some parameters or it can also may not accept parameters. So method can have some parameters as input or no parameters. So that is fine. In this above example, if you see the display method is having empty bracket. So this small bracket whatever is specified I am highlighting now. So there the input values are provided. If you don't want to provide any inputs, that is totally okay. So no parameters is fine or you have some input parameters. Both ways the methods will work. So you can either have parameters or no parameters. And one more thing, so method can have an return type or no return type. So previously we have discussed about method no return type, which is nothing but void. So if there is no return type, we are going to give the keyword as void for return type. So return type will be specified on the left side of the method whenever we are declaring a method. So the example we will see while we are writing a code. So these are the two important things for a method. So we will give some inputs to the method and if we don't have input also, that is fine. And we can also have some return type. Either the return type can be anything like integer, float, double or string or any kind of data type we can return, or even if we don't return also, that's fine. Like based on the requirement only we do that. So if we don't return anything, we have to specify the void explicitly. So if you don't specify, Java compiler will throw an error. So you have to use the void keyword. So based on these 2 points, there will be like multiple combinations of method with params and no return types. So totally 4 combinations will come. So if I take the first case, it is no input parameters. So if I am not taking no input parameters, right, and also I am considering like no return type is there for the method. So there can be second case like no input parameters and there is a return type for the method. And the third case is has input parameters. So there are some input parameters for the methods and there is no return type. Fourth case is has input parameters. So all these permutations and combinations, it is possible in programming. So based on your requirement, whether you will decide what is your requirement, and then only you will take whether you need input or you need output. So return type you can think like an output. So and this parameters you can think like input values. So all these four combinations we will see some basic examples today for understanding the method. So you will then you can understand how can you declare and call the methods and how to return some values. So all this will be clear if we are seeing all these combinations. So all these are possible in programming using the methods. So now before going to write the code, let me tell you a few more things. So there are two types of methods. So the first category is inbuilt methods, which are provided by Java. So if you remember the strings concept, right? I told about length method, and there is split method, substring method. There are so many methods. So arrays is having arrays.sort, arrays.toString. All these are inbuilt methods which are provided by the Java programming. So it also accepts some input and it returns some output in most of the cases. So if I take some example like string str equal to, let me take some example like I am taking a message welcome and str dot length if I am giving, right? So this length method is not accepting any inputs, so directly I am applying this method on a string variable. So what happens finally, this length method will count the number of characters in this string and it will return an integer value. So the return type is int data type and it is not accepting any input value. So even in inbuilt methods, whatever concept I explained you, this will be the same. In this is the first category of types of methods, inbuilt methods. And if I take the second type, it is user defined methods. So today we will discuss more about user defined methods written by the Java programmer. So we are the person who are writing Java programs. So uh, so we will be writing some user defined methods and all these four different combinations are possible and different data types or different inputs and different outputs. Whatever is your requirement you need to do accordingly. So these are user defined data types. So if I go back to the display method, this display method is an user defined data type. It's not given in the programming, so it's explicitly written by the user in order to fulfill his activities, right? So he want to perform some task. So if he want to fulfill his task, then only he can use a method and write some code in that. So using some group of statements, and then that solution will be found. So this is the user defined method. But inbuilt methods, we don't bother about what is the code written inside it, but we understand the inbuilt method and we use it for our achieving our solution. So similar example is the length method or even any other method like split, substring, and arrays is having many methods. So there are many other inbuilt methods like math.random. We have seen so many examples. So now let's start with writing some user defined methods and then see more examples around this. So let me go to the project and right click on src and then create a new package. So today is day 15 of core Java. Click on finish. So in this package I am going to create a new class. So create a new class. So I am creating a simple class called hello. So the class name is hello and select public static void main. In this case I am not taking the public static void main. So the hello class I am just declaring without a main method. Click on finish. So now let me start creating some variables and methods in this. So I am not taking any variables here. So our scope of this class is mainly learning the method. So let me ignore the variables for today and let's start understanding the methods. So in this I am declaring one method called message1. So the message I am printing some message like Swaroop. So the method is having a print statement which is printing my name Swaroop, and here if I don't specify void, right, let me delete the void and see. So the return type of the method is missing. So at least you should specify the void, and if you don't specify the void, right, you have to specify at least some return type. So the first example, as I told in this input, right, so no input parameters and no return type. So let me take the first example now. So the first example is no input parameters, no return type. So input parameters are specified inside this bracket. So inputs are specified here. I am not giving any inputs in this example, and I don't have any return type also. Return type is specified on the left side of the method signature. This is called as a method name or method signature or anything, whatever terminology we are using. So on the left side we have to give the return type. So return type will be having either any of the primitive or user defined data types like int, float, double or string, or even classes also we can return. So all these are user defined data types. So in this example I don't want to return anything. So if I don't want to return anything, I need to use the void keyword. So use the void keyword if you don't want to return any value. So this is the first example. Now in order to understand this, right, let me create one more class. So create a new class, and I will name it as hello main. So the main method I will be declaring inside this. So hello main, and select main method and click on finish. And this method I am placing on the right side for simultaneously viewing this code. So here what I am going to write. So I have created a hello method, hello class, right? So hello class HL I am taking, and I need to give new hello in order to create an object. Now I have a method. So how can I call a method? So I need to use this object HL, and we have some method called message, right? Message one. So all these equals, get class, hash code, these are all inbuilt methods, and we don't have any requirement to use that. So we will ignore all of this. We will only take this message one, which is the user defined method. So we are focusing on user defined method only. So select it. So this statement is called as calling the method. We can also say this as invoking the method. Whatever name you are going to give, that is okay. So calling the method or invoking the method. So invoking the method can happen only using the object only. So you have to first declare an object. So using this object, what you can do, you need to use the object dot the method name. So using the object, the method will be called. So let me save this file, and I am going to save the hello also. So let me right click inside this class, and we have to click on Java application. So if I go back to this and right click inside this hello method, right, hello class, there is no Java application here run as, because there is no main method, and there is the execution cannot happen here. But in case of the place where main method is there, the execution can happen. So let me right click inside the hello main class and run a Java application. So you can see that Swaroop is printed on the console. So how it is printed? Using this message method which is declared in the hello class. It is called using this object. HL is the object, or you can take any object. So let me put the object name as hello itself. So in small case I will put hello. Hello dot message one I am giving. So it is printing on the console. Whatever text is there, it is like whatever lines of code there inside the message one, it will print everything. So even if I put one more message also, so if I give test message, right, so and execute from hello main, run as Java application, so all the messages, all the lines of code will execute using this calling statement. So once the in method is called, it will be going inside the object method. Like every object will have some memory allocated in the heap memory, and then the method will be invoked. And so this is the first example we didn't accept any input parameter and there is no return type. Now I am going to take one more example here. So let me take the second example. So let me minimize, like I am going to reduce this. So the second example, right? Second example is no input params, no input parameters, and we have a return type. So we have a return type and but we don't have input parameters. So that how can I declare? So first of all let me put message to, and there is no input parameter. So the brackets I have to give empty here, and inside the method I am going to maybe print some message like test approach to, something like this, anything I can give, and there is a return type I am saying here. So let me declare some return type in this case. So before returning here, right, so I am going to go to the main method. Okay, let me go to the main method. In this main method what I am going to do, hello dot message, right, hello dot message to I am giving. So this is the calling statement, and if something is being returned in this case, so I need to take the input from this returning method, and I have to declare something here. So in this example I am going to take an integer data type. So int x equal to hello I am giving. So hello message I am giving, and if I am placing cursor here, right, so it is saying type mismatch cannot convert from void to int. Since I did not specify anything, it is internally thinking that it is void, but let me give int, right. So even if I am giving int, why it is giving error? Because there is no return keyword mentioned inside the method. So let me just reduce the size of this main method. So here we have to specify something called as return keyword. This keyword is defined in Java programming. We have to specify some integer value. If I am expecting an integer value, I need to specify an integer value, and if I am looking for a string value, then I need to specify a string data type in the return type, and here also I need to specify the string data type. So whatever data type we are going to return, that data type only we have to give here. Otherwise again error will come, like type mismatch error will come. So in this case what I will do, instead of doing this print statement, let me take an variable called int a equal to 10 I am giving, and a plus plus I am doing. So what will happen, a will be declared and a will be incremented, right. So I am going to return the variable a here. So what this message 2 will do, it will initially declare a variable and increment it, and it will be going to return the value of a. So if I go to the main method, and this hello method, what it will do, hello object message to, what this will do, this will call this method, and this method too will return a value. Since we have a return type here, so this method is returning some value that will be called into this, and some value will be returned into this variable. So it is totally okay even if you don't take any return type. So even if I specify some return type, right, it is not mandatory that you have to take some value and store it into something. So in line number 14 there is no error. So if you are specifying something, then only we can able to use this value in the further steps of the program. If you are not specifying also, Java will not throw any error. But only when you are specifying return type, right, it is like a basic thing, like whenever you are returning something, we have to make use of it. Otherwise, you can give void here. So if there is a requirement that you have to do return type, then you have to specify return type and declare a variable here, and take the, it is sending some value, right, then you need to receive it here. So if you don't receive, it is not useful, so better to give as void only. So in this example I am returning an integer value, so I am going to store it into a variable called x, and let me print the value of x in the output. So sysout I am going to give x, And if I am running this method, right, hello main method I am running on a Java application. So it is printing Swaroop, test and 11. So number 10 is taken as the input and it is incremented, and 11 is returned here. So the 11 is taken as into the x value and it is printed on the console. So here let me remove the test. So one message is enough to understand. So if I execute hello main one more time, so Swaroop is printed from the message 1 method, and message 2 method is printing the number 11. So this is two examples we have completed so far. First example is no return type and no input parameters, and in the second example no input parameter but there is a return type. So this message 2 is returning something that it can be any data type. I have given you one example for integer. So if you want some assignment for you, you try with floating point values, double and string also. So it is easy and simple. So only thing you have to declare some values here inside the method. So maybe you can take a string of your name or any value or floating point value with some value like 123.45. Any value you can take, and those value you can declare a variable here, and then you can take it as an output. So this is the second case. So let me take one more example. So the third case. So what is the third case? Third case is having no input parameters, no return type, no input parameters, return type, and we have some input parameters and we don't have any return type. So number 3 has input params but no return type. So for that, if I have to say no return type, right, I should give void, and let me give message 3, and inside the method body what I can write anything. So but it has to accept some inputs. So let me take some inputs here. So I am taking string name as the variable here. These are parameters or the arguments we can also say. So wherever we are passing the values, right, so I am passing here hello dot message 3. So this method I am calling in the hello main, and here I am passing some name like my name Swaroop. I am passing Swaroop n. So it is accepting some input and there is no return type. So I am not going to store this value anything because there is no return type here. It is accepting some input called Swaroop n, and it has taken some input, and what we can do, let me put some print statement and print the name value in the output. So if I execute this code, what happens? So this Swaroop and value is taken as input to the message 3. It is taken into this method and it is going to print on the console. So here we have some input values and there is no return type. No return type means it is void, and there is some input value means it can be any number of values. So this example, let me take only one variable and I am going to print it on the console. So let me execute this example. In the next example, I will show you with more values. So just save it and it will execute. So this is for message 1, message 2 is integer value incremented, and message 3 is Swaroop n, that is coming from message 3. The input value is printed on the console using this method, message 3 method. So similarly, like before going to the fourth combination, right, I am going to show you one more example here. So let me take message 4 here, and in message 4 I am taking two values like string name I am taking, and also taking a variable called int x. So two values I am taking in this case. So let me declare this message 4. So what I am going to do, I am going to print these two values. So name I am giving, then giving plus and giving some space, and then giving x. So whatever the text is there inside the name, So you can take name here or text or any variable you can declare, and I'm declaring an integer value. So both the values I am doing concatenation in the print method using the plus operator, and this will be printed on the console. So how can I call the message for here? Hello.message4, and message4 is accepting two values. One is the string name, and it is accepting another integer value. So I need to pass two values here. So let me put welcome. Welcome is one message, is the string value, and I am going to pass a value called 100. So this is an integer value, this is a string value. So these are the valid inputs that is this message 4 is accepting. So I have defined a string and integer, right? So I have to give the proper type only. So if you are giving a floating or a different value, the type mismatch will happen, and compiler will throw an error. So always pass the correct values. Whatever you have declared, only pass, try to pass only that thing. So here I have done string and number, so integer. So I have been trying to use this object and calling this method. So this is a calling statement. So all these are calling statements. So everywhere I am using the object and I am calling the method, right? So this is called as calling statement, where this method will get invoked, and the lines of code inside this method is executed. So in this case what happens? So the last case, welcome, and then one space I am taking in the print statement. So one space will be printed, and after that the number will be printed. So if I save this program and run as Java application, so welcome space 100 is printed. In this case, what I have taken multiple input parameters, and there is no output value. So output is nothing is there. So return type is not there, void is there, and input is having two parameters. So like this, if you have multiple input parameters, you have to give a comma, and after comma space is not important, but comma is important. If you don't specify comma, right, error will come. Syntax on token string invalid modifier. So it will throw an error. So if you are declaring multiple variables inside the method signature, so this is called as method name or signature, you have to specify a comma for multiple variables, multiple input parameters. And whenever you are passing something in the main method, these are also called sometimes as arguments or parameters. You can use any terminology, but logically maybe we can say as arguments. Here you are passing some values here, and here we are taking some parameters. So these values can be anything in the runtime. That depends on how we are passing in the main method, or it will be decided in the runtime. So these are only parameters. So these values can be decided in the runtime, and these are the values that we are passing here as input. So we can call it as parameters or arguments, whatever you are using, that is fine. So there is no restriction. So mostly we generally call it as arguments, and these are parameters. So far only three examples we have seen. So no input and no return type for message 1 we have seen, no input and return type we have seen. There we have returned an integer value and printed on the console. And third case is having input parameters and no return type. So message 3 and message 4 both are same example, but this is single input, this is multiple input. So let me go to the fourth example now. So what is the fourth example? Has input values and has return type. So for that I am going to give some method like message 5. So it should accept some input and it should also return some value here. So let me take string first name, string last name. Two variables I am taking in this method. So it is saying that return type of the method is missing. So since I am taking some return type, right, I am going to return a value of string here. So even if I am giving string, again error is coming. Why? Because I didn't give any return keyword. So it is saying return, add return statement. So you can click on it, or there is a second recommendation that change return type to void. So void already we have seen multiple times. So here two times void is there, and integer also we have declared, void is declared. So right, we are returning string, right? So place the cursor here and take this add return statement. So by default it has given me something, but I don't want that. So what I'm going to return, right? So let me return first name plus I'm giving one space and then giving last name. So here what will happen, the concatenation of first name and last name will happen, and one space will be added in the first name and last name. In between first name and last name there will be one space added, and that string value will get returned as the message 5 output. Return type. Return type for the message 5 is first name plus last name. So here I have declared a variable like method which is taking some two inputs and returning one return type as output. So I have defined a method. So let me now call the method. Hello.message 5 of. So message 5 is accepting two values. So compiler, when I am selecting message 5, by default it will give some method signature. So this is the signature, and it is a syntax that we have declared here. So it is accepting two values. So let me pass Swaroop, and second I am passing my last name. So give semicolon at the end. And what is the return type of this method, right? So if I place the cursor on message 5, what it is saying, it is returning a string data type as a return type, and it is accepting two values, first name and last name. So let me declare something like full name equal to hello.message 5 I am giving here, and it is throwing a warning that this local variable full name is not used, so I am going to use it now. So put a print statement and put full name inside that. So if I am executing this line of code, what is the output expected here? So it is going to concatenate both Swaroop and Nadella, and it will add a space in between, because in this method I have given a space. So I have given a space for first name and last name, and it is concatenating using this plus operator is concatenation. So it is concatenating, and the whole string will be returned. So here the return will be considering the whole value. It will not only return a single variable. It will return the whole expression, right? This is an expression, so everything will be computed initially, and then finally whatever output is generated, that will be passed as return value for this message 5. So far we have seen the four different values. So if I go to the hello main one more time, so let me close hello, and let's see here. So in this case, first case, we have not taken any input and we have not taken any output. So this is first case, no input parameters, no return type. So what about the second case? So second case is we have not passed any input params. So input parameters or params, and but there is a return type. So return type is an integer value in this example. The third case is, so has some input parameters but no return type. So here I am not taking any value and storing in any variable. So there is no return type in these two examples. So this is an example for single input value, multiple input value. And then if I take the last example, the fourth example, has input parameters and return type is also there. So if you are seeing this code for the first time, you need to practice it today definitely, otherwise it's not going to be easy. So declare one class called hello, and in this example no variables are required, only methods we are learning today. So declare one method which will have this kind of no inputs and no return type, and the second case is no inputs and return type, third case is inputs and no return type. Here two examples are there. One is the having the single input and multiple inputs. So the data type can be anything. There is no rules like you have to use integer or only float. You can use any data type in the method as parameter. And the fourth case is having both input and return type. So hello main. So this main method I have declared separately so that we can have a segregated code. So here we have declared the hello class, and the object creation I have been doing in this main method. So even you can also declare the main method in the same class, which is totally okay. So yesterday we learned about doing it in the same class or different class or different package. So anywhere you can place the main method and call all these methods whatever we have defined here in the hello class. So all the methods I have called now, and all the values are able to be executed successfully. If I execute it one more time, so all the values are printed, right? So Swaroop is the for the first method, message 1, message 2, and then message 3, message 4 is single and multiple input, and this is having input and output return type. So that's it about the basic example of different return types. Uh, yeah, so now let me close these two. We will go to different example now. So I have closed this. So now we have learned a user defined data type. How can we create with different return types and different input values? So we are going to see some more possibilities and examples around the user defined data types, and after learning little bit about the user defined data types, I will also show you examples of constructors and different types of constructors. So now let me go back, and I will create a new class now. So create a new class, and now I am going to create a class called employee, and I am not going to declare any main method here. Okay, so let me declare a main method, which is fine. So if I use different places, it is like we have to move here and there. So that is fine. Like even if you have in the same place for practice, it is fine. So in the employee class, what I am going to do, I am going to declare some variables for this employee class. So the employee generally what he will have, right? The employee ID he will have, and employee will have some employee name, and employee also will have some thing called salary. So I am going to take these three variables for this employee class. So these are variables, and the main method is the default method. So this is the main method. I am going to take one more method called as print employee data. So what this method is going to do, right? So this method is going to print all the variable values on the console. So this print employee data method will print all the values on the console, and I don't want to return anything. So let me put the value as void here. Void means no return, nothing is returning from this print employee data method. So this is the user defined method. So this is not available in the Java programming. We have given explicitly by declaring an employee class. So this is called as user defined method. And inside this, what I am going to do, I am going to give employee ID, and then give one space, and after that let me give employee name, and give one more space, in double quotes give one space, and after that give plus again. This is concatenation, so I am going to print salary. So this is like I am printing the employee data on the console. So now let me go back to the main method. So main method is the place where execution will happen. So without main method we cannot execute our code. So we should declare a main method, and let me create an object for this main method. So employee emp I am giving, or anything you can give. Employee 1 I am giving, and give new employee. So this is the class. So here I want to assign some values to these variables, and then only the printing will happen, right? So if I did not declare any values, by default string will have null value, and integer will have some zero value, and double also can have some, by default some value can be there. So if I use this particular object employee 1, and if I am printing the values on the console, so let's see what happens. So let me run it as a Java application. So you can see that 0 is the default value for the integer. If you did not initialize it with any value, it is 0, and string is having null value, and floating point values, right? Double values is decimal values. So double values is 0, 0.0. So these are the default values if you do not assign anything. So but in programming we don't generally leave it like creating only empty variables, right? It is not going to happen. So we have to assign some values to the variables. So let me show you like first approach. So first approach is let me take this employee object, and if I am giving employee id equal to 100, so I am declaring some variable, like I am creating an object for employee 1, and I am assigning some value. And let me take employee 1 again. Employee 1 dot name, employee name equal to Swaroop. Employee 1 dot salary equal to, I can take any value, like let me take like 5,000 rupees or anything, like since it is a floating point value, right? If you want to specify anything like this, so you can specify floating point value also, like 5,000, it can be rupees or dollars. The currencies doesn't matter here. Only thing, we are just giving a decimal value. So this is a double value. This is a string. This is an integer value, int data type. So you have to assign a value in this way also. Now if I am printing this value, right, so it will print the proper values on the output. So I have defined some values in this case. So here I am defining the values. So if you did not define any values, what happens? So zero values will be printed, 0 and null and 0, 0.0. If I am defining some values, so accordingly the values will be printed on the console. So let me run a Java application. So 100 is the integer employee ID, and Swaroop is the string, and 5000.67 is the salary. So all these values are printed using this print employee data method. So here the approach one, we have used the object and call the variable directly. So the approach one is about using the object and use the dot operator, and then assign some values to each of the variables. So let me see one more approach. So approach 2, define values using another method. Close the console here, and let me comment out. So the first approach is done, so we don't need it. So approach 2 is defining some other method. So what do I mean by some other method? So if I am taking an employee object here, and let me call some method like set employee data. This method is not already defined, so what we have to do, we have to define a method called set employee data in this class, and it need to accept some values. So here if I need to assign some values on the variables, right? So I need to also take some inputs into this set employee data. So first of all I need to pass some integer value, and let me put some other name, and salary let me take like $10,000, 10,000.99. So this method I need to define inside the employee class. So it is accepting three values. So, and I don't need any return type here, so I am going to give void. Why void? Because I am only setting the values of the variables for this variable. So employee ID, if I need to set the value, the approach one is directly calling the object with the variable, and second approach is using a method. In this method I am going to write some code. So this employee data, it is accepting three values. One is the integer, one is string, and one is the double value. So I am going to declare this all these three values. So int employee ID, and then string name I am giving, and let me give double. Sal I am giving a different variable for our understanding purpose. So here what I will do, I will call the employee ID and assign it with ID. So once I enter this object area, right? So the employee ID variable is already there. If I need to initialize these values, so what this method will do, it will initialize. So it is going to initialize these values using this input values. So employee ID equal to ID, and employee name equal to name, salary equal to the value of sal. So these values are coming from the main method. So from the main method I am passing these values, and using this calling statement, all these values are set for this object. So what is the object? Employee 1 is the object. So in this object memory, all these variable values will be set using this set method. So I have taken the variables on the left side and given the equal to, right? Then the assignment operation will happen for the values. So this ID, name, and salary sal. So save this program, and if I go back here, the printing will happen. So first of all I am setting some value, and this is a setting defining the values using a set method, and this is going to print on the console. So if I run as Java application, so 200 Kumar and 10,000.99. So this is working fine. So this is the second approach in order to initialize the value. So either you can use the first approach or second approach, it is totally fine. You can use this approach to define the values, or you can use this approach where you are defining some other method called set employee data and passing some values, and these values you are using inside the set employee data and calling the variables here in the method. So directly you can call, you don't need any object once you are inside the class, right? Directly you can call this employee ID directly, no need of any object, because the variables and methods, so set employee data and print employee data, both are in the same class, in the same object memory. So you don't need to use any separate keyword here, directly call the employee ID, put equal to, and this ID and name and salary sal, right? So these are local variables, these are instance variables which we discussed yesterday. These are instance variables which are stored in the object memory, but these are local variables which are stored inside the, so all these three are local variables. So these are local variables in the method memory. So save this program and run as Java application. So the second approach is good. So we were able to achieve this successfully. So close the console. So the first approach is we can say that using the object reference. So employee one is the object reference and new employee is the object. So this approach is also called as using object reference. So the second approach is using a method in the class. So this is a method that is defined inside the class template, and that method I am using the object and assigning some values. So now there is a third approach. The third approach is using a constructor. So before writing code about the constructor, we have to learn little bit about constructor and what is constructor and all. So what is a constructor? So constructor is a special method in Java. So it is a special method, and it is having same same name as the class name. Whatever class is having name, right? So employee is the name of this class. So if I need to name a constructor, so the name of the constructor will also be the same as the class name. So the how can you declare and how to write it, I will tell you. But before that, understand that you have to use the same name as the class name for a constructor, and constructor is a special method. So this is not like a regular method. So regular method is a user defined method where it will have input values and output return types are there. But in case of this constructor, which is a special method, it will have the same name as the class name, and there is no return type. So the constructor, we don't need to have any return type, and even no need to specify any void. So this is important. So maybe in interview or even when you are writing, you don't need to specify void. Even if you specify void, it might work, but no need to do any return type. But constructor will accept input values like input parameters. Constructors can have input parameters, but constructors will not have any return type. So this is an important point you have to understand. And the main purpose of constructor, right? Constructors are mainly used for constructors are used for initializing the variable values. So the main purpose of constructor is about initializing the values. It is not about the user defined methods we generally use for writing some logic, right? You can write any for loop or any kind of other classes object creation, anything you can do in the user defined class methods. But in case of constructors, mainly they are used for initializing the variables. So if you take any class will have both variables and methods. So these variables, if you want to initialize, right, we will generally use a topic called constructor. So this constructor is a method which is having the same name as class name. So first of all, understand theoretically, then I will be showing you some demo of the code also. So the class name and the constructor name is same, and there is no return type, no need of any return type, and it will accept some input values. So one input or 10 input, or input is also optional. If you want to give input, it is fine. If you don't want to give input also, it is fine. And constructor is mainly used for initializing the value. So constructors are not used for logic. Logic means like for loops or doing any other operations, right? We don't generally use constructors for logic building. We generally use constructor for initializing the values only. That is the main usage of constructor. So this is the basic thing. So first of all, let's write some code, and then I will give you more points on constructor. So I am going to comment out the second approach. So let me give the third approach. So if you closely observe here, line number 33, employee 1 is the reference, object reference, and new employee, right? So if you are if you need to call a constructor, you don't need to separately write another line of code. This is the constructor calling is already happening. This new employee with empty bracket, right? So this is called as default constructor. There are two kinds of constructors in Java coding. Like one is the default constructor, and the second one is parameterized constructor. So I am saying parameterized multiple times in user defined method also. So parameterized constructor means there are some input values. So constructors can accept the input values, or if it doesn't have input values, right, that is called as default constructors. So default means no input parameters, and parameterized means there are input values. Input parameters are there in this constructors. So if I go back and let me comment out this, I am going to write here. So in the third approach, after this statement, I am going to declare one more time employee emp1 equal to new employee in brackets. So what is this statement going to do generally in memory, right? So the new keyword will be allocating some memory for this employee, and it will create an object in the heap memory. So that object will be assigned to this reference variable. emp1 is a reference variable that is placed in the stack, and that reference will point to the object in the heap memory. And this internally one more step will happen. It's not only about creating the object. So the second step is calling this constructor. So employee with bracket, right? So this is a default constructor, uh, but here nothing is written, right? So you may think like there is no employee is available. So but internally Java will what it will do, right? This is called as default constructor. So even if you don't write explicitly, this code is already available in Java. Internally what it will do, it will think about this default constructor and it will execute itself. So even if you don't write anything explicitly, right, this is not, even if it is not there, internally the default constructor is already available in the any class which is declared. So this new employee means it will create an object and place it in the heap memory and also call the constructor. So here employee bracket you are giving, so the constructor call is already happening, and if I put any message or any initialization here, right, then this is called as default constructor. So default constructor will not have any inputs, but internally we can write any block of code. Here we can write some code, but the main purpose of constructor is about initializing these variables only. Even you can write a logic also, that is fine. In interviews some people will ask you some logic building also on constructors. That problems we will see later, but first of all let's try to initialize these values. So this calling is already happening. So if I just declare it this, if I just create an object and give new employee, then automatically this calling happens. Even if I do not write this code, internally Java will create an employee with empty bracket, and it will, the default constructor will automatically called and nothing is there in the inside. So no execution you can visibly see, like there is no print statement, nothing is there. Even if I place this here one more time, so there is nothing written inside, right? So you cannot see any output for this. If I run as Java application in this case, so the employee have changed the object name. So let me place emp1 in this case. So run as Java application. So initially nothing is there, so it is throwing 0, and this employee is already called, but there is no line of code. That's why nothing is printed on the console. So let me put some print statement. So if I put a print statement, you can see visually on the console what is happening. So this line of code will execute and the default constructor will be automatically called. We don't need to do any explicit calling. If I move it little bit above, so the default constructor, right? So I did not use the emp1.employee like this. I did not do one more step, right? So if you go to approach 2, I have used the explicit. This is a user defined method. So I used the object and call the method. But in case of constructor, it's not like that. Constructor is something which is calling automatically. The compiler will call automatically. This code will be executed by default. So automatically the constructor calling will happen, and you do not need to specify any return type here. So return type is not required. So if you are giving void here, it will not throw error, but you don't need to specify anything. So even if you give void, it is not throwing error. You can observe that the method has a this method has a constructor name. So since it is having a constructor name, it is not expecting any return type. So it is a warning only. Even if you put void, it is a warning. So that is fine. Like the program will execute, but you should not generally put any return type. So if in interview somebody asks you any return type can I give to the constructor, so we can give void, but it's optional. We generally don't need to specify any return type to the constructor, and it will be called automatically whenever an object is created. Whenever object is created, this constructor will be called, and this is a default constructor. So default constructor will not have any no input parameters. So this is no input parameters. So in the third approach, using a constructor, I want to initialize the values. How can I achieve that? Let's see. So the constructor calling is happening, and you want to set some values, right? So how can I achieve that? Let's close this console. Uh, so let's have this print statement, that is fine. So inside this, what I am going to do, emp id equal to, let me take some employee id 500, and employee name equal to, uh, let me take any name like George. Salary equal to, I am taking 7000.89. So this is a double value. So since we did not have any input parameter, right? So this default constructor, what I can do, I can initialize with some values by default. So I can initialize with 500 George and 7000.89. Any values you can pass, because there is no input parameter in this case. So default constructor, I can specify with some values whatever I am thinking. Maybe I can assign to these variables. So if I execute this line of code, what happens? So the initialized values will be printed on the console. So the default constructor is executed, and the values are assigned to the variables in the runtime for the employee one object. So emp one object is created in the memory, and this default constructor is called, and the variables are assigned in the runtime. That's why the values you can see as 500 George and 7000. The previously I have also showed you if I did not put anything, right? So let me cut this code and save it and run one more time. Null values will come because there is no initialization happened. If I initialize, those values will be printed on the console because the object is initialized. So this is the important thing about constructor. So constructor is used to initialize the values, and we generally don't write any logic. So the purpose of constructor is mainly to initialize the values, and I have showed you the example of default constructor. So I will show you another example for parameterized constructor also. So close the console. Now if I go back here, and I want to pass during the statement itself, I want to pass some values. So in this, I want to pass some values. So that is called as parameterized constructor. So first of all, let me comment out this line of code. And the fourth approach, we are going to use parameterized constructor. This is using default constructor. So parameterized constructor also, I am going to initialize values only. emp1 equal to new employee So inside this I need to pass some values. So what are the values that are available? Employee ID, employee name and salary. So let me give something like 700 and I am giving any name like whatever name, like let me give my name itself Swaroop, and then I am giving 1000 dot double five. So this is the floating value. I need to, without double quotes I have to give the double value. This is a string and double value, but why it is throwing error? The constructor employee int string double is undefined. So this parameterized constructor I am calling here, but it's not defined, right? That's why it is throwing an error here. So I have to define some value, some constructor here. So let me write. So this one is fine. So let me comment out. So this example is done. So let me comment out the default constructor. Now I am going to declare one more employee constructor, which is a parameterized constructor. So what are the input it is taking? It is taking the employee ID. It is taking a name of the employee. It is taking the salary of the employee. Then no need of any return type. Input is fine for constructor. This is parameterized constructor, but no need of any return type. So inside this, what I am going to write, employee ID variable equal to ID I am giving. Employee name equal to name. So the third variable is salary. So salary equal to sal. So these are the variables that are coming from the object. So these are object instance variables, and the left side values are local variables. So this is the double value. So I have declared string. So if I give double value, the error is gone. So this is about assigning using a parameterized constructor. So parameterized constructor have the same name as the class name. So employee is the class name. Even for default constructor or parameterized constructor, the class name only is the name of the method. So method is a special method in Java, the constructor. So it is having the same name as the class name, and it will take some inputs, right? The parameterized constructor. So these inputs are used to assign the values to the variables. So this is also used for initializing the values only. So even parameterized constructor or default constructor we use for initializing the values. So if I print these values on the console, so execute it. So first of all the initializing will happen, and we have a print method, right? So this print method is printing the values on the console. So one employee emp1 object is created in the memory, and this constructor is called automatically. Whenever a new keyword is called, this constructor will be called, and this next the print statement will be executed. So this is about parameterized constructor, and if I have declared parameterized constructor, and if I am trying to invoke a default constructor, like let's see what happens. So emp1 equal to new of employee. So it is throwing an error. Employee emp1 equal to new employee of. This is a default constructor I am calling with parameterized constructor defined. So here parameterized constructor is defined, and default constructor I have commented out. If I place the cursor here, so what it is saying, the constructor employee is undefined. So initially what I told, the default constructor is automatically available. But whenever a parameterized constructor is there, right, then the compiler will think that default constructor is not there. So this point, it's not important, but just I am showing you for understanding. So whenever you have declared a parameterized constructor in the program, and you are using the default constructor, so in that case you have to also declare an default constructor. So you don't need to write any line of code, just give an empty So this is empty code, right? This is empty constructor. So this is default constructor. If you need to define this, otherwise the compiler will throw an error. So you can see the error is gone now. So whenever there is a parameterized constructor, you have to also declare an empty constructor explicitly. So you need to do it explicitly, then only the compiler will not throw an error. Otherwise, if I remove this, right, so save it. So you can see that there is an error. Why there is an error? Because there is a parameterized constructor in the code, and it is trying to match that with the this calling statement, but both are not matching, and it is throwing this constructor employees undefined error. So this is a simple point. So in this case, you have to give the default constructor explicitly. You have to specify. So I am removing this, and let me comment out this, and I am uncommenting the parameterized constructor. So I have created and passed some values to this parameterized constructor, and if I am executing, those will be printed on the console. 700 Swaroop and 1000.55. So this is the example for parameterized constructor. So constructor is an important topic. So you have to understand about this is a special method available in Java. It is having the same name, and there is no need of any return type, and it will accept input values. So if there are no inputs, that is called as default constructor, and if there are input values, that is called as parameterized constructor. And constructor is used for only initializing the values, but you should not use it for logic building. For logic building, what you have to do, you have to write a custom user defined method. So this user defined method you have to define in the object class, and use the object to call that. So this is the high level of the constructor topic. So I will give you some points about the differences between method and constructor. So this can be asked in interviews, or even for your understanding, I am going to give you some points. So the first point is method name, right? Method name can be anything, but constructor name is same as the class name. So this is the first difference. So method has return type. So even if nothing is there, we can specify void return type. So if no return type, we specify void. But in case of constructor, we don't need to specify return type. So this is second point, and method takes some input parameters. And even constructor also can take input parameters. So default or parameterized constructor, both is possible. So this is not a different, this is a common property. Both will accept input parameters, but these are the differences. So method can have return type, but constructor will not have any return type. And constructor is having same name as class name, but method can have any name. So we generally don't specify the class name, we use some other name. If you take the student class, right, I have taken a different name like display. So based on the task that we are performing, we will give the name to the method. So these are three differences. There are few more differences. So the method we can call using the objects. Constructors we will call using using the object creation time itself. So this happens automatically. We don't need to call explicitly using the object again. So the constructor will be called during the object creation automatically. So if it is a default constructor, so we will give empty brackets, and if it is a parameterized constructor, we have to pass some values. So this is a parameterized constructor. So we have to define the parameterized constructor in our class, and we have to call it. So using the object creation itself, whenever the object is created using the new keyword, we are calling. But in this case, method we have to use the object dot the method name. That is, after object creation we are writing, right? So this print employee data is an user defined method. So in this case, we are calling it after creating the object. So this is one difference. And methods are used to define logics. So logics in the sense it can be for loops or it can be any complex code, any task that you want to do, you can do in the methods. But in constructors, we will use it to initialize the values. So these are the all the basic points. Whatever I have discussed so far, I have summarized it here. So uh, I will provide the notes. You can download it and you can make a note of this later. So if you need, you rewatch this video and make a note of this point. So if you already had the core Java background, you will be finding it easy. But if you are seeing it for the first time, you need to understand these differences. So method can have any name, but class constructor will have the same name as class, and method can have return type or no return type. We have to specify void for no return type, and constructor we don't need to give any return type. It's not required. So there is no requirement. Constructor is mainly used for initializing the values, so you should not give any return type. And method can take any input parameters, and constructor also will take input parameters, and method will be called using object, and constructor is called using the object creation. Method is used to define logic, but constructor is used to define the values, like initialize the values. So this is about the differences. So constructor versus method. Hi everyone, welcome to the day 16 of core Java. So today we will discuss few more topics on the OOPS concepts. Previous sessions we have discussed about the concepts about classes and objects and method and constructor. These topics we covered in the last weekend. So in today's session we will focus on two topics, that is polymorphism and encapsulation. So let's get started with the topic of polymorphism. So polymorphism is a theoretical concept. So polymorphism means many forms. So like if you maybe know about the different kinds of movies or some mythological movies, right? Like a particular character will take many forms based on the requirement. So that is maybe some theory, but in terms of the uh, programming, it is the ability to perform more than one activity. So the name will be same, but the action that it performs will be similar for functionality will be there. So one definition of polymorphism is polymorphism means many forms. It can exist in different forms with the same name. So we can also say one more definition, like polymorphism means the ability to take more than one form. So this is a theoretical definition. So you just need to understand that polymorphism means a given method or given constructor, like polymorphism concept can be applied to both methods and constructors. So let me tell you about method overloading. So polymorphism is a theoretical concept. So exactly how we use it in Java. In Java we will use a concept called method overloading that we will apply to both methods and constructors. So previous session we learned about method and constructor. So these are the two different methods we have, right? Method is a user defined method and constructor is a special method which is same as the class name. We use the same method name as class name. So these are the two things which the overloading concept can be applied. So overloading is a practical concept in Java. And polymorphism is a theoretical concept. So it means that it is many forms a particular activity can be performed, and we will use this particular concept and apply it in the Java programming. So we will apply it for both methods and constructors. So the topic of method overloading comes here in when we are implementing in Java. So this is called as overloading because we will write a single method name, but we will write different definitions. That's why it is called as overloading. So we will achieve that by writing some code. How can we achieve that? Suppose I have a method called message. So message is a method name. So let's take that some body is there. The body doesn't matter right now, but message is one method. So how can I overload this method? So there are multiple ways to do that. So first thing is we need to pass a different types of inputs here. So if the inputs are changing, then the methods will get overloaded. So this is one example. So if I tell you one more message, so the first one is not taking any inputs, and second one is suppose I am passing some name as string here. So this is if I suppose I did not pass any variable, right? This if we are saying the same message two times, this is called as duplicate code, and Java will not allow us to proceed. So this is called as duplicate code, and you can see that compiler will throw an error. If we are passing different input types, like here there is no input parameters. Here if we have some inputs like string str, or if I am passing any data type, here the data type doesn't matter. Like if input some inputs are here, no input is there, but here some inputs are there, then it is called as overloaded. Like message method is overloaded in this case. So we can either pass here no input parameters are there, no inputs. Here one input parameter is there, and even we can have two input parameters. So string str1 comma string str2. So this is also a possibility, and there is also another thing. So message, instead of having the different count of the values data types, I can also pass the different data types. So I can pass float, something like this. So there are multiple ways we can overload the method. So either we can pass here there are no inputs, and here we are passing inputs, and if we are passing different data types of inputs also, this is a unique method and this is a unique method. So Java will treat this as different and this as different. So both are not going to be exactly the same functionality which Java will consider. While we are writing code, you will understand more. But right now, so theoretically, when we are learning, like you understand that overloading is possible in Java, which is a practical topic where we can pass a different data types. If we are passing different data types, this method is first way of writing, and this is second way. So third way. So all these three will be treated as three different methods. Message is same, but it is taking different inputs. That is called as overloading topic, and even the number of input parameters, if this is changing, right? Here one input we are taking, but if I am taking two or three inputs, so this is also considered as another way of writing the message method. So all these four are unique methods in terms of Java understanding. So Java will think that all these four are different in message methods, because here there are no inputs in the first method. In the second method we have a string input. Third case we have float input. Fourth case we have a different counts of input parameters. And if we want to even pass multiple inputs, right? So here let me take, instead of string I will take int x. So if I am changing even the order of the input also, it will be considered as string. Instead of string, let me put int x string str. So this is also a unique method. So this is the fifth possibility. So like this, there are multiple ways we can do. Like if we keep on increase the number of input variables, there can be any number of combinations that can come in overloading. So this is on a high level to understand with an example in the notepad, but I'll write some code and help you understand more about this. So before that, let me give you some conditions or rules you can think of. So method overloading conditions. So method names should be same. So here I explained the message, right? Everywhere the method name is same, but here the inputs are changing. So method name should be same. This is the one condition for method overloading. And the second condition is the number of parameters should be different. So here I am not taking any inputs. In the second case I am taking one input. So these two are going to be unique methods in terms of Java understanding. So these methods are overloaded. Message method is overloaded, and this is not taking any input, but this is taking some input. So number of parameters should be different. And there can be some times when the number of parameters are same. So if I scroll down here, the number of parameters are same in this second and third case and fourth and fifth case. So the number of parameters are same. If the number of parameters are same, then the data type should be different. So data type should be different when number of parameters are same. So this is the third condition. And suppose the number of parameters and the data types are same, right? So fourth case, let's see, like the number of parameters is 2 and the data types is int and string in both the cases. So in this case we can change the order of the data types. So go step by step. So first of all, try to have the method name same. That is, then only the method overloading topic we will be facing. This is a practical concept, right? So you have to take the two methods with the same name, and after that, if you are making the number of parameters are different, then the method overloading topic is achieved. And if we have the same number of parameters for both the methods, like here one input I am taking, here also one input I am taking. In that case, if I am changing the data type, then only these two are unique methods. Otherwise this will not be treated as unique. So the data type should be different when the number of parameters are same. And the order of the data types also should be different when we have same data types. We generally don't need all these different combinations, but for understanding we will go through an example. This is a theoretical example I explained you, but I will show you one practical example also using the code. So on a high level you don't need to use all these four conditions in general, but you can use some condition which is the first two cases, like void message no inputs and void message string input. So these are the two different cases we generally use, but in other case also, if you have more requirement in any automation or anywhere, you can definitely use all the combination, but we don't generally use. But these are all the things you have to remember. uh, so method name will be same and the number of parameters are different. And here one more important thing is, even in interviews people will ask, so return type doesn't matter. So return type doesn't matter for the method overloading. So here if I am giving void and here if I am giving int, right? So compiler will not think about the return type. It will ignore the return type and it will only think about the message name and the input parameters. So these conditions you have to understand clearly. So it will think about the method name and the number of parameter and the data type only. It will not think about the return type. So return type doesn't matter for the method overloading topic. So in interviews, people will try to confuse and generally say that can the return type can be same or different. So return type can be same or different, doesn't matter. Even if it is same or even if it is different, compiler will not bother about that. So it will only think about the message method name. Message is the method here. So method name it will think about, and it will think about the input parameters. So inputs and message name. These are the only two things that are important in method overloading. And return type, it doesn't matter, so it can be same or different. You should you should not get any confused here. If anyone asks in interview also, clearly say that a return type will not be considered while considering the method overloading topic. If even if we give same return type or different return type, it's fine. So maybe some examples we can see and try to understand whatever I explained till now. You can also practice it today, so then you will understand this topic better. I'm going to create a new package, K16, click on finish. So before this, let me also explain you with an example theoretically. Let me think that I want to add some numbers, right? So suppose I have three variables like int x, int y, int z. So I'm having three different variables. Suppose I want to add only two values. So I want to find the sum of two values. In this, we are given the three inputs, but in one of the case, I want to add only two values. So I can write some method like sum of int x and int y, right? Int x and int y. And another case, I want to find out the sum of three variables. So I can do int x comma y comma int z. So we can always write unique method. So Java will not say anything. So if you want to write for an example, I am taking a summation of values, right? In this example, which I am going to write the code, I am thinking that I have some variables like int x, y, z and int w, like four variables I am having. If I want to find out the sum of two values, I can write a method like this. If I want to write a sum of three variables, I can write a method like this. If I want to find the sum of four, right, four variables, then I can pass all the four variables as inputs and int z, int w. So all these four variables I can pass and I can find out the values, but like user need to remember all these four different variables and methods, right? Variables is fine, but he need to remember sum of two, sum of three, sum of four, like this. All these duplicate code, uh, like the duplicate method name, it's not duplicate, it's a unique method. So unique method name every time we have to remember. So instead of that, if we implement this particular logic in some way, right? Uh, like sum of int x comma y. If I am writing like this, it is more meaningful. So what the logic, what the method overloading topic will help us here. So I will write a method with summation, so addition. So sum of two values I am passing here. In the second case, I can pass the same method with different inputs like sum of int x comma int y comma int z. So here the method name I am every time using the same, but different inputs I am passing here. So this will be more meaningful. So sum I am using the same method name I am using, but here different input values I am taking. So both the methods will do the same operation, right? It will add the values that are input to the method and return the output of the summation. So here two values it is adding and here three values it is adding. So even if I am taking four values, int x comma int y, int z, int w. So in this case also the summation of four values is only coming, but if I am taking the method name as different, this is also fine, totally okay. But if I am giving a name as same, right, it is more meaningful and even the user can clearly understand that the summation of the variables is happening here. And since the method overloading is also supported in Java, we can use the method overloading instead of writing different methods. So this is more meaningful. That's why we generally prefer method overloading instead of writing unique methods. So for your understanding, I am saying instead of writing unique methods, you can always use the same method name and overload this method using different inputs, multiple inputs like here 2, 3, 4. So this same logic we will try to use it now and write some code. So I have created a package already. Now let me create a class. So first of all, I will create a class called addition, and I'm not going to give any main method in this case. So I am creating a class called addition and click on finish. So a class will generally have both variables and methods. So let me declare some variables. So I am taking int a comma b. So two variables I have declared in this case in this class. So the methods I am going to declare as void sum. So in the first case, since already I am not taking any inputs in this case. So this is the first case, no inputs. So since there are no input, the variables I am going to assign some values by hard coding them. By default I am going to assign some values, and I am going to print the addition of two values a plus b. So variables I have taken. I am now started writing the method. So this is the first case. So case 1, no inputs for the method. By default I have taken some values 100, 200, any value you can take, and the sum of the two values I am printing on the console. So let me write the second case. So the second case is sum of int x comma int y. So two variables I am taking as input parameters. So these are called as input parameters. So these values are coming from the runtime values. It can come from the main method, right, where we are passing the variable values, and that values are received in this sum method, and that we are going to add. So sysout x plus y I am giving. So these two values are coming from the runtime. It's not coming directly like hard coded values. It is not hard coded. These are coming from the main method whenever we are passing them, and that values I am adding. So this is case 2. So two inputs I am taking. So in this case, let me remove these two values first of all and understand. So compiler is throwing error, you can see. Sum and sum both are same, right? Duplicate method sum in type addition class. So this is not allowed, so you should not write any duplicate code. Write the same method multiple times, you should not do in Java. But you can overload the method by passing different input values, different number of parameters, or different data types, or the order of the data types. Either these three cases, which are the rules I have specified in the initially. So these rules you can follow while overloading the methods. So case 1 is no inputs, case 2 is I have taken two inputs, and let me go to another case. So in the third case I am going to take int x comma, I am going to take a variable for double. So this is the third case. It is not throwing error, so you will not see any error because the data type is changing here. So this is also a method overloading code. This sum method is overloaded in this third case. So this is case 3. So here also two inputs only, different data types. So this case 3, two inputs I have taken but different data types. Here the integer data type, and here integer and double data type I am taking. So even x plus y we can add here, so there won't be any error. You can add an integer and double value, and the output will be a double value that will get printed on the console. So there will not be any error. You can add an integer and a double value, that is fine. So we have taken only two inputs but different data types I have taken here. So that is case 3. So let me go to case 4. Sum of, so in this case I am taking double x and int y. So the Order of the data types I am changing in this fourth case. So double I am putting in the first instance, and the int I am putting in the second position. So if I am changing this position, this will be another method overloading. So this is case 4. Two inputs, order of data types is changed. So this is going to be case 4. So these three will look similar, but they are not exactly same. Here two inputs of int data type. Case 2 is int data type, case 3 is int and double and int. So all these three are unique in Java compiler understanding. So x plus y. This case also double and int we can add. It's totally okay. There is no error. So fifth case, like this, there are multiple permutations and combinations. You can always write any number of values. So now I am taking int x, int y, and int z. So I am going to add three variables. So for three variables, I am taking only single example. So if you want, you can always try it with multiple different types. So three inputs I am taking here. So the output will be x plus y plus z. So in this case also, even I can pass int, double, float, any type of different variable values I can pass, and this method also can be overloaded. So already I explained that with two variables. So if you want to practice, you can practice with even three variables with different data types. So like this, there are more possibilities. With the same method name, I am going to pass different inputs here, and I will be performing the summation operation. So this is the addition method. Now I am going to create another class. So addition main class I am selecting, and select public static void main. So this is the main class where I will write the code. So main method is where the execution will start. Execution starts in the main method. So before I start execution, what I have to do, I have already declared an addition class. So this class I need to create an object. So addition. So I am going to take an object called obj equal to new addition brackets. So this is the step for creating an object. So this will create an object called obj. Create obj object for the addition class. So addition is a class. So for this class I am creating an object called obj, and this using this obj I am going to perform the summation operations. So if I am typing obj dot, right, it is showing so many methods. So you can see that some method is there for 5 times. So this is the advantage of writing method overloading. So with the same method name, we are having all these different methods are available. It is highlighting by Java only. So I can pick whatever method I want based on my requirement. So if I don't want to give any inputs, right, so this is case 1. So let me save it and run it. Run as Java application. So the input is output is 300. Sum of two values is 300. So I didn't pass any input in this case. So 100 and 200, if it is getting added and coming as 300. So these are default values that are I have hard coded in the method, sum method. So this is case 1. obj.sum. Again, if I am putting sum, it is highlighting the other 4 methods, right? All the 5 methods will be highlighted. So let me pick the second value, double x and int y. So double value, let me put 100.5, and integer I can put 50. So this is k. The order of the method is different. So the order of the method is, this is the fourth case. So this example is for fourth case. So if I am running this one, So 300 is for the first case and 150.5. So 100 plus 50 is 150.5. So this is for the fourth case it has executed. Now the same way I can call all the other sum methods. So if I am taking the int and double, so int means let me put 50 and double I will put 15.7. So int and double is third case. Int and double is third case. So case 3, obj dot sum of. So if I am taking int x and int y, so in int x and int y let me put 50, 60. So this is case 2. If I go back to addition method, you can observe that case 2 is int x and int y. So this is case 2. And the last case is fifth case. So if I pass three variables, that is 10 comma 20 comma 30. So this is fifth case. So you don't need to worry about this case. This is for understanding only I am saying, but here you understand that the summation method is overloaded and we are passing different inputs here. Here I am passing no input. Here I am passing double and int. Here I am passing int and double. Here I am passing both integers. Here I am passing three values with integers. So the method name is same, but the behavior is different, right? In this case, it is directly printing the hard-coded summation, 100 plus 200. Here the behavior is summation of double and integer. Here the summation of int and double. Here summation of two integers. Here summation of three integers. So since the method name is same, but it is behaving differently for different inputs. So but the actual output is summation only, but based on the input we have to write a unique method. So every time we have to write a unique definition of the method. So this is method overloading topic. So let me save this file, main class file, and run as Java application. So you can see that the summation is happening. Let's check whether it is correct or not. So initially 100 and 200 is 300. Then 100.5 plus 50 is 150.5. 50 and 15.7 is 65.7, which is correct. 50 and 60 is 110, which is correct. So 10, 20, 30. So 30 plus 20, 50 plus 10, 60. So all the summation it is coming correctly and there is no error. You can observe that there is no error. So whatever topic I have initially told, so all the conditions are satisfied. And here the return type doesn't matter. So for return type also I will explain you with an example. So far we have seen about the different number of input parameters or the different order of input parameters. Suppose I will write one more method here. So int sum of. So here a equal to 200, b equal to 300 I am giving. So but why it is throwing error? So duplicate method sum in the type addition. So the data type return type I have changed, right? But why still the compile is throwing error? As I explained initially, the return type of the method even if it is changing, right, the compiler will think that the input parameters are same here. There is no input in the first case and no input in the second case. This return type is different case, so it will not allow us to proceed. So there is an error. This is an error, not a warning. So if there is an error, right, so if I am saving this, if I am trying to execute the code, it will not compile. So error exists in the required project. So even if I am proceeding, that particular method alone will not execute. So you should not write any duplicate code. So return type if you are changing also nothing will happen. So you have to remember this point, very important point. So return type doesn't matter in the method overloading. So I'm going to delete this method. So if you want to overload a method, you should only change the input, the number of input parameters or the data type of the input parameters. You should not change the return type. If you are changing the return type, method overloading will not happen. So this is one addition class I have showed you as an example for achieving the method overloading. So I have showed you an example for summation, but you can always use multiplication, division, or any kind of arithmetic or logical operations here, and write different classes and practice it. So even this basic example, you practice it today. If you are new to method overloading, you should definitely practice at least once. So in Java, we will use the terminology of method overloading only. Method overloading is a topic under polymorphism. So polymorphism is a theoretical concept. In the OOPS concepts, we will say, right, classes and objects and polymorphism and other types. So polymorphism is nothing but the many forms. So the ability of having more than one form. So for an example, I showed you message. So even the message also you can implement it using polymorphism. So this you can practically implement using the code. So I have showed you with some method. So any method you can take. So one example I have showed you using the sum for method overloading. So as I told, overloading will be applied for both the methods and constructors. So the method overloading topic is complete. So I'm going to tell you about the constructor overloading also. So before telling about constructor overloading, if you remember about constructor, right? What is a constructor? Constructor is a special method which is having the same name as class name. So if my class is having some name like test, right? So the constructor is also going to have the same name of test. So if you remember the previous session on constructors, you will remember that. So test is a class, then the constructor name is constructor is a special method. So method we have to give the class name and give small bracket here, and then start with the curly bracket and end with the curly bracket, and inside what we generally do, we will initialize the variable values. Constructor is most generally like always used for initializing the variable values only. We should not generally write any logics inside the constructors. So we have learned previously about the default constructor and parameterized constructor. So what is constructor overloading means, we are going to pass different kinds of inputs in the constructor also. Suppose I am taking integer data type and floating data type, or the number of inputs also I am going to change. That is all possible in constructors also. So this is a default constructor. If I am passing no inputs, right, this is no inputs. No inputs means default constructor. So the next case is if I am giving some inputs. Suppose I am giving test int x and int y. So in this case, this is called as parameterized constructor. So parameterized constructors only we can overload. Default constructor, since this is not having any input, right, there is no possibility of doing overloading here one more time. So only the parameterized constructors we can overload. So how can I overload? So I am going to give int x comma int y comma int z. So this is one possibility. So I am passing two variables here, two inputs, two parameters, and three parameters I am passing in the second example. So this is constructor overloading, and even the type also we can change. Int x comma double y. If I am passing, this is also called as overloading. So here the data type I am changing. So this is also constructor overloading only. So only in parameterized constructor we can able to overload the methods. So this is one case, int x and int y, int x and double y, int x, int y, int z. So all these different types you can, different cases you can do like there can be many permutations and combinations you can do. So similar to the sum method, how I showed you 5 different ways, right? So constructor overloading also, you can pass no inputs and with inputs with a different data types with a different multiple number of inputs, like here 2 inputs and here 3 inputs. So all these are constructor overloading examples. So I'm going to show you an example for constructor overloading with code. So this is about theoretically we understood. So mainly the variable values will be initialized in the constructor. I am not going to write any logic. So if you want to write a logic, we always prefer the methods. So this differences of method and constructor also we discussed in the previous session. So in case you have missed some sessions, right, you should always go and watch the sessions during the weekdays. So otherwise the next sessions will be little confusing. So always watch the previous sessions when you didn't attend the classes. So I am going to create a new class now. So the class name is message, and I am not going to select any main method for this case. So select finish. So the class name is message. I am going to declare some variables. String text, string first name, some methods I have declared, and some variables I have declared. So methods also I am declaring. So instead of user defined methods, let me declare a constructor. So message. This is the default constructor. So for constructor also return type is not important. So you can specify void, or if you don't specify anything, the return type topic also we discussed in constructors class. So here I am not specifying any return type for the constructor. Whatever class name is there, I am giving the same name. So that method is called as constructor in Java. So this is the default constructor because no inputs are there. Default constructors will not have any inputs. So in this case, what I will do, I will give text variable, right? Text variable I am going to initialize as hello. And the first name I am going to give as empty value. So empty double quotes I am specifying. And the last name value I am going to give as empty. So this is a default constructor. So I am just giving some input text. Hello text I am giving as message, and first name and last name I am giving empty in this case. So this is a default constructor. So let me give one more constructor. So this is a parameterized constructor I am going to take. So this parameterized constructor will get only first name value in the input. So here method constructor overloading is happening because there are no inputs here and there are some inputs here. So this is parameterized constructor with inputs. So one input I am taking. So text equal to I am initializing the value with hi. So first name is the variable in the class. So I am going to initialize it with first name value that is coming as input. So the first name input is coming during the runtime, and that runtime value I am assigning to the variable of first name. So first name is the variable that is available here that I am assigning during the runtime, whatever value is coming. And last name I am going to give empty in this case. So last name equal to empty. So empty string. So double quotes without any value, empty string I am assigning. So message. In this case I am going to take both first name and last name. So parameterize constructors with one input. So in this case is one input. So same way I am going to take it with two inputs. I am going to copy this. So let me copy, and this is going to be two inputs. So text equal to, instead of hi, let me put hey. So first name equal to f name and last name equal to, I have taken two inputs, so I'm going to pass this value. So these are runtime values that are coming, and I'm initializing this variable. So only variable initialization I have done in this message constructor. So this is constructor overloading. So default constructor with no inputs, and parameterized constructors with one input, and parameterized constructor with two inputs. So like this you can also change the data type. So data type or the count of the variable values also you can change, like string to one time, two time I have given, even string three times, four times, any time, any number of times, or you can also pass integer or double data type here. Then it will be again overloading of the constructor. So that will be again unique. So for an example, I am showing you with only string, but during the practice you can always pass different data types and also practice the constructors also. This is exactly similar to the method overloading. So method overloading is a user defined method. Summation is a user defined method here. But in case of message here, message is a class, and the message here is a constructor. So which is used to initialize the values. So why we use constructor? Constructor is used to initialize the values. So constructor is generally used to only initialize the values. Logic building is not the purpose of constructor. So the message class now I have declared some variables, text, first name, last name, and the methods is constructors only I am defining. So default constructor with hello message, and there is no first name, last name, and if I am taking only first name as input, then I am initializing the first name and empty value for last name. And the third case is first name and last name, and text I am giving a different one for identification purpose. So every constructor I have given a unique message text. So I have created the message class. Now let me create a main method for this class and call that method. So message main, any method name I can give. For understanding message main I am giving, select public static void main, click on finish. So in this case we have to create an object, message so message msg message object equal to new message. So this is default constructor, right? Default constructor calling will happen in this case. So save this program and run this. So let's see what happens. So here I have not put any print statement. That is the reason nothing is happening. So let me put some print statement for viewing purpose. So text plus, I will give one space, and then give first name, then again give one space, then again give last name. So text variable value, first name and last name. This why I am doing in order to visualize what is happening, right? You need to put a print statement so that you can see that on the console. So hello text is coming. There is no first name, last name. There is no inputs, right? So this case no inputs are there. That's why first name and last name is having this empty string assigned, and nothing is getting concatenated. Only hello text is coming. There is some spaces concatenated, but you cannot see it on the visually. So if I am highlighting that, you can see that some spaces are there, but only hello text is there in the default constructor calling. So constructor calling, we don't need to write additional code. Whenever a new object is created, a new memory is created in the heap memory, and constructor calling will happen automatically. Constructor calling will not need any explicit statement. If you go back to this object I have created and used the sum method, this is a method, right? Method calling will need an object in order to call the method. But in case of constructor, directly the constructor calling will happen. Automatically it will happen. So this variable I am not using. So let me comment out this. So default constructor I have used it. So let me write one more case for message msg1 I am giving new message. In this case I am passing only single input. So I am going to pass Swaroop here. So first name Swaroop I am passing. What it will do, it will call this constructor. Though the first constructor is not taking any inputs, but in the second case it is taking input, right? So if I am writing this statement, what will happen? The second constructor will be called. So I did not put any print statement. Let me copy this statement and put in all the constructors. So in the second case also I am giving this print, and third case also I am giving this print. So run as Java application. So hi Swaroop is coming, right? So hi is in the second constructor. So the text is hi, and Swaroop is the first name. Message main. So let me comment out this code also. I will write the third code. Message msg2 equal to new message. In this case I have to pass two two values. So Swaroop I am passing even the last name. So in this case what happens, so the constructor calling will call the third method. So we are having the first name and last name as one specific method. So that method will be called in this case. So if I run as Java application, so hey is the text in the third method, third constructor method, and Swaroop and Nadella is the last name. So these are three cases where we used the constructor overloading. So similarly, whatever is your use case, right, in automation you can always use this constructor overloading whenever you are requiring it. So if I am executing all the three at once, it is totally fine, it will work. So the first case is hello message, second case is hi and Swaroop first name only we have taken. The third case is hey and Swaroop and Nadella first name and last name we have taken. So three cases we have seen. So this is the example for constructor overloading, and here there is no need to write any explicit method call. So this is a property of the constructor. So method calling is happening automatically. So this I explained you with examples previously also in the constructor class. So go through that if you don't understand it. It is very simple. Like this is the way we can create an object in a class in Java. So we have to give the class name on the left side and create the object name and give the new keyword on the right side and give the class name with brackets. So this statement will do two things. One thing is the message object is created in the memory in the runtime in the heap memory, and the second thing is it will also call the constructor. So there is no need for calling the constructor in after creating the object. You don't need to call the constructor, but if you want to call a user defined method like summation or any other method, you need to call it explicitly. So this is a constructor overloading. This is method overloading. So some method I have overloaded here, and in this case the message class constructor I have overloaded with three different messages. So this is about constructor and method overloading. So there is another important thing about overloading. I will tell you about the overloading main method. So whether overloading main method is possible or not, this is also an popular important interview question, or for your understanding also. Like overloading main method, is it possible? So if anyone asks you, so what you should say? Yes, it is possible. So overloading main method is definitely possible, and how can we achieve that? I will show you some code and explain you. So if you see the any existing method, right, what main method is having public static void main and string arguments it is taking. This is the default text of the, like, this is how the Java developer, like whoever created Java, right? They have defined the Java main method like this. So this is the syntax for Java main method, but for overloading we will use some other method name, like main only we will use. But let me give you an example for that. So first of all, I am going to close all this and close the console. So create a new class. So overload main, I am giving the class name, and then select public static void main, click on finish. So in this case, right, so as I told, all these things whatever is before the main method, these are all return types and access modifiers. So you should not think about these things when you are thinking about overloading. Overloading only matters, right, only about the method name and the arguments or the parameters. So the input values and the method name only matters in case of overloading. So main method also we can overload. So how can I overload? Let me specify something like main. So this is also one way, like I am not taking any inputs, so no inputs for the main method. So this is one overloaded method without any inputs. And if I show you another way, so void and main, and let me take a string input str. So here one input I am taking, and third case let me take main int x I am taking. So here integer data type I am taking. I have taken a one int data type input. So even though both are having same input, here the data type has changed. So this is one overloaded main method, this is another overloaded main method, and this is a default execution method. So if execution should happen, right, the execution starting point is always the public static void main. So that is how Java is developed, where the execution happens only in the public static void main. So this is the execution starting point. So if you don't have this, right, you cannot execute the Java code, basic Java code. But this overloaded methods, if you need to call, what you need to do, you have to create an object for this class inside this main method, and then you can call all these overloaded methods. So this is an overloaded method without inputs. This is overloaded method with one input string, one input data type, into data type. So even you can pass multiple also. Void int x comma int y. So many combinations you can derive here, that is totally fine. So I am going to show you with few examples, but if you are practicing, you can always practice with different inputs and different cases. So this is with two inputs. If you need to call all this, right, so how can you call? So you need to create an object in this class, and you need to do. So first of all, let me put print statement. So no inputs. String input I am taking. So plus str let me pass. So this is concatenation, and this is the string input I am just showing, and this is an integer input. So into data type input x value will print. So in this case, let me print the values of x and y. X value is plus x plus y value is plus y. Now if I need to use this overloaded main methods, what I have to do? I need to create an object for the overload main class. So overload main is the class we have declared. So copy this. So you need to create an object for it. So object name you can put any name. So obj, or let me put the object name as main one. Anything you can give. So let me put obj and put overload main and semicolon. So object creation is done for overload main, Now I need to call the obj.main. So if I put main, right, so main is there multiple times. So first one is no input, second one is int data type input, string input, two inputs of integer data type, and the last case is array of strings. So this is the execution point and the default main method which is coming with Java. So what it is taking? It is taking an array of strings. So args here args, right? Args is an array of strings. So this is a different main method, and here in this case only single string I am taking. Here array of strings I am taking. So here single string I am taking. So both are different here. So this is different and this is different. You forget about this return types and all. You think about only the method name and inputs I am talking now. So this main and this main is different. That's why there is no error. And here this is an string array input it is taking. So first of all I am going to call the main method which is not taking any input. So no inputs. And the second case is obj dot main of. I am taking an input of integer value. I am passing 100. So int data type I am taking as input. Then obj dot main of string I am taking. So I am going to give my name Swaroop. Give double quotes ending. String as input. Obj dot main of. So int x and int y we have. So 100 and 200. So save it, and we have already put the print statements everywhere. So the values should print correctly on the console. Run as Java application. So let's see whether it is coming correctly. So the first case is main calling no inputs, and second case is int data type input. I have taken 100 as the input, and the third case is string input Swaroop. The fourth case is x value is 100 and y value is 200. So if you want to give comma here, you can give. So x value is 100 and y value is 200. So overloading main method is also possible. So this is an important thing. So overloading main method is possible, and here we have to think about the main method name only. Method name and input parameters. So the count of the parameters or the data type. So the number of parameters or the data types. So if you are changing, then the main method overloading is also possible. So this is totally possible. So we have seen an example. So you need to practice it, then you can understand and memorize this. So the return type doesn't matter here. Even if you are putting int or string or any data type you are putting, right? So that is totally fine. So it will think about only the method name and the input only. It will not think about the return type. So this is about overloading the main method. So in polymorphism, the method overloading topic we have covered. So there is another topic called as method overriding. So that topic we will discuss during the inheritance concept. So that scope of today's class is only on method overloading and constructor overloading. So these two topics we have already seen. So constructor overloading and method overloading in polymorphism. So polymorphism is also having another concept called as method overriding. So that we will discuss during the inheritance topic. So today we are not discussing inheritance. So we are discussing only overloading topic only. So after this we have another important topic, OOPS concept, so which is encapsulation. So encapsulation means there is a definition for encapsulation. So encapsulation is another OOPS concepts in Java. So like polymorphism, encapsulation, inheritance, abstraction. These are the four things, and apart from that, classes and objects. So six OOPS concepts we have initially thought about learning. So classes and objects is done, polymorphism is done, encapsulation we are going to see. So what is encapsulation? So if you think about a class, right, so every time I am telling you about a class, so if I open a class, addition class, so I am saying you about variables and methods. Always I am talking about variables and methods. So a class will generally have both variables and methods. So if I take a paint, I'll just show you in a diagram way. So if you suppose this is a class, right, so class will generally have both variables and methods. So let me put it, these are variables. So a class will have both variables and methods. So when we are having both variables and methods wrapped together as a single object, so if you are creating an object for this, so if I go to addition main, I am creating an object, right? What this object will hold? This object will hold both variables and methods. In the object memory, both variables will be there and methods will be there. So in case of encapsulation, what is the actual definition is wrapping up of the data and methods together as a single unit. And there are few more properties in case of encapsulation, but the important thing is in encapsulation we are using the concept of class, right? So class we are using where both the variables and methods. So data is nothing but variables and methods is the behavior. So uh, we can call it as method or behavior. So all these two values are wrapped together as a single unit, which is called as class. So class we already learned. So the topic of encapsulation comes here where this data whatever we are giving, right? So whatever data we are giving, so this data will be only visible to the given class only. So suppose I am taking the class name as test here. So the class name is let me name it as something like test. Let's think that this class name is test. So this test class is having both variables and methods. So only the variables should be not visible to the outside world. So how can we achieve it? So we can achieve it using a topic called access modifier. So we will not use too many deep dive today, but let me explain you. So variables and methods. So to the another class, right? So test is a one class. So if I have another class called test2 or test3, so in that class I should not be able to access these variables. So these variables should be visible only to these methods. So it should not be visible to the outside world. So encapsulation topic what it will say, right? So this data should be not visible to the outside people. So the outside whatever classes we are having, only the current class method should access it, but outside classes we should not access it. So for that what we will do, right? This variables we will declare as private. Private is a keyword in Java. So this keyword we have to put before the variable. Before the variable, if you are putting the keyword, that is one of the property of encapsulation. So there are multiple properties of encapsulation. So the first one is variables we should declare as private. And for every variable, there should be two methods declared, which is called as set method and get method. So setters and getters will say. So code wise I will show you the logic, but first of all understand that encapsulation topic, the data and the method will be wrapped as single unit, which is nothing but a class, and the data should not be visible to the outside classes. So it should be only visible to the inside methods only. So that how can we achieve? Using the private keyword. So if you are putting the variables as private, right, then the methods can only access it. So outside different classes they cannot access, they cannot able to view it. So you will see the example, then you will understand the point. So first of all the variable should be declared as private. So every variable should have two methods, so get method and set method, and these methods will be public only. So public means it is accessible everywhere. So the methods will be public and variables are private. And the third point is variables can be operated only using the methods. Either the set and get methods, or you can also declare any other methods, and you can access the variables, but the outside classes cannot directly call these variables. That is the property of private. So while I write the code, you will understand it. So these three properties you have to remember when you are trying to perform this encapsulation property. So encapsulation we generally don't use extensively in automation, but in development code they use it majorly for data privacy. So they want to hide this information when they are declaring multiple classes. So the variables if they want to hide, right, the data hiding property. So that is called as data hiding. If they want to hide the data, they can use the private keyword for the variables, and the outside other classes cannot access the variable data directly. So only the methods inside the class only can access that. So when we write the code, you will understand it. So this is also called as data hiding when we give the private keyword. And these three properties are important for encapsulation. So if you are explaining in the interviews or anywhere also, you have to say that it is a wrapping of data and methods together as a single unit, and other points also you have to specify. So the variable should be declared as private, and these variables we will write a get and set methods, and variables can be operated only using the method in the same class. So for that, let's write some code, then you will understand this topic for encapsulation. So I am going to create a new class. So before I give the class, right, so let me explain you one example. So first of all, let's think that we have something like bank account, right? An account we are opening in any bank. So even a bank account will generally have some properties for the bank account, like the bank account number, bank account name, and bank balance. So let's see, like, let me create some variables here. So I'm increasing the font. I'm creating some variables for the bank account class. So the variables, right, it is like account number we will have for the any bank account, and we have the name of the account holder, and we have some bank balance for the account holder, right? So these are the properties or the data, the variables that we generally have for a bank account. And we can also have some methods like displaying the value of the bank balance. And in this encapsulation case, what we will do, right, for every method we will write set account number and get account number. So in order to achieve encapsulation, we have to use this set and get methods. It's not mandatory, but it is generally followed whenever we are performing encapsulation. So it's not mandatory, it's optional, but in order to perform and achieve the encapsulation, we generally use the set and get methods. So set method is used to update the account number value, and get method is used to retrieve the account number value. Even you can write any custom method which will retrieve all the three values, but every time you should not generally use and update all the values. So this display method will retrieve all the values, but if you want to display only a bank balance, right, so that time you can only like write a get method for display, or get bank balance. So even set bank balance, like this, for all the three variables you can write both set and get methods, and you can write custom methods also, display all the values or set all these values. For a new bank account we will set all these values, but whenever anybody is depositing some amount, right, if I am loading some money to my bank account, so that time I should not again update the name and account number. I should only update the balance value only. So in that case, I need to use the set balance method. So this is what happens in the background. So let me take this class name as bank account. So this class I am taking as bank account. So name I will specify here. So the name is bank account. So the class name is bank account and it is having three variables: account number, name and balance, and both set methods and get methods I am writing here in the class, and using this set and get methods I am going to access these variables, and with private and without private also we will see the example, then you will understand what is encapsulation and why I am saying all these points. So with private and without private I will show you, and you can also write any custom method which is reading all these values and updating all these values, which is totally fine. So we will write all these things and try to understand for this account class. So this bank account is an example. Similarly, you can also declare any other class and try to perform encapsulation, which is fine. So I am not declaring a main method here, only the class I am going to declare here. So in the class, first of all, I am taking variables, and next we are going to write methods. So the variables, as I discussed, I am going to take int account number, string name of the account holder I am taking, and let me take double as the balance. So the balance can have both decimal values and numbers. So I am taking a double value. The name is a string group of characters, and account number is an integer data type. So these are the variables I am taking, and the methods. Before discussing about methods, first of all, let me create another main class also. Bank account main I am selecting, and here's a public static void main I am selecting, and here I am going to create an object for this bank account class. So bank account ACC, let me take the object name and give bank account, new bank account. So the object is created now successfully. So ACC is the object. So if I need to access the variable, right, ACC dot account number equal to, I can give like this. So here the account number don't have any access modifier. This is if there is nothing, right, it is called as default access modifier. So as I am saying private, I am at to give. So I am at to give. So I am directly calling this in another class. So bank account is one class and bank account main is a different class. So in this class I have created an object of bank account, and I am using that object to assign some values. So ACC dot name I am going to give. So name, let me give some name, Swaroop. ACC dot balance. So let me load some balance. So 1000.97 balance I am giving. So okay, so this, since there is a number, you should not give in double quotes. So without double quotes, the double value I am passing here. So if you observe here, there is no error, and I did not specify any private keyword. So let me put private now. So this variable I am now declaring as private. So account number is now a private. So this is a warning that the value of the account name number is not used. But if we go back to bank account main, right, it is throwing an error. Why? The field bank account number is not visible. So why it is saying not visible? Because the scope of this private variable is only within this class. So whatever methods are there within this class, right, only that methods can access this private account variable. So that is the reason it is throwing an error. So in order to achieve the encapsulation, we have to do this first point. Variables we should declare. We should declare as private. So if you don't declare as private, right, that topic is not at all called as encapsulation. So if you want to achieve the encapsulation, you should declare the variable values as private. If you are not doing as private, that topic we don't discuss as encapsulation. It is general Java classes and objects topic. But if you want to achieve encapsulation, you should put all the variables as private. So in this case, only one I have given. Let me put everything as private. So if I am giving everything, every variable as private, right? What happens? So it will not be visible outside the class. So the bank account is one class and bank account main is a different class. So if I put the cursor here, the field bank account dot account number is not visible, and name also it is not visible. Why it is not visible? Because it is given as private. Private means it should not be accessible outside. I am talking about this data hiding and data privacy, right? So that can be achieved using this private keyword. If you are giving as private, you cannot access it outside. So if you want to access it within the class, how can you do that? You have to write some code in the method and call that variable. So for that, as I told, get and set method, right? So let me write set method. So set account number. So some input I am taking, input number I am taking, and this variable I am going to call here and put the number. So this number is coming in the runtime to me. So that runtime local variable value. So inside the method, whatever variable that we are declaring, that is a local variable. That variable I am assigning to the object variable. So account number is a object variable of the class. So that variable I am assigning with the local variable. So this is how we need to set the account number. Even if you want to retrieve the value, right? So let me put the get number, get account number. So here I no need to take any input. So already the account number is defined here. So I should just give return and give this account number. So this is how set and get methods we have to define, and only using these methods we can able to access the variables. So if you are directly accessing the variables, the compiler will throw an error saying that that private variable is not accessible outside. So not visible means it's not accessible outside. So this you should not use. So I am going to delete. For encapsulation topic, you should give as private, and you should not directly use the object and put dot. What you have to do, you have to call set method, set account number, and let me put the account number as something like this. So 100000201, any account number I can specify. And if I want to get the account number, what I have to do, I have to call this acc dot account number, and I can assign it here some other variable, and then I can print it on the console. So first of all, let me execute it. So I have assigned this set account number, and using that object I am retrieving this. So this value I did not pass here, right? I have set this in the object, and again use the get method to retrieve, and that value I have assigned to the number variable NEM that I am printing on the console. So using the get and setter methods, we are generally using and achieving the encapsulation logic in this way. So suppose I have only three variables here, so I need to write a get and set method to two methods for every variable. So here six methods I have to write. So three variables, 3 into 2, set and get method I am writing. So set is for assigning the values to the object variable, and get is to retrieve the value and return that to the main method. So if I have three variables, it is fine. Like six methods I can manually write, but if I have 100 variables, right, then do you think that it is efficient to write all these methods manually? So it's not possible, right? It's very difficult. So let me save this particular, and I am deleting the set and get method. So save this class and put the cursor here and go to the source. So Eclipse is giving some option for us. If you give to the source menu, generate getter and setter methods. So you have to click on this, and in the pop-up it will show you like what are the different variables that are not having the getter and setter. So you can able to see it will give you some suggestions. So you need to select these suggestions and then click on generate. So I will show you one more time. So let's suppose our class is having these private variables like 10 or 100. So you cannot write set and get methods multiple times manually. It is a very tedious task. So what you have to do, go to the source menu and click on generate getter and setters. If you have 100 variables, right, everything will be listed in this pop-up. So whatever you want, that only you can select. So if I want only first variable, I can select first one. If you want second also, you can select second one. If you want everything, you can select all here also. Like if I am unselecting everything, there is a select all button here. Deselect all, select all, or there is also only select getters, only select setters. So anything, whatever is your requirement, you can select accordingly. So right now I am selecting select all, and access modifier do not change, put it as public only. Other things you should not use. Public is the thing which we need because we want to access it in different class, so public is important. So public you should use for setter and getter method. So you can see that all the different methods are by default came into the class. So this methods is at the bottom, so I'm removing this space. So all these set and get methods by default everything came, and it has showed everything. So this keyword, right, what, why this keyword has came into this code? Why? Because this is a local variable, and when the local variable and the object variable, right, both are same. This is an object variable and this is local variable. If both are having the same name, if I want to assign the value to the object variable, so account number is available in both the object variable and local variable. So if both are having same name, that is fine, that is totally fine, it is allowed. But if you want to specifically assign this value, right, whatever is in the memory in the object, then you should use a keyword called this. What this will do, this will point to the object memory, whatever object is there for the bank account, that object memory is having an account number variable. So that account number variable it will take, and on the right side we are having the local variable which is a part of the class, sorry, the method which is part of a method. We are having account number that is coming during the runtime, so that we are passing on the right side, but on the left side I am passing this dot account number, which is the account number that is in the object memory. So regarding that, this we will talk more in the future sessions. So this and static keyword I will discuss with more examples. There are multiple points in that. But for right now, you can think about this keyword, right? This is a keyword in Java where it will access the object memory. So if we are having the local variable and object variable as same name, how can we differentiate? Compiler will not know that the difference. It will think that as the local variable only. If I am giving both sides as account number equal to account number, right, then it will think that both are local variable only. So the local variable I am giving on the left side and local all variable again on the right side. So this assignment to variable account number has no effect. It is only saying the warning, right? So the warning says that the assignment to variable account number has no effect. So that means that if the account number suppose 100 or 1000 value is coming, so 1000 is assigned again to 1000, so nothing will happen. If you want to take the object account number, you have to use the this keyword. If the variables are names are same, then only this conflict will happen. If the variable names are different, right? Suppose I have taken ACC number. So if the variable name is different, then we can directly give like this. So there is no confusion. But when you are generating this getter and setter methods, that this keyword will generate automatically. So that time, for your understanding, I am saying, so this keyword is accessing the object memory. So local variable is coming from the runtime. It is coming as input here. So if you go back, it is coming as input in this case. Okay, so let me just revert this and let me have it as this only, this dot account number, and I am taking the input of account number. So everything these are generated using the Eclipse. So Eclipse is having a source menu where we can select all these things. So since all these things are already available, right? If I click it again, it is saying the type contains no fields or all fields have setter and getters already. So if I am adding one more variable again, so private int x, for example, I am adding one more variable. Now if I am clicking on the source, it will show that it will ask me to select. So if you are adding more variables, you can always assign getter and setter one more time. So for time being, let's take only 3. And let me go back to this, and I'm going to set it. So set account number. So let me give 1000100 and get account number. The method name got changed, that's why error is coming. So the number I'm printing on the console. So the same way, let me set the name also. Set name, then again get the name. Okay, so double quotes I have to give, and then semicolon. Now it is correct. So string name equal to acc dot get name. So for get name, no need to give any input. So I have set it the name, and I am retrieving the name now. So we can print it on the console. Same way the bank balance also, acc dot set balance. So balance, let me put 1100.55. So it is a double data type. So double balance equal to acc dot get of balance. I am going to print it on the console. So I'm going to execute it. So let's see. After execution, I'll explain you one more time. So this is the input for account number. Swaroop is the name, and the balance is 1100.55. This is a double value. So that is printed on the console successfully. So here what we have done, right, one more time. So I have taken a bank account as the class, and taken the variables and methods. So if you want to achieve the encapsulation, these are the rules you have to follow. These are the rules for encapsulation. So the variable should be all private. You should not have other access modifier. So private is an access modifier in Java. Public is also an access modifier. Public means it is accessible everywhere. So anybody can modify the values. But private means only the methods which are available in the class, only that can be accessing the private data members. So private data members can be accessed by the methods which are in the same class. So the variables can be operated only using the method in the same class. So this will help for data hiding, and anybody cannot directly access the data members or the variables inside the class, right? So encapsulation, it's not extensively used in the automation, but developers will generally write some unit test cases and other areas. They extensively use it in the development. So even if there is a requirement in automation, you can use it. So but for interview perspective, you may need to explain these things. If they ask you to write some code also, write some private variables, and use the getter and setter methods, and use those methods to retrieve the values. So same thing happened here. So here I have declared a bank account and declared some variables. If you don't give private, right, that topic is not encapsulation. It is normal classes and objects topic only. But if you want to achieve encapsulation of data hiding topic, then you should hide the variables from outside world. If you are not hiding, right, anybody can come and modify these values at the runtime. But you don't want that to happen. You want that to happen only using the methods which are in the class. So if you want to achieve the data hiding property, then you should declare all the variables as private. Private means only the methods which are in this class only can view it. So the outside already I showed you, like not visible error will come if you are trying to access this. One more time, if you want to see, like I can show you, like the account object already I have created. So if I put this, right, so you cannot even get the variable also. What is the variable, right? Account number, account name. So if I put dot, it's not even visible here. So account num is not visible, right? Only the get and set method is visible. So that is the importance of private variable. So if you give private, that object cannot view, the object which is in another class cannot view the variables in the another class. So this bank account is a different class and bank account main is a different class. So from here, this object cannot able to directly view this if it is a private. So if you want to access the private, you have to declare a public get and set methods. Set method will assign the values and get method will retrieve the values and return it to the calling method. Wherever the calling is happening, the get method will return values. So the bank account having variables and getter and setter methods. If you have multiple getter methods, like multiple variables, you use the source menu to write all the getter and setter methods. Based on your need, you can assign all the getter and setter for all the variables. So if you go back to bank account main, so you have to create an object first. So this is object creation. New object is created. And then using that object, I am calling the first set account number. I am passing some integer value. And then I am retrieving the account number. Whenever there is a requirement, you have to retrieve, right? And then printing it on the console. So for example, we have taken some name and printed on the console, and some balance I have assigned. And even I can also update the value also, like if I'm again setting the balance to different value, right? Suppose 100.44 I am giving. First of all, I have assigned this, but maybe some withdrawal might have happened, right? Again the balance is updated now. So if I run this, the second value will come, not the first value. So 100.44. So the value is updated in the memory. So whatever the runtime, whatever value is there, right? So the setter and getter is in high level example I have showed, but there can be lot of operations happening, and your code will add some bank balance and deduct some bank balance. So in the real time, the bank account as an example, you can think of you are depositing money and withdrawing the money, and so many operations will happen in day to day, right? So using credit card or using net banking or UPI, everything you are deducting the balance. So if you are again calling the get balance, what will happen? The runtime dynamic value, whatever is available in the account, that only will be displayed, not the old balance. That's why this get method will always pick the latest value and put it on the console. Like for visibility, we are using the sysout. So try to practice it, then it will be easy. So these 3 points are important in encapsulation. Hi everyone, welcome to the day 17 of Core Java. So in today's session, we will discuss the topic of this keyword and static keyword. So two topics we will discuss. So this and static. So these are two keywords which are predefined keywords in Java programming. So first of all, I will be discussing about the topic of this keyword. In the previous session, we had seen about this getter and setter methods for encapsulation. There I explained you little bit about this keyword, but today we will see more examples and how we can use this keyword for multiple purposes. So for accessing the instance variables and methods, we can use this keyword. So before talking about this keyword, there are two types of variables in the classes and objects, right? So the first type of variables are instance variables. So these are related to the object. So during the classes and objects also we have discussed about it. So today also we will discuss little bit about that. So the two types of variables are instance variables and local variables. So instance variables are linked to the object memory. Local variables are related to the methods. And you might also hear about something about global variables, but global variables are not applicable to the Java programming. So global variables are generally declared outside class, and this is not applicable to the Java programming. It may be applicable to Python and other programming languages. So we do not generally declare any variables or methods outside the class. We will always start with the class, and inside the class we will declare variables and methods. So the topic of global variables is not applicable. So we will not declare any kind of variables outside a class. So these variables are declared outside the class for global variables. So it is not applicable for Java. It may be applicable for other programming languages whichever is supporting. So outside the class we generally don't take, it is not allowed in Java. So we don't specify the global variables, and it's not possible. So this topic we cannot see. So we will learn about the instance variables. Already we see in about the objects during that time. Today also we will discuss more on that. And local variables are related to the method body. Whatever is inside the method body, we are writing some code. All those variables are related to the method. So those are called as local variables. So in these two only this keyword topic will come. So we will discuss and see some examples around that. Right click on SRC and create new package called day 17. Click on finish. So inside day 17 I am going to create a class called this keyword. Class name can be anything. So this is a user defined class name. I am specifying this keyword. And I am going to select the public static void main also. Click on finish. So inside this class we will be going to declaring some variables, and we also will declare some methods. So in general in any class we are following the variables and methods. So let me declare some variables, like I will declare a variable called int x and y. These are called as instance variables which are related to the object. Whenever we create an object for this class called this keyword, this is a class. So when I create an object for this class, object will be allocated some memory, and that memory will have some variables, right? These variables are allocated with certain memory. So in the object instance, this memory will be allocated. So these are called as instance variables. These are linked to the object. So mapped to the object or linked to the object memory. So let me write some one method. So the method is so the void display method I am writing. In this method I am trying to print these two values. That's it. So in this method I am printing the values of these instance variables. So in order to initialize these two variables, I am going to declare a parameterized constructor. So this keyword I am going to use. So this keyword, this is a parameterized constructor. I am taking int a comma int b. So these two variables I am taking as input parameters for this constructor, parameterized constructor. And inside the constructor what I will do, x equal to a I am giving, and y equal to b. So here a and b are local variables. So a and b are local variables here. X and y are related to the object. So these are instance variables. Now let me start writing some code in the main method. So in order to call this method, right, how can I call this method? I need to first of all create an object for this keyword. So this keyword I am going to create an object. This keyword th equal to new this keyword. So we are having a parameterized constructor, so we should pass some values. So if you just give a default constructor, it will throw an error. So why? Because whenever a parameterized constructor is declared, you have to use it. If you are using calling the default constructor, then you have to also give a declaration for that. During the constructor session, I told about this. So I am going to pass one value here. So parameterized constructor I have declared, so that's why I have to pass some values whenever I am using a new keyword. Now using this th.display, I am going to print these values on the console. So I have passed 200 and 100 in this case. So the initialization will happen. So in the constructor generally what is expected, right? Initializing the values. So this I have told you previously. Initialize the variable values. In the constructor we are going to initialize the variable values, and this step will be automatically called, and then I am going to print this value for the display method. The x and y will print on the console. So let me try to execute it. Run as Java application. So 200 and 100. So we have two print statements in the display method. So display method is having one print statement for x and one print statement for y. So here 200 and 100 which we have given in the constructor, it is coming correctly. So the values are printed on the console. In this case, right, so I have used the variables, local variables, different variables, and the instance variable differently. So why I explained you these two concepts, right? Because now I am going to use the same variable name, then the behavior will be different. So x and y I am going to give here. So here x and y are going to become the local variables. Initially I have taken a and b, but now I am giving x and y. So here a and b is giving the error because the variable is not available. So instead of a you need to specify x, and instead of b you have to specify y. So x and y are also local variables, and this whenever we compile and run the code, right, the Java compiler will treat these both x and x are both as local variable only. It will not think about the instance variable, so it cannot identify whether it is an instance and a local, right? So local variables will be having the more preference than the instance variables. So this keyword is also a constructor, which is a special method. So any method which is having a local variable, that is having more importance than the instance variables. So in this case what happens, right? Let me execute it. So after execution I'll explain. So run as Java application. So the values are coming as 0 and 0. Why they are coming as 0 and 0? Because there is an instance variables already declared, and initial values for integer data type, int data type is 0 and 0. And inside this keyword what happens? So previously we have a and b, but now we have x and x, right? So this x is on the left side is also a local variable, and on the right side is also a local variable. So if I place the cursor here, there is a warning. The assignment to the variable x has no effect, because whatever value is there in the x, it is again assigned to the x only. Local variable only, I am mapping the value again. So this 200 whatever is coming, right, that 200 is again mapped to 200. So the value of x is again 200, but this x is local variable which is related to this particular constructor only. These values are not impacting the instance variables. That's why whenever I am executing, 0 and 0 is coming. Here you have to understand why 0 is coming. Why 0 is coming? Because the instance variables values are not updated in this case, because the local variable scope is only for this method only. The x and y here are local variables. So these local variables are not going to update the instance variables, because the compiler will think the x is only local variable. because that is having the more preference. When the names are same, the local variables have more preference. So if you want to avoid this zero situation, right? So you have to use this keyword. So first of all, I will use this keyword and execute it. Then I will explain you what it is exactly happening. So now 200 and 100 is coming. So if you are using the same variable, in this case this conflict will happen. So in order to avoid, right, what you have to do, you have to use a keyword called this. And what this keyword will generally do, so let me talk about this keyword little bit. So this keyword will be pointing to the current class object. So whenever during the runtime what we are doing, we are going to the main method and we are creating an object for this class, and this object is having some memory allocated. So in that memory only this every operation will happen. So this constructor and instance variables and all these methods, everything will be allocated memory inside this object, and everything will happen, right? So what this keyword will do, it will point to the current class object. So in this case the current class object is having these variables and this constructor and these methods, any number of methods. Here only one method is there, but there can be any number of methods. So all these methods are placed in the current class object memory. So object memory will have both variables and methods. So in order to access the instance variables and differentiate between the local variable and the instance variable, you need to use a keyword called this, which is a predefined keyword in Java. We are not explicitly doing anything. This is a predefined keyword similar to the int and float and other keywords, right? So this is also a keyword, predefined keyword, and it will point to the current class object. So current class object, I am having the reference now. After having this reference, what I can do, I can use the dot operator and call the x. So it will point to the instance variable. So this way the instance variable I am calling for the x, and the local variable we do not need to do anything. Directly we can use the x here, which is a local variable on the right side. So that's why here the output is coming correctly when I am using this keyword. If I am not using this keyword, the local variables are considered as the variables. If you both the places it is x and x, right, then it is considering both as local variable only. So the value is coming here and the constructor is updating the value to the x. So this 200 and 100 is coming to the constructor, but it is only updating the local variables. If you want to impact the instance variables which is also having the same name, you need to use this keyword. So it's not mandatory that you have to use the same variable names, but whenever a same variable name is used, if you want to tell the compiler that okay, you should not update the local variables, you should update the instance variables, then in that case you have to use this keyword. You have to use the keyword called this. So it's not mandatory, but if you are want to update the instance keyword, so here x and y I have given. Here it's not important mandatory that you have to give x and y. You can use a different variable name like a and b initially I told, or any other variable you can use. But if you are using the same variable name, that time only this situation will occur, and you have to handle this way. So using the keyword called this. So this is about using this keyword inside a constructor. So this is called as parameterized constructor. So inside the parameterized constructor, I have used this keyword. Even in the method also I can use the same thing. So I will show you an example for method also. Now what I will do, I will just comment out this constructor. So constructor example is done for this keyword. Now I am going to show you the example for a method. Inside the method also we can use the keyword called this. So how can we do that? First of all, since I commented out, I am going to remove these two values because we don't have a parameterized constructor, and default constructor, even if we do not define it explicitly, it will be automatically calling the constructor, which is an empty constructor, nothing is there. So now in order to set the values, I am going to use another method other than display method. What I will do, I will create another method called set data. So that method is void set data, and here first of all let me take a different variable names. So same way how we used in constructor, the same approach I am going to follow here. So what I will do, x is the instance variable and a is the local variable. So x I am assigning with a, and the instance variable y I am taking and assigning with b. So a and b are local variables for this method. This is a user defined method. Set data is user defined method, and in this case I have showed you the parameterized constructor. So both the concept is exactly same, there is no difference. Only as an additional example for a user defined method I am showing you. First of all I am declaring with the different names. So here a and b are again local variables, x and y are instance variables. So the variable names are different in this case. Now what I will do, I am going to call this th.setData, and I need to pass two values. So let me pass 500 and 1000 I will pass, and let me execute it, run as Java application. So 500 and 1000 is coming. So it is coming correctly. So here the variable names are different, that's why it is coming correctly. So now let me, what I will do, I will be going to change the value of the variable names. Here a I am going to make it as x. Now what will happen? It will be coming 0 0. Why? Because these x and y are local variables. These are having the scope only up till the method body only. The set data is having some memory, so these local variables having the scope up to this method only. So here we have not explicitly told the compiler that x is belonging to the instance variable. If you need to do that, the same way you need to use this keyword. If you are not using that, initially x and y is initialized with the number 0. The default value of integer is 0. So that's why 0 is coming. Because we have not able to update this instance variables using this set data method. Because of variable names are same. So if you want to update it using this keyword, you can able to point to the current class object. So what this keyword will do, it will point to the current class object memory and pick the instance variable x and y, and that we can update using this code. So this problem will arise only when we have the same name for instance variables and local variables. So this problem will not occur in any other case. So generally this is the problem we'll face for local and instance variables. So I am using this keyword now, and if I am running now, 500 and 1000 whatever we have specified initially, that is coming. So 500 and 1000 I have passed to set data, and the display method is printing. So now the problem is solved in this case. So this is about using the keyword called this for both the instance variables and local variables topic. So for this keyword, there are few points I am going to say. So the first point is this keyword, right? THIS, small THIS keyword can be used to refer current class instance variable. So we can call the instance variable using this keyword. There is another case like this can be used to invoke current class method, but generally this will happen implicitly. So I will show you one example, there you will understand this why I am saying implicitly. So implicitly means without using the keyword, automatically the calling will happen. So there is a third case when this keyword is used. So first case already I showed you, the second and third points I am going to show you. So this can be used to invoke current class constructor also. So even constructor also we can call. So there we have to use this bracket. So this, and if you are using this bracket, right, then it is going to call the current class constructor. So already first point I showed you in this current example. So second and third I will show you now. So for that, let's start writing a simple program. So let me close this keyword class, and I'm going to create a new class. The class name is test class, and select public static void main, click on finish. So in this case what I will do, I am going to declare some methods. So first method what I will do, I will write a method called display1. Inside display1 method I am just giving a message called display1 method. So any message I am specifying in this. So in the second display2 method I am writing now. So in the display2 method what I am going to write, right? Let me do the same thing. So display2 method. So in this case, additionally what I am going to do, so whenever display2 method I am calling, right, I am also calling the display1 method inside display2. So display1 I am directly calling. So this calling statement, what happens, right, internally it will be taking care of this dot display1. So why, that's why it is called as implicit calling. So if you go back to this point, this can be used to invoke the current class method also, but it is implicit calling. So we do not need to explicitly say that to the compiler. So first of all, let me execute it. So in order to execute these methods, right, I need to create an object for test class first. So test class object equal to new test class. So using this object I am going to call display2. So I am going to call display2. The display2 method will call the display1 method. So let's see like the execution is happening or not. So run as Java application. So display1 method and display2 method is called automatically. So here display1 method I have defined only, and display2 method I am calling the display1 and also adding a print statement. In this case both the methods are called, right? So the message also printed. So let me comment out this code, and I am going to uncomment this code. So I am placing this in a new line, so it will be uncommented. Now if I am running this, so behavior will be exactly same. So display1 and display2. Display1 method print is happening, display2 method print is happening. So these two statements are exactly same. So whenever I am calling one method inside another method within the same class, then this keyword is automatically applied, and it is an implicit statement. So this statement is same as this statement. So let me comment this. So this is same as this. You can remember this. So maybe this is an implicit calling. It's not very important, but for understanding the concept I am saying you this example. So this is very simple. So implicit calling will happen in this case. So if you do not specify also, there is no problem. So that is about the point number 2. Number 3, we will need to write little more program. So first of all I will close the test class, and number 3, right? So what is the point 3 is saying? This can be used to invoke the current class constructor also. So how can I write it? Then I need to write a program. So I am going to write a program now. So create a new class. So I am going to create a class called test, and select public static void main, click on finish. So first of all, I am going to declare some constructors. So let me write a default constructor initially. So default constructor will not take any inputs. So this is default constructor. Um, I can put this inside the print statement directly. So this is a default constructor, and then I am going to declare one parameterized constructor. So this parameterized constructor will accept an input of string str, and what it will do, it will print that value on the console. So str it will print on the console, and I am going to take one more constructor, string str comma int x. So two values this constructor is taking. So I am going to print the value of str plus one space I am giving and printing the value of x. So uh, now in order to call these constructors, right, what I have to do, I have to create an object for this class. So test obj object name equal to new test. If I am giving empty, right, it is a default constructor calling. So let me execute it. So default constructor calling is happening. So if I am passing a string value, if I am passing Swaroop, this is going to call a constructor with single parameter. So Swaroop constructor is called. This constructor is called single parameter. And if I am passing two values, suppose I am passing Swaroop and 100, run as Java application, it is going to call the third constructor. So there are three constructors, Swaroop 100. So all the three constructors are called using different statements. So if I am not passing any values, it is going to call the default constructor. If I am passing single value, it will call the string constructor, second constructor. And when I am passing two values, it will call the third constructor. So in this case, if I want to call the another constructor, right? So what I will do, I will use a keyword called this here. So this, and if I put bracket, right, what it will do, this will call the default constructor. So if I'm executing this code, you see what happens. So first of all, the default constructor is called. Why the default constructor message is printed, right? This statement, what it will do, it will call the third constructor. So this is the third constructor. So let's say this is the first constructor, and this is second constructor, parameterized constructor, and this is third one. So now I am calling the third constructor because I am passing two values. This constructor overloading we have discussed previously. So overloaded, I have overloaded the constructors by writing three methods. One is not having any inputs, one is having one input, one is having two inputs. So I am calling the constructor by using the new keyword with the third case. So third case, if I am calling, and inside this I am using the keyword of this and putting empty brackets. So internally what the compiler will do, right, it will call this constructor whenever a constructor, this the test constructor, third constructor, whenever the calling happens, the code will start executing, and it will call the default constructor first of all, because I used a keyword called this and put empty brackets, and after that the print statement for Swaroop and 100 is printed. So like this way you can execute. So if I execute one more time, the output will be same. So default constructor and Swaroop 100, and also I can call the parameterized constructor also. So some keyword like testing I am passing. So in this case, previously it called the first constructor, default constructor, but if I am passing a value, right, it is going to call the second constructor. So with a message called testing, it will print on the console. Instead of default constructor, you will see a message called testing, and after that Swaroop 100 will be printed. If I am running as Java application, so testing and Swaroop 100 is printed. So this is example for the third point. So I hope it is clear. So the first point is already we have seen a detailed example using the local variables and instance variables, and second case is implicit condition only. like current class method we can call using the another method directly, and if you are using the keyword of this also it will work. So this is implicit concept. And the third case is using the keyword of this. So this is also very simple. You can write multiple constructors and directly use this keyword. What the keyword will do, right? The keyword will be using and calling the current class object. So current class object will be pointing to the constructor. So here object creation always will call a constructor. So that's why constructor calling is happening. So these 3 points, it should be easy. So you can practice it and understand. Here one more topic will come. There is a topic called constructor chaining. So I have not explained about constructor chaining. I will explain you. So using this topic only, the constructor chaining will be happening. So how the constructor chaining will happen, right? So let me remove this statement. So what I will do, from the third method I will call the second method. From the second method I will call the first method. This is called chaining. Chaining means if like multiple people are standing and they are holding the hands, right? You can think like a chain can be formed. Like one person is holding the hands of another subsequent person. Similarly, in constructor chaining in programming also, you can call the previous constructor. So I am going to call the another constructor. Use a semicolon. So why it is throwing error? Okay, I should not use test, right? I should use this keyword. Just now I told. So this keyword I should use. We should not directly use the class name. We should use this keyword. So from the third case I am going to call the second one, and from the second one I am going to call the default constructor. So in the class I am going to call the third constructor. So third constructor is called, and inside the third constructor second constructor is called. Here the second constructor calling is happening, which is taking the input of string. Inside the second constructor I am calling the first constructor. So here it is calling to. So this is called as chaining concept. Chaining means one constructor is calling the another constructor. So all the constructors are calling one another. So 3 is calling 2, 2 is calling 1, and 1 do not need to call anything. So it will just execute the initialization or anything, right? So constructors generally do the initialization of the values. So you can initialize the values, and for our understanding we are just printing the message. So to check whether the calling is happening. So let me execute this code. So this is a constructor chaining topic. So first of all the default constructor calling happened. Why? So this statement will call the third constructor. So third constructor will be called, and now second constructor is calling. Before the print statement execute, the second constructor will be called. So now second constructor is called. Again the first constructor is called. So in the first constructor the print message will happen. So that's why default constructor is printed first. So first constructor is completed now. So the calling statement will return here, and second constructor string will be printed. So testing is printed, second constructor, and the second constructor is completed and it will return to the third constructor. So this calling statement will be returned, and finally the Swaroop and 100 is the third constructor print statement. So this will be printed. So in this way the constructor chaining is what is constructor chaining? Calling of one constructor with the another constructor. Calling of one constructor with inside another constructor. So you can think of inside another constructor of the same class. We are calling in the same class, not different class. So same class we are calling means this topic is constructor chaining. It's not very important, but a basic topic of using this keyword and constructor logic, you can understand it. It's not extensively used, but if you can understand the topic of default and parameterized constructor, that's sufficient. And in case of the keywords, right? So this keyword, if you understand up to the first point, it's more than enough. These two are additional things I told you. And even for this keyword there are many more combinations possible, but those are a little advanced and we don't generally use. So if you are interested, you can browse about this keyword. There are so much concept is there, but you do not need to understand everything. So if you try to understand also, it is little confusing and tricky. So this is more than enough. This should be sufficient to understand this keyword. Majorly, it will deal with the instance variables and local variables for the object and method. So is it clear so far? Can you confirm in the chat? Is my voice coming? Anyone able to hear me? Okay, so the concept of this keyword is completed. So I have showed you with three examples here. First example is of using the local variables and instance variables, both using the constructor and the method. I have showed you with an example here, user defined method and constructor. And second case is about implicit calling, and the third case is about constructor chaining. So using the keyword of this, so you are doing the constructor chaining logic here. So this is done. Now the next topic is on topic called static. So this is also very important keyword in Java. So let's understand it step by step. So static also we are going to use it extensively everywhere. So you have to understand the static keyword. So static keyword, right? Static keyword can be applied to both variables and methods. So we have discussed so far about variables and methods multiple times. So the static keyword can be applied to both variables and methods. So you can apply to variables and methods, and so in this way what happens, right? There will be different kinds of combinations can happen. So static variables can be there, static methods can be there, and there will be non-static variables, and the fourth is non-static methods. So what are static variables and static methods? For every variable you have to use the keyword of static, and for methods you are going to use the keyword of static for the method. So these are called static variables and methods. So the actual concept of static I will explain you, but the keyword you have to specify before the variable, that is called a static variable, and static method means you have to use the keyword of static before the method. And for non-static variables and non-static methods, what it is, so you will not specify any static keyword. So in these two cases you are going to specify the static keyword. So in the third and fourth case, what you will do, you will not specify anything. If you do not specify anything, those are non-static variables and non-static methods. So these are simple, like for your understanding I have segregated as four types. So we will understand these four ways, how can we generally declare, and what is static, and how it will actually work. Everything we will understand step by step. So first of all, let me take and I'll show you as like a diagram. So I'm going to take a class. So generally a class, we can take any class. So this class I'm taking like it is a student class. Let's say that this is a student class. This class is named as student, and in the student class what we will have, right? Generally some variables and methods will be there. So there will be variables and methods. So let's think of it is having some variables and some methods. So I'm going to give some names to these variables and methods. So let me declare some variables in this case, in this box. So int roll number, and then I'm going to give like grade for the student. So student will generally have a roll number, grade, and he can also reside in some city, right? So I'm taking a string of city, and there can be some method. So here the method I'm just giving some display method, and any other method you can take. So let's take a method called display for understanding, ease of understanding. Uh, this is a class we have declared here. So in order to create the object, what we have to do, we have to use a new keyword, and we can create multiple objects. So in the memory, whenever you are using a new keyword, multiple objects are created in the memory, and every object what it will be having, right? It will be having both variables and methods. This class is just a template in this case. But whenever I am creating an object, so this is a class which is a template I have defined. For your understanding, I have given a diagram here, but this is just a template I am going to define. I am writing some code, right? After explaining, I will write a code for the student class. So in that I am going to give int, char and string, and there is a method. And whenever I am creating some objects, right? So objects I am going to create. So whenever an object is created, every object will have a unique memory allocated. So this is object 1 I am taking. So this is object 1, and the second case is object 2. So this is going to be object 2. Every object will have a unique memory in Java. So if you are creating multiple new keywords, multiple objects will be created. It will not share the memory, so it will be having unique memory. Object 1 will have one memory, object 2 is having one memory, 3 is having one memory. So what is the logic of static here? So why we are generally using static? Let's take like a student is belonging to the same school, right? So he may be belonging to the same school. In that case, the school address will be same. So the city of the student will be generally the same address. So let's think that the city is same. So all students are belonging to the same city. So in this case, the property of this city is same for all the three students. So instead of declaring and creating memory for every object, right? If you are having a common memory, it will be good, right? So the city, I'm taking one example of city, but any property or any method you can take which is common to all the objects. So if you are using a static keyword, what happens in the memory, right? There will be some memory allocated like class memory. So these are all object memory. Object 1, object 2, object 3 are object memory. So there will be one more memory created called class memory. So this class memory is belonging to the student class. So student class will be whenever I'm specifying a variable called static, right? Static variable or static method I'm specifying for any variable that will be stored in the class memory, and every object can able to access it, but the values will be not storing inside the object memory. So if I am giving the string city as a static variable or display method as static method, what happens? That will be stored inside this class memory, and it will be common across all the objects. So if you are creating multiple objects also, the memory of static variables and methods will be shared, and it will be stored inside the class memory. So here I am going to give like static variables and static methods. So I am going to increase. So these are static variables and these are static methods. So if you are having any common properties, right? So common city or common display methods which are applicable to all the objects, in that case it will be more memory efficient if you are using the static keyword, and this class memory is going to hold. This is will be a additional memory created in the Java virtual machine runtime. Whenever execution happens, this object memory is different and class memory is common to the entire class. So it will be only once it will be there. It will not be there multiple times. It will be there only once in the heap memory. And all the objects, if we are using the city, right? So if I am giving string as city, sorry, the city as the static variable. So string city if I am giving as a static variable. So every object, object 1, object 2, object 3, everything will be accessing the city variable, which is just having the memory inside the class. So the static variable is a common variable to all these objects. So it will be having only memory in the class memory, and it is a single memory. So inside the object there will be again no memory allocated. So city is a static variable if I am declaring it as static. So inside object 1 there will not be any memory allocation. Object 2 also there will not be anything. Object 3 also it will not have anything. So it will be placed inside this class memory. And when I am using even object 1 dot city, if I am using, right, object 1 dot city, it will point to this class memory and pick that value. Object 2 dot city, again if I am calling, it will pick the static variable value only. Object 3 dot city, it will again call the static variable. So the common memory whichever is available in the class memory, it will call. So similarly in the method also. So object 1 dot display method, let's take an example like it is a static method. Object 1 dot city if I am giving, right, it will call the method which is a common method in the class memory. Object 2 dot city also it will call the class memory method only. There won't be additional memory allocated for the static variables inside the objects. Inside the objects there will not be memory for the static variables. So it will be available only in the class memory. So whenever why we use static, right? If there is only common properties, then only we use a static keyword. If there is no common property, we do not need to use static keyword. So here city is common. There can be another example where some other property can be same, property or data or variable, whichever is same. Then only we use static keyword. If they all these values are changing, right? So city of student maybe currently we are doing online course, right? So the city of each student is different. So in this case I cannot use static keyword. That case it is invalid. But if we are using this on a physical school, right, students, in that case city will be same in most of the cases. So that time you can use a static keyword, and the property will be same for all the objects. So while explaining you the program, I will explain more topics about static. So there are multiple points you have to understand. So static variables are also called as referred as class variables. If we are using class variables name also, it is generally static variables only. These are different from the global variables. You should not confuse static variables with global variables. So global variables are the variables which are generally declared outside the class, and this is not applicable for the Java programming. So global variables terminology we should not use. We should use the class variables for the static variables. So these are linked to the class memory. That's why they are called as static variables. And even the static methods are also referred as class methods. So you can call them as class methods or static methods. So static methods we will call, but even they can also be referred as class methods. And the static variables or methods, generally these are common for all the objects. Static variables and methods are common to all the instances of the class. So if I am declaring a student class, so it is having variables and methods, and I am creating multiple objects. So instances are nothing but the objects. Instances or objects. If I am declaring multiple objects, the static variables will be created only once, but these are common, right? Common in the sense these are created only once. Only once they are created. in the memory, and these are common to all the instances. We can use the object dot and also call the static variable. This is also possible. You can also use the class name dot the variable name or method name. Two ways you can call, either the object also you can refer, that is fine, or class also you can refer and call it. So we will see examples around that to understand it better. And in this diagram, one more time I can tell you, like the static variables or methods are not placed in the object memory. This you have to understand. So these are not linked to the object, but you can able to call them using the object dot the cd or dot display. You can use and call it, but these are not placed in the object memory. That's why they are placed in the class memory, and these are common properties for all the objects. So city or anything, right? So the address of the school, like students will have some address for the school, right? So the address can be common for all the students. So in that case, city or address or any common property we can generally declare as static. If it is not common property, you should not use static. So static is used only for common properties. So let me start writing a program, create a new class. I'm going to create a student class and then select public static void main, click on finish. So inside the student class I am going to declare some variables and also declare some methods. So generally what are the variables we'll have? We'll have roll number, we'll have something like grade, and we also thought about city, right? So let's take city. So the third case I am going to put as a static. So I am thinking that this will be generally common. Roll number will be always unique to the student, and grade also may change depending upon the student marks whatever he is getting. So these are going to change, but city will be generally same if the student is in the same city location. So let's define this as static, and I am going to write some methods also. So let me write a method called display1. So for this display1 method, I am going to give static keyword. So another method I am going to give without static. So display2. This is non-static method. So non-static means we are not specifying any keyword of static here. So that is called as non-static method. And in this case, we are giving static keyword. So this is the static method, static display method. So this is the basic class I am taking, which is having three variables. So these two variables are not non-static, and this is the static variable. And this display method is static, and this display2 method is non-static. Now let me create one like first of all what I will do, right? Uh, since I am in the same class, I can directly call this method using without using the object creation. So if I need to call the roll number, right? Can I call roll number directly like this? We cannot call, right? But can I call city directly? Okay, so I can able to call this city outside. So if I am directly specifying here, it's not allowing, but if I am putting in the print statement, it is fine. So let me put it in the print statement. First of all, I'll execute you and explain. So it is coming null because default value of string is generally null. So city I'm specifying maybe city like Delhi I'm specifying. So this is a default value I'm hard coding in this case just for testing purpose. So without creating an object, we can directly call the static variables and static methods. That's what I wanted to show. So this public static void main is the execution point, right? Execution point for the main method. Execution point for the Java code. Execution point for the Java code. So here whenever execution happens, if you are calling the static variables or methods, you do not need to specify any object. So for calling the city or display method also I will call now. So display method if I am calling, right, display 1, I do not need to create an object in order to call these methods. Object creation is not required for calling static variables and methods. Object creation is not required for calling both static variables and methods. So since I am in the same class, I do not need to use even the class name. So if I am in a different class, right? So student is a class and main method is also in the same class. So that's why this city and display one, which are static variable and method, I do not need to use even the class name. If I am in the same class, I do not need to use a class name. Directly I can call city and display. So let me take roll number, right? So roll number, if I am giving sysout and putting roll number, so will it allow? It will not allow. If I place the cursor, what it is saying, cannot make a static reference to the non-static field roll number. So compiler is understanding, right? It is a non-static field. Roll number is a non-static field because no static keyword is there, and it is saying that cannot make a static reference to the non-static roll number. So we are not creating an object and trying to call the roll number. What the compiler is saying, so it is not a static variable. So there are some suggestions here. You can change the roll number to static. So the second suggestion is valid in this case. So change the roll number to static. So if I am selecting that suggestion, then static keyword is added here. In that case, there will not be error. But if I do not specify static, and if I need to call the roll number, right, then what I have to do? I have to create an object. So let me create an object for this student class. So student stu equal to new student I have to give. Without creating object for non-static variables, you cannot directly call. So stu dot roll number. So initially, if you do not have any value, the variable value will be 0 for integer, and this will be empty, and this will be I have initialized with Delhi. Otherwise, string will be having null value, default value. So I am trying to print this roll number on the console. So let's see, 0 should come in the output. So 0 display static method, static display method. This is display one method is calling, and Delhi is for this city. So roll number. Even if you want to call the grade also, you can call now, because object is already there. Now you can call the grade also, that is fine. So let me give grade stu dot grade. Directly if I am giving grade, again it will not allow. You can get the same error. So cannot make static reference to the non-static grade, non-static field, right? There is no static, so it is non-static. If you want to use it, you have to specify the object. So in this case, you are specifying the object. If I am running one more time, it is not having any value. That's why it is giving empty. So if you want to assign some value, you can put stu dot grade equal to, let me put a grade, So by default character will be empty value. So if you don't assign anything, you cannot see it on the console. So I am initializing, so the grade is coming correctly. And there is another display2 method. Can I call display2 method directly? You cannot call the display2 method directly. Cannot make a static reference to the non-static method display2 for the type student. So display2 I did not specify any static. So that means if you go back to this diagram, object need to be created for accessing the non-static variables and methods. So these non-static variables and methods, right? You have to create an object. In case of static variables and methods, object creation is not mandatory. Like even object you can create and access the static variables, but you without the object creation also we have been able to use it because these are belonging to the class memory. So the class memory it will be allocated and you do not need to use an object. So these are static variable and method. I did not use any object, but in this case I have already showed you the error and the display2 also getting the error. So you have to use stu dot the student object I have to use, and then only the display2 method I can call. What it means background, what is happening? So the object whatever is memory is created, there only the non-static variables are created. So every non-static variable will have a unique object, but a static variable will be belonging to the class memory, so there is no need of object creation in this case. So let me print it first and I'll explain you little more topics. So first of all, ct is printed, which is a static variable, and static display method, this is also a static method. And now object I have created and printing the roll number. The default value of integer is 0, and character I am initializing with grade as A, and then stu.display2. This is non-static method. I have given the print statement as non-static method. And one more thing, stu.ct also you can call. There won't be any error. So it is, I think, throwing an error. Assign statements to local variable. Okay. It is throwing error. Why? Because directly you cannot use stu.ct. Maybe I can assign some value like this. So if I am giving Hyderabad, right, that is fine. But directly only writing the statement up to this, it is throwing an error. It is some syntax error we have done. So you can directly pass this in the print statement. It will work. Even sysout if I am giving and putting inside the print statement, right, that is fine. Like using this object you can call the static variable or static method. So run as Java application. So the Delhi is accessible, the city is accessible using the object also, but the city is belonging to the static. So it will, the memory it is referencing to the static memory only. So if I place the cursor, the static field student.city should be accessed in a static way. It is giving a warning. This is not an error. This is a warning. So static field student.city should be accessed in a static way. Even if I am using an object, right? Using an object means it is non-static way. So using object means it is non-static way. But if I am using a static object using a non-static way, it is giving a warning. It is fine. But we generally don't use the object where like static variable using an object. So you can directly call it, which is fine. So even if you want to use the object also, it will give a warning, but compilation will happen. And let me use stu.display1 also. stu.display1. So display1 is a static method. In this case also warning will come. This is not error. Warning means we have done some issue, but its compilation will happen for warning. The static method display1 for the type student should be accessed in a static way. What does it mean? Static way means either we have to use the class name or we can call directly. Directly calling is possible only within the same class. Student and main method both are in the same class. So first of all, within the same class I am showing. The next example will be using a different class. So first of all, understand about the same class. So using the object you can call, it will give a warning and compilation will happen. If I am running this, compilation will happen and output also will be printed. So static method and city, right? These are accessed using the object also. Using the object also you can access it, but the memory will be available in the class memory only. It will not be in the object memory. So that's why it is asking, the compiler is asking you to use should be accessed in a static way. So that's why the error is coming. So let me remove this STU and the warning will be gone. Run a Java application. So it is working, right? So this is up to a basic example using within the same class. So what I will do, I am going to comment out the main method in this, and I will be going to create a new main method. Create a class called student main. Student main is a custom class I am creating. Public static void main. Select it and click on finish. And whatever code I have written here, so this code I am going to copy fully. Everything I am copying, and I am going to comment out this main method. Since I want to create a main method in another place, I am going to comment it out. So only the class declaration happened here. Variables, static and non-static variables are there, and static and non-static methods are there, and there is no main method. In this main method I am going to write this code. So the same code, I am not changing any code here. So but it is throwing error. If you observe closely here, the error is there. Why the error is coming? The error is coming because city cannot be resolved to a variable. So the city and display method is not available in the student main, right? If you are directly calling, it will be pointing to the memory of student main. But these are available in a student class, which is a different class. Student main is a different class, student is a different class. So if you are trying to access from outside the class, right, you have to use the class name student.city. If you are using this, the error is gone now. So that's why the class memory, it is pointing the static variable and method, it will belong to class memory, and directly you can call the class and use the dot operator and use the static variable and static method also the same way, student dot display one. So the error is gone now. So if you are not using the student, the city and display one should be available in the student main. Since it is in the another class, you have to use the appropriate class name and use the dot, and then this is static variable and method calling will happen in this case. And the object, non-static variable and method, you have to create an object. There is no alternate way. So you have to create an object for roll number, grade. Object is mandatory because these are non-static variables and methods, and display2 is also non-static method. Object is mandatory, and here you can use stu.ct and stu.display1. It will work, but it is not recommended. So it is a warning because it is not recommended way. So let me run it. So I am going to close the console and run it using a separate student main. So what it is printing, the city value, first of all it is printing on the console. Student.city is Delhi. Default value I have defined here, Delhi. And display1 I am giving, right? So student.display1, what it is printing, static display method. So static display method is printing, and after that roll number I am printing using an object. So this is a non-static variable. So default value is 0, and if you initialize it with some other value, it will show accordingly. If I give 101, then 101 will print. If I am running it one more time, so 101, I have initialized it with 101, then 101 will come. And I have given A grade, so A grade. After that display2 method. So display2 method is in non-static, right? So non-static method is printed, and this CT is I am accessing using the object, but it will refer to the static variable only. It will not have additional memory in the object. So a static variable and method will be pointing to the class memory. So Delhi and static display method, this will be working the same. If you are using within the class or outside the class, the functionality is exactly same. Only change is for the static variable and static method, you have to use the class name. This is the only thing you have to change. For the non-static variables and methods, it is same. Object creation is mandatory. Object creation is required for non-static variables and methods. So non-static variables and methods, object creation is mandatory. Otherwise, you cannot access those variables. So object creation is mandatory for non-static variables and methods. In case of static variables and methods, object creation is not required. Within the same class, you can call directly without using any class name. So here class name is not required. But if you are calling it from different class, you have to specify the class name. Then only the correct class memory it can point out in the Java. JVM can identify that, and then it will give the CT and display. Okay, so let's try to little bit summarize these things. So static variables are also called as class variables, static methods are class methods, and static variables or methods are common to all the instances and objects. So here I have showed you only one instance variable object STU I have taken. Even STU1, 2 like this multiple objects if you are creating also, the behavior will be same. The static variable will be belonging to the class only, static variable and method. So the behavior will be exactly same. So it will be common to all the objects will be pointing to the same class memory. So to summarize, let's understand. So static so to access the static variables and methods, right? Methods, you can use the class name directly. And if it is within the same class, you do not need the class name also. Within the same class, in the main method, no need of class name. This is for static variables and methods. This is one point. Just I am summarizing whatever I have explained. So the second point is in order to access the non-static variables and methods, right? You need to use the object creation. So this is mandatory for non-static variables and methods. If you do not create an object, you cannot able to access. It was throwing error. We have already seen that. So within the same class or another class, anywhere we have to create object only for non-static variables and methods. For static variables and methods, we can directly call using the class name. And if like you can use the object to access the static variables and methods. No errors will be thrown. But internally what happens, right? It will point to the class memory only. So class memory, that means static variable and method will be common to the entire class. So all the instances and will be accessing the same methods. So This is on a high level. So in this case, let me create another object. So stu1 I am taking. So I just wanted to show one more thing. So stu1, let me rename everything as stu1, and I am going to create one more object for stu2. So stu1 I am creating stu1. So everything is student object 1. So the same way, let me create student object 2. So student stu2 equal to new student. So the roll number, grade, everything will be the common. So I am going to only think about the static variable. So stu2.ct. So it is a static variable, and static method I am going to call stu2.display. Display one is the static method. So if I am calling this, right, the if I am using a different object also, the memory that is pointing it is same only. It will point to this Delhi, like Delhi will print again, and a non-static like static display method will be printed. So even if you create any number of objects for static variables, it doesn't matter, and it will point to the same memory. That's what I thought to show. So Delhi and static, right? This is for the student object 2. stu2 it is printing. This is for stu1. So you can try to practice it. So the topic is simple. Only thing you have to understand, the static variables will belonging to the class, and non-static variables will belong to the object. That is the main difference. And whenever there is some common property, then only we use a static. If there is no common property, right, you should not use static. So if the city is also changing for every student, in that case I am not going to use a static keyword. So based on the requirement only we use a static keyword. If there is no such requirement, you are not required to use a static keyword. Okay. So up to this is the basic of static, and a few more things I am going to explain. So let me take a class called test. I am taking a class, right? So in this class what I will do, I am going to declare a string variable, string str equal to, I am giving Swaroop. So the static variable str, how can I access for this test class, right? How can I generally access test.str? I have to call, right? And this test.str is a string object. So string is a class, predefined class in Java, and this str is an object, immutable object. That is fine. So test.str, if I am calling, right, it is in string return type. So on this method, can I use length method? So what this will do, right, it will return length of the string. So this string str is having some length. This is a predefined class. So test.str, since it is a static object, I am directly calling it. So this is a static variable. So test.str is a static variable. So do not need to create an object here. So directly test.str I can use, and on that if I am again putting dot, right, then length method I am applying. So this is valid, right? It's not going to throw any error. So even I can show you in the console. So there won't be any error in this case, and it will return the length of the string str. If you want to see this, right, so test class is already there. So I am going to create a class called test1. Let me create test1, select public static void main, remove this. So string str equal to, I am giving some string called Swaroop, and I need to specify static also. The topic is static, so this test1 class is having a string with static keyword, so it belongs to the class. This str will belong to the class memory. If I am directly calling this test1.str, right, it will allow me to proceed. But only thing, the error is coming because I have to assign it to some other value like string s equal to. If I am giving like this, then the error will be gone. So directly if you are simply giving this, the error is coming like some declaration, some syntax error is there. So you can take another variable and assign it here. Otherwise what we can do, like let me remove all this and I am going to put it and put length. So length is working. So this is a valid statement, and if you want to see it on the console, let me put it in the print statement. So system.out.println, so test1.str.length. So 7 is printed. So Swaroop is having 7 characters. Uh, so using the class name, I am using the variable name, and then on that I can apply any method, right? String is having many inbuilt methods. So concat, append, split, anything I can define. So why I am showing you this example, I am going to show you one more example. That's why I explained you this thing. So this statement is valid. So this is getting executed. You can see that this is getting executed. If you are giving simply like this in the main method, it is throwing error because of syntax error. So you have to use the length also. And this total thing is an integer, so you can assign it to a variable or you can print it on the console, which is fine. I am printing it on the console now. So this one, why I explained you, right? I am going to tell you one more thing. So there is another predefined class in Java. So string is a predefined class, right? Similarly, system is also a predefined class in Java. So far we are being using this system.out.println multiple times. It's not one day, right? Last 15 days we were using this multiple times. So I am going to explain why the system.out.println is written like that. So system is a predefined class. This is already defined in the Java. So in this there is one static variable. So it is having some class and the variable name is out. So here str is a variable name. Similarly system.out.println. So this out is a variable, static variable. That's why static dot like system dot out dot println I am giving, right? Here length is defined in the string class. Similarly, the println method is defined in the print stream class. Here print stream is a class. Is a predefined class in Java. So print stream is a predefined class, and it is having many methods like println, print, and there are many more methods, but we do not need to know all those things. So println and print we have seen examples. So println will print the value in the new line, like after printing a new line character is printed. In case of print, it will not print any new line character after the text is printed. So system is a predefined class. Inside that I am declaring an object. This is already done in the system class in the Java programming. So if anyone asks you to explain the system.out.println, so how you have to explain? First of all, you can maybe take this example and explain them. So then you can explain this like system is a predefined class and out is a static variable which is having the print stream as the variable type. So string is having str is having the string class as the data type. So print stream also is a class and it can also be a data type, right, for the out variable. So the print stream is having println. So if I am putting out dot, then this println, print, and every other methods will come. So if you want to see this visually, right, so system dot, so if I am putting system dot, so many things are coming. You can see that in and out and error, class, and there are many more things. Exit is there, system dot exit, system dot current time, get environment. This is garbage collection, GC. So many things, but I am focused on in out only now. So I am selecting out, out out dot. If I am giving dot, again so many methods are coming. So if I am scrolling down, print is coming. Print is coming with multiple data types. So print is also an overloaded method, which is taking the character, double, float, int, long. So all these are overloaded methods. And printf is also there. It is printing in formatting. Println is print the print the text and print a new line character after the text. Even println is also an overloaded method. Even you can give println as empty or take a boolean character, double, float. It will accept all the different data types. Even object also it is accepting. So if it is accepting object, it will take every data type. So println, you can put print. So false is not required. I think in case of print you have to pass some argument. So let me put a number, print 1. Again system dot out dot println. So in this case you can give empty, which is fine. So even if you want to pass any data type, that is, since it is overloaded, it will accept any data type. So println is one method, print is another method. So system is a predefined class and out is a static variable which is having the data type of print stream. So print stream is having many methods like println, print, and so many other methods are there. If anyone asks you, or for your understanding, the static topic, right? Static topic is having this out is also a static variable. That's why I am explaining you this thing. So system is an inbuilt class and print stream is an inbuilt class, which is having these methods. So that's why system.out.println, why we are writing, for this reason only. Like out is a static variable. So apart from this, we also used in some of the programs this math.random method also. Even the math.random, right? Math is a predefined class and random is a static method. If I write it, you can see like math.random. So math class. So java.lang is having the math class, which is predefined class, and this random, right? Random is also a static method. It may not be specified explicitly, but it is an static method here. So if I click on the math, right? Okay, it is a public final class. So if I do Control F, random. Okay, this is random generator. Okay, the previous one. The public static double of random. So this random method is also static. How I have navigated here? Inside the test method, right? I have written math.random. So you can do control left click. If you are doing control left click on this method, the math.class, right? This is a compiled code which is available in the Java system. JRE system library is having all these classes, right? The math.class is also a compiled code. You can able to view it. So here what I have done, I am doing control F and searching for random method. So public static and the return type is double and it is returning the random number generator. It is internally calling, so we do not need to worry about it, but just I wanted to show that this random is also a static method. So this is a static method, predefined method in the Java. So this is a thing you can go through, like any predefined class if you want to click, right? So if I go to this test one more time, and if you want to open the system also, you can click on control click, you can do on system. So control click, if I am doing control left click, the system.class will open. You can able to navigate all these things. we do not need to know everything, but if you want to learn deeply, like you can go through like anything, like these are all predefined methods, right? So you can go through them. Even the string also, you can do control left click on the string and it will open the string dot class, and it is implementing all these things. That is fine. So if you want to see the length method, length, so length, let me use the bracket. So public int of length, right? It is taking the value of length, and what it is doing inside is, it's not our problem. So it is returning an integer data type. That is important for us. So the length is returning an integer data type, and it is taking some logic and returning some integer value finally. So it is like public value. So you do not need to worry about this class things, but just for showing you the static, I have gone through the dot class files. So this is about static. Today I will discuss a few more examples on static keywords. So today's topic, let's start with static. Static already, this and this keyword and static keyword, I gave some examples. So another example I am going to give for static keyword. So static is a keyword in Java. So this topic I am not starting freshly today. So this is an earlier session topic. I am extending that and giving you one more example. So static, right? Static can be assigned to both variables and methods. Static variable, and there is something like static method. So whatever variable or method, if you are giving the keyword of static, that is called as static variable and static method. If you are not specifying the keyword, those are called as non-static variables and methods. And these static variables are belonging to the object, sorry, the class memory. So this I explained you with diagram previously. So today on a high level you understand that static variables belongs to the class memory, and static methods belongs to the class memory. Both static variables and static methods belong to the class memory, and you do not need to create an object in order to call these variables and methods. So object creation is not mandatory. Even if you are using the object, it will work. Only warning it will throw. So in the previous example, if you go through the video also, if you didn't attend it, so there I showed you like there are warnings if you are using the object to call the static members. Static members means both variables and methods. So object creation is not required for static variables. You can directly use the class name and call them. So in this example, you will understand little more about that, and there are something like non-static variables and methods, right? Variables and methods. These are we are not going to use any static keyword, and these belongs to the object memory. So object memory in the sense, whenever you create a new object using the new keyword for a class, then for that object the static non-static variables and methods will belong, and if you are not specifying the static keyword for any variable or method, then they are called as non-static variables and methods, and these belong to the individual object. So object will be like multiple objects we can create. There is no restriction like 1 or 2, even 10 or 100 also you can create. So all these objects will have unique variables and methods. Those are non-static variables and methods, but if you are specifying static, it will be created only once in the class memory. For a single class it will be there only once, and only that memory it will be taken for the entire program execution time. So variable memory will be same for all the objects. So static variable, suppose I gave some name, so even if I'm using the object and calling that static variable, the memory is allocated in the class, so it will be retained, and till the end of the program it will be available. So this is about theory part. So I will show you one program, and after that little more theory is there. We will discuss more on that. So today's package I am creating day 18, right? So we are in day 18 finish. So under this package, let me create one class. So the class I am giving like my class. and then select public static void main, click on finish. So every class we generally have both variables and methods. So let me take some variables now. So first of all, I am going to take static variable. Static int counter I am taking. One variable name called counter, and I am initializing with 0. Even if you do not specify any number initializing, right, the integers will generally have a default value of 0. So I am specifying it explicitly, that is fine. Even if you don't specify, it will be 0 only. And I am going to create a non-static variable, or we can also call it as instance variable. I am not specifying any static. That is the observation you should have. So we don't need to specify any static keyword. So I am going to initialize it with the instance number is also 0, and I am going to write a default constructor. So since the class name is my class, so the constructor name is also my class, and it will not have any parameters. So here there will not be any inputs, that is default constructor. So inside this, what I am going to write, whenever this constructor is called, right, I am going to write counter plus plus, and even instance number plus plus I am giving. So I am just incrementing these two values whenever this constructor is called. When the constructor will be called, the default constructor, when you create a new object using the new keyword. So this is a default constructor. Now let me write one static method. So the method name is display counter I am giving, and let me print this value. So in this, what I am going to give, so based on the number of objects that are created, right, whenever a new keyword is written, the default constructor will be automatically called, and this counter will be incremented. So what I am going to write here, first of all, let me print this counter value. Then I'll explain you later what exactly happens. So one more non-static method. So non-static method is also called as instance method. Instance or object both are same. So whenever you create a new object, that instance will be created, and instance is unique. So that belongs to the object memory. So in this, I am going to just print the instance number. So I have taken a counter and I have taken instance, two variables I have taken. So this is a static variable, this is a non-static variable, and this is a default constructor where I am just incrementing these two values, and I have taken the display counter is a static method. I am just printing this output value of the counter, and non-static method I have taken, which is an instance method. Here I am printing the value of instance number on the console. So these are simple methods. We are not writing any complicated code here, so it is very simple. In the main method, what I am going to do, right? So main method I was repeating multiple times every time. So execution point for JVM. So main method is the point where the execution will start. That is how the Java programming is developed. So if you don't have a main method, you cannot execute your code. So at least one main method you should have in your code, and this public static void main is the syntax, and inside this you have to, since I'm going to call both the variables and the static variables and static methods, I'm going to write some code in the execution place. So main method. So first of all, what I will do, in for calling the static variables and methods, what we should do, right? So my class dot counter, I should like display counter is the method. So my class dot display counter. Why I am giving class name here? Because this method is a static method, and we don't need to create an object to call the static method. Even static variable also don't need to create an object. That's why I can able to call directly and there is no error. But in case of display instance number, if I am trying to do right, my class dot display instance number, you cannot even view it because that is not a static method. Display instance number is not static and you cannot view it. And since my class is the same class that main method is there, so even this my class is not required for static methods if you are in the same class. But if you are in a different class, then my class dot the static member you have to use, static variable or method. And after that, so if you need to call the static non-static variable and method, you cannot directly call. If you are putting dot, it's not coming. Display instance number and display instance number, both these are not coming because these are non-static will belong to the object, not the class. So first of all you have to declare some objects. So what I'll do, I will declare some objects first of all in the class my class, and I'm going to create object 1 and give new my class. So two objects I am going to create. Obj2 equal to new my class. So this is first object and this is second object. Now after creating these two objects, I need to, first of all I want to access the static members. So accessing the static members. So you can use the display counter with my class or directly you can call, because the main method is in the same class. My class is the class where we are currently writing the code. So if we are in the same class, then you can directly use the method, static method. Static member means both variable and method. So this display counter I am directly calling, and inside this display counter method, you can observe that I am printing the counter value, and whenever this new my class is called, right, this is going to create an object and also call the constructor implicitly. So implicit calling will happen. This you do not need to explicitly call. This is implicit calling, default constructor. Whenever an object is created, automatically this call will happen, and the incrementation will happen in this case. So I have started with 0, so counter will be 1 and instance number also will be 1 in case of first object. In case of second object, what happens? Since it is a static member, right, now the counter value is 0 and first object is already created, so counter value is 1 now. So whenever second object is called, that counter value 1 is retained in the memory, because this counter will be belonging to the class memory and the value is retained during the runtime. It will not be lost. In case of second object, right, it is again fresh object. So the non-static variable and method is created fresh in the memory, and whenever a my class is called for the second object, instance number will be incremented freshly. It will initialize with 0 and it will be incremented by 1, and it will be 1 in this case. In the second case, first case, it like in the second object case, the counter will be already having the number 1 because the first object is created, right? So that's what you have to understand for static variables. So it belongs to class memory and the values are retained during the runtime. So for static members, only static variables it is applicable. Values are retained during the runtime because the memory is not released, right? The static variable is belonging to the class memory and the program is not yet completed, so it is going on. So till the program termination, these variable values are retained and it will get incremented again. So second object whenever is created, the number 1 is already there, which is incremented during the first object, and it will again increment, and that's why when I execute this code, you will see that output slightly different. So that's why I'm explaining you. So first of all, let me run this as Java application. So number 2 is coming for display counter. Uh, okay, let me put it here. Run as Java application. So whenever I am calling the display counter initially, right, the number 1 is there, and second time number 2 is there. Why this is happening? Because whenever first object is created, the constructor is called and counter is incremented, and that counter value is retained in the class memory. So static belongs to the class, and it is retained in the class memory. And whenever a second object is again created, this counter is again incremented during the new object creation in the default constructor. And the display counter method, what it is doing, it is just printing the value on the console. So number 2 is printed in the second time. Why? Because the value is retained here. That is the importance of static. Like static will be belonging to the class and the values are retained in the runtime. If you are reusing the value, then previous value will be available. It will not be again initialized to 0. In case of non-static variables, these are initialized to 0 because every new object it will be having separate memory, fresh memory is created. But class memory is unique, right? Only once it will create in the class. This my class is a class which will have class memory only once. But in case of object memory, this obj1 is a new object, obj2 is a new object. So these instances or objects will hold the non-static non-static variables and methods. So these are called as instance or object members, non-static variables, and static will be belonging to the class. That's why you are seeing the value of counter is displaying as 2 here. Here it is displaying 1, and the same value is incremented whenever this new object is called, and it is uh, printing this. So if I am printing like as I already told, this display instance number directly you cannot call using the my class, or if I am giving, right, so let's try. So I cannot directly do this, so it will throw an error. Cannot make static reference to the non-static method display instance number for the type class, because this is a non-static member. You need to use it using an object only. So my object is in this case obj1. So obj1 I am using and printing this value. So let me repeat the same thing with second object also. obj2 dot display instance number. So I am going to execute it. So in order to differentiate this, let me put along with the counter, I am going to static variable counter. Like this I am giving, and here I am giving instance variable. So just to differentiate the two, all the numbers. So first of all, the counter variable is having initially 0 and it is incremented whenever a constructor is called in this case, and the instance variable is also incremented. If you observe the my class counter plus plus instance number plus plus, so both are incremented. And in the second case, right, so again new object I am creating and I am printing the counter of static variable. So the number 1 is retained in this case and it is incremented, so it is 2. And in case of second variable, right, display instance number, that is again created with fresh memory. It is a non-static. So if you understood this, that is good. So so this is one example I showed you, but you can try it with different examples using static, and you will understand this better. So this is a static variable, so the value is retained during the runtime, and the same old value is incremented in this case. But in case of instance variable, the old value is will not be there because this is a new object. again new memory is created, and initially the value is 0, and that 0 is incremented, so that's why 1 is coming here. So this is about the static variable. So generally, like a static variable, we prefer if you want to retain the values during the runtime. So until this my class code is completed, right? The Java will not terminate the program. So once the execution, everything is happened in the main method, then finally everything is released at the memory. But the static variable will hold the memory till the time the execution is completed. When the execution will complete, when the line number 38 is completed, right? So this bracket will terminate the program. So that's how, like uh, so try to practice this, so then you can understand this better. And these non-static variables or methods will belong to the multiple objects. Unique memory will be created for every object. So there are few more points, and along with the points, I will like give you some inputs around that. So for static methods and non-static methods, there are few things you have to remember. So static methods can access static variables and static methods directly. So the example is this public static void main is also a static method in Java. So this display counter is a static method, and even if you want to write a counter, right, directly you can use the counter value, but you have to assign it in another variable. So counter you can give here, and it will work. So counter is a variable, static variable, and you can use it directly using the class name. If you are using in another class, use the class name, but in the same class you can directly call it without any object creation. So inside a static method, so inside a static method, now I am talking. So if you are inside a static method, you can access the static variables and static methods directly using the class name if it is a different class, and if it is in the same class, the class name is also not required. So directly you can call. This point you have to understand. uh, and the second thing is static methods cannot access the non-static variables and methods directly. That's why I'm creating object. Whenever I'm explaining you, I am creating an object, right? So you need to create object to use these variables and methods. These non-static variables and methods, if you want to call in inside a static method, what you have to do, you have to create an object. That's what I have done here also. This instance variable or instance method, right? Instance number also directly I cannot call. If you want to call the instance number here, int x equal to, if I am giving instance number, right, it will not allow me to proceed because this is a non-static variable. If you want to use it, you can use it with the obj1 dot. So using the object you can do. So inside a static method, you can call the static variables and static method directly using the class name, and if you are in the same class, you can use directly without class name. So this is one point about static method, and the static method have another point. So inside a static method, you cannot access the non-static variables and method directly. You need to use an object. So even if I want to write something inside this static method, let's see. So these 2 points, let's try to understand inside this static method. So public static void main is the execution point, we know that. But suppose you want to write inside a different static method. So whether it is possible or not, let's see. So the first point, let's see. So static variables and static methods, whether I can call directly. So static variable, right? Counter. Already here counter is working. So static variable already I am able to call. So Suppose you want to see one more time, so int c equal to counter if I am giving, so it is working, direct calling is possible. Even with if you are in a different class, you can use my class dot counter, so it will call the static variable. And if I am suppose declaring another static method, so if I need to show you an example, I have to write one more static method. So static method, so display I am writing, let's say. So in this I am just giving like static display method. So this static method, a static variable, already I told, like inside static method you can call directly using the class name or without the class name. That is, even in the main method or in any other method, if it is a static method, you can directly call the variables and methods without creating object. So variable I have showed you. So let's see like whether this display method will work or not. So display method is also working, right? So this is a static method, and you do not need to create an object to call these things. But if you want to call this display instant number, so let me copy this and let me put it here. Whether it will work, it will not work, because cannot make a static reference to the non-static method. So since this is a static method, if you want to call the non-static variables and methods, you have to create an object. So that is even inside the main method, or even if it is a different method, different static method also, you have to create an object. Even this instance number you cannot call directly. So int d equal to instance number, let me give. So this also will throw error, because inside a static method you can only call the static variable and static method only, direct calling. So if you want to create an object, right? So let me create an object, looks like my class obj equal to new my class. So if I am doing like this, then using this object I can call this. So then it will work. Without this object it is throwing error, right? So if I am giving this object, now the error is gone. And this instant number also you can call using an object. So these are non-static variables and methods. Inside static method, calling non-static members needs object creation. So this is the important thing I wanted to convey. And in case of inside static method, I am already there, so no need of object. You can use the class and directly call. Since I am in the same method, I can directly call. If you are in a different method, you can use the class name dot counter and class name dot display. So these 2 points I gave you examples. So the first is static method calling the static variables and static methods. So that is possible, right? For static members inside, this is inside static method, inside static method. So first point I explained you, second point also explained you. Inside static method calling non-static variables and methods. It's not only in the public static void main, even in another static method also. This is the approach you have to follow. These 2 points are important. So if anyone asks you tricky interview question on static also, you should easily answer. That's why I'm explaining you too many times. So, and the third point is, this is also little easy only, so it's important. So non-static method. Non-static methods can access all variables and methods directly. So this is interesting. So non-static methods, right, can access all variables and methods, whether it is static or non-static. Methods directly without any object. So for that, let's see, like this non-static method is, we are having display instance number, right? So let's see whether it will work or not. So what I am saying in this third point, non-static methods can access all variables, whether it is static or non-static, anything it will call directly without object. So let me take one static variable, right? So counter. So inside the non-static method, this is the non-static method. If you do not want to disturb this, let's create one more non-static method. So I'm going to create one more non-static method. So the method name is maybe give display non-static. So inside this, let me print some message like non-static method. And inside this non-static method, whether I can call this counter variable or not directly is possible, right? Even though these static variables and methods belong to the class memory, using the object memory we can call it. This non-static method will belong to the object, right? So even the class memory related variables and methods like static variables and methods, you can call them inside the non-static method also. That's why you don't need to create an object inside the non-static method. Non-static method is after creating object only you will be calling a non-static method. So if you are calling this display instance number, right, this is a non-static method. Non-static method calling anyway will happen inside the main method. So whenever this non-static method is called, it's called using an object only. So inside the, this is already inside the object, right? Display instant number is already inside the object. So this is already inside the object memory. So again object creation is not required. So this class variables and methods, which are static variables and static methods, you can call directly without using any object inside a non-static method. So this third point also interesting. So there is not much use case is available, but for understanding the static and non-static, I am explaining you these things. So even in automation or anywhere in future, sometimes you may encounter this, but it is not frequently used. But for understanding, inside non-static method, right, you can call the static variable and static method. So what is the static method? So display counter is the static method. If I scroll little bit up, so display counter is the static method that I can call, like variable I can call, and method also I can call. And even other non-static methods like display instance number, this also you can call directly, because this all these non-static methods are belonging to the object already. So whenever an object is created only, all these belong to the object, and inside the object memory these are residing, right? So you should not use again one more object inside the non-static method. That's not correct logic, because already the object is created and the non-static method is residing inside an object. Then using that object, the calling is already happening in the main method. So in the same memory all these methods are available, all the non-static methods are in the same memory. So this non-static display non-static and display instant number is in the same memory of the object. So you should not use object in this case. That is the logic. That's why we are not requiring any object in this third point. So you can access all the variables whether it is static or non-static. So in case of static, these are belonging to class memory, and this object also belongs to the class only, right? Finally, so you can call it directly. Even if you are using the class name also, it will not throw error. So there is no error in this case. So you can either follow this notation, or you can also follow the class name, or you can call directly, no error will happen. So if you are in a different class, then you need to use the class name, but within the same class, right? My class is the same class and all this code is in the same class. So that time you don't need to explicitly say that this is a static variable. So this is display instance number, and what else we have? We have this instance number, right, which is a non-static variable. So even that also, let me put in some variable and assign it. So the calling is happening both for static variable, static method, non-static variable, non-static method. So this is about third point. So these are about some important points about the methods. Static method with non-static variables and methods, static variable with like static method with static variables and methods. So three different examples we have seen. So these are little important when you are dealing with methods. So sometimes you will get error and suddenly you may get confused. So try to practice these 3 points, so then you will understand the static very much. And the first example I told you, right, the static variable is retaining the value at the runtime. So you can browse through multiple problems regarding the static, and then you can understand this thing better. So static, non-static. So I tried to cover like previously I gave a student class example. So today I gave this my class example. So both of them you practice it, and then it will be easy. So after this topic, let me go to another important topic. So it's basic topic, but this public static void main. So let me copy the signature from this. So this is the default signature. Generally, whenever you are creating any main method, it will come, right. So let me remove this. So in this, let's break down all these different steps that we have, right. So public, then we have the keyword of static, then we have void, then we have main method, and what else we have, string arguments. So let me discuss everything in this keyword. So what is exactly happening for everything. So we have to clearly understand why we are always writing. So from beginning we are writing from the last 15-16 days. So why we are writing, like public is like accessible everywhere. So this is an access modifier. So we are at to cover the topic of access modifier, but public is generally encountered in anywhere. Like you can see that public is here also, and public is here also. And if I am opening any other previous classes also, I did not write this explicitly. By default, everywhere public will be available. If you open any class, public is there. What it means that generally even the compiler will think every method should be public only. That is the default thing that will generally in Java it will be there. So public means that it is accessible everywhere. So any method or any package anywhere this class or this method can be called. Even this public static void main, right, this is belonging to my class, but it can be called from anywhere inside the Java project. So this core Java tutorials is the project which is having multiple packages and multiple classes. So inside any class I can call this. That's why we are generally giving public, and other access modifiers I will discuss in detail later. But today only public we are discussing. So public means accessible everywhere inside the Java project. So it will be accessible everywhere inside the Java project. Coming to static, right, it will belong to the class memory. So no need to create object. That's why public static void main every time whenever we are writing, right, the execution point for Java virtual machine JVM will try to execute this Java code. And whenever you are trying to right click also, right click, and you are looking for Java application, right, run as Java application. If you are not writing main method in any class, this run as Java application will not come. If you go to some other method like student method, right, student class, so here main method is commented. If I am right clicking here, you cannot run this code. Why? Because compiler will look for the Java main method, then only the execution is possible. And you don't need to create an object in order to call a main method. So that's why we are not in the runtime, no object is needed, right, for the compiler. That's why static is generally given to the main method. If you are not giving static, what happens? So whatever topic till now I am explaining, right? You have to again create object, and that's not possible in the runtime. So that's why they have given static by default to the main method, and it will belong to the class memory, and directly you can call it main method. So even the compiler want to call directly, right? So it should not create an object in the runtime, and so that's why the whoever developed Java, they specified the public is accessible everywhere. Static means no need to create an object. Using object also you can call a static member variable or method, but in general the logic is that no need of creating object. So that's why the static keyword uh, it will belong to the class, so no need of object creation. That's why these 2 points you can understand for public static void main. So void means no return type. During the methods class we have discussed it, so different return types for the method. So if there is something like no return type you want to specify, right? So you can give void. Void means that method is not returning anything. If somebody is calling some method, right, the display instant number, suppose I am calling, this is not returning any value, so then I need to specify void. So similarly for main method also, there is no requirement that it should return some value to the Java compiler, so void is no return type. And main method, this is the default text that JVM it is configured like that. Whoever developed Java, right, when Java is developed initially, this is what the text we are giving. So main, we cannot change this name of the main, so we have to use main only. So this is a syntax, so it's not logical here, it's only syntax. So you have to use the same text, and the Java is developed in that way only. And this is one important thing. So the last arguments whatever it is taking, so if I go back to any main method, so string arguments, so there is the args variable name, you can specify anything, there will not be any error, but it should be string of array of arguments. So what is this one? Array of strings. So in the arrays and strings topics we were discussing array of strings, right? So what is this args means? These arguments or any variable name can be anything. In general, in programming, a variable name or object name can be anything, but the data type, right? The type should be array of strings in this case. So this is how, like, it will take an array of string. Even if it is single string also, it can be like having only single value, but the return type will be array of strings. So if I want to show you, like, on a high level how the array of strings will look like. So let's think this is an array. So array will have multiple values, right? So let's think this is one array having multiple values. So this is a single dimensional array only. It's not two dimensional. Two dimensional means two boxes will be there. Like two boxes will be like two dimensional, but here only single dimensional array. And we don't know the length of this. So in the runtime, whatever is coming up into this main method, that will be deciding the size of this array, but it will look like this. So it will have multiple values, uh, and each value will hold a string. So it will be like group of strings. So it will be stored in the array format. In the memory, like arrays will be stored in the consecutive memories. So consecutive memories are allocated in the arrays, and all the data types are strings. So array of strings. So size is decided in the runtime. So we don't know what size is coming, right? So I will give you few examples, then you will understand what size it may come. So this is on a high level about public static void main syntax. So I am now explaining you only the syntax, but we will also write some code to retrieve some values from the string objects. So let me give the same value. The variable name you can specify anything and play with it. So let me leave it the same value. I am going to close this one. So let me create one more class, then we can start playing with that. So this is on a high level, this public static void main syntax. So now let's start writing some code, and we can also we need to use this string arguments also, right? Using command line execution also we can do. Two ways we can do. So that I'll explain. So let's create a new class. So test I am giving. Select public static void main. Click on finish. Suppose I am giving some print statement here. I am giving my name, or let me give like some text, welcome. So if I am printing this on the console, what happens? It will print the value on the console, right? This is the first program we have seen. So now let me comment out, and if I am executing it, what happens? Okay, run as Java application. So console is not visible. So let's go to view, show view, console. So nothing is printed. If I am uncommenting this one more time, if I am running it, welcome will print. So welcome is printing now. And if I comment it, nothing should print on the console. So up to this is fine. Now this is the string arguments is an array, right? So for array, how can you get the length of the array? So using the length method. So this length method, I can assign it to another variable. So if you are simply writing like this, it is like declaration error will come for the Java compiler. So variable declarators error is coming. So you have to at least put it in the print statement or assign it to another variable. So this is an integer variable. So array length is a number, right? So length will return a number. So you can assign it to another variable or you can print it directly. So let me assign it to another variable and I am going to print it. Run as Java application, and the value is coming as 0 because we are simply written some code and we are executing, right? In this runtime code we are not passing any value here. So if you want to pass any value, then you have to do two approaches. One approach is right click and go to this run configurations options. I will show you two options. So first option is run configurations. Second option is using command line execution. This command line execution, initial days I have showed you some examples. So now also I will show you with the main method how it works using multiple argument values. So first of all, whenever we are running this, right, every time 0 is coming. That means no value is getting passed in this case in the public static void main. So let me close this console and I am right clicking this and run as, instead of clicking on Java application, click on run configurations. So it will open a pop-up window. So in this window what you should do, go to the arguments. So you should go to the arguments tab, and here I am going to give, suppose Swaroop I am giving. Let me take one string, right? One input I am giving Swaroop. Click on apply and click on run. So number 1 is coming. That means one string is passed as input in this case. So this is the first case is run configurations and you are passing some arguments. This is using Eclipse you are doing. So let me do one more time. So run configurations and go to arguments tab, and you can pass one variable, and since I did not change it, there is no apply enabled. So click on run. So again 1 is coming, and in case you want to print that value also, right? How can you generally print the array values? You have to use the index 0, 1, 2, 3 like that. So this is an array now. So I am using the index 0, and if I am using index 1 also, it will throw error because only one value we are passing, right? So let's see like whether it will work or not. Go to run configurations and I am passing only Swaroop. Click on run. So index out of bound exception will come. Why? Because I passed only Swaroop and I am trying to retrieve the second value also. First value is printed already, but second value, this is not possible. So this is I just wanted to play with that, so I just gave it. So if I am running as one more time, right? So go to arguments, I gave this, so run as run. So this is coming. So in case you want to pass multiple values, suppose in the arguments I want to pass multiple values, how can I do? Give one space here, single space, and give one more string. Click on apply, click on run. So why it is not printing on the console? Because I have to also use this index. So I should put one more print statement if I need to print two values. Go to run as, run configurations, arguments. So two values I am passing with a single space in between, and then run it. So now two strings are printed on the console, and length is also updated. You observe this length is updated, and these two also printed on the console. Uh, okay, so up to this is fine. And one more important thing, so whenever you are doing run configurations, right? First time, whenever I did for the first time, these values I have input and I click apply, right? So these are saved in this Eclipse editor. So in this run configurations, wherever I am doing this one, the values are saved and it will not be lost. Eclipse will retain these values. So you can click run here or close it. So close here, and now go to run as, and you can click on Java application. For the first time if you do, that's sufficient, and that values are retained for multiple runs. So every time these values are retained. Suppose you want to change those values, how can you do? Go to run as, go to arguments, and let me put Swaroop space n only I am giving. Click on apply, and I am not clicking on run, just I am closing it. So now only the runtime arguments are saved, but I didn't run it, right? I can run it using run as Java application. So Swaroop and n is coming. So this run configuration is only for updating the values. But if you don't click on the run button, that is fine. But it will save these values in the Eclipse. So every time you don't need to pass. For the first time for this class you need to pass. For this test class, whatever you are creating for the first time, you have to pass, and after that Eclipse will retain and save those values. So these values will be saved, and even if I am passing multiple values, right? So Swaroop Nadella Academy I am giving. Click on apply, and I can run it. So 3 is coming, and again here index 2 I did not print, that's why Nadella Academy is not coming. If you want to do that, let me put a for loop here. If you remember the for each loop, how I have written the code. So for each loop is string str of args. So it is capital S. So this is an array of strings, that is the input I am taking, and string str is the variable I am creating. This is a for each loop, enhanced for loop or for each loop we will say. So inside this we can print the str. Now any number of strings are coming, you don't need to every time pass args of 0, args of 1 like that. If I am giving 10 also, this for loop will take care of everything, and this length method will print the number, that is fine. So now 3 values are printed. Suppose if I go back to these run configurations and put 4 values, let me put different value. Welcome to core Java. So I am clicking on apply and clicking on close here. Run as Java application. So 4 is coming. Welcome to core Java. Everything is a single string, so everything is printed. So I have showed you example using the arguments in the run configuration. So this will save the values, and second time it will retain the values for the particular class. Every class is unique, and if you are giving input for this, it will not belong to different class. If you go back to run configurations, you can see so many classes are in this, right? So only for this particular class, whatever you are currently opening, right? Only for that class only these arguments are saved. It's not updated to all the other classes. So you can open a different class like two-dimensional array or anything. That argument it will not store. But only for this test class which is belonging to the day 18 package, only there only the arguments are updated. Only that particular class only these object arguments are retained, and next time onwards the main method will pick those values. So this will not be used in automation, but for main method and any interviews or anything, I am explaining you these things. This is for Eclipse and command line also we will see. So this command line logic is mostly 90% of the concept is similar only. If you remember previously we have seen this Java compilation and we used to give the class name, right? Class name dot Java. So the same logic, command line execution, same thing we are going to use. The second step is using the Java keyword and whatever class name will be there. So this is a compilation process, and whenever we are compiling this class name dot class, one file will get created. So this will generate class name dot class file. So this class file without using dot class you have to use the Java keyword, and this will run the code. This is for running the code, and this process is compilation process. So this command line execution initial topics like first 2-3 days only I explained you these things. So the same logic I am going to use now with main method also. So first of all, let me instead of creating the class inside this, right, I am going to create a class inside desktop. So I am going to create one text file. Okay, let me go to this and go to notepad itself directly, and let me I will just copy this code. So package I am not copying, only this code I am going to copy. So the class code I am copying, and I'll change the names, so that's fine. Like for syntax purpose I am just copying this, and I am going to a notepad, and what I will do here in the notepad I am going to save a Java file in the desktop. So instead of test, let me give some name like test class I am giving. So public static void main everything is fine, and instead of this let me pass this length directly here. I am not going to create another variable, so let me delete this. So system.out.println of arguments of length I am taking, and this code is fine. So welcome I am going to remove, I don't need it. So this is the basic code I am writing, and let me save this to the desktop. So this new text document I am going to delete, and here what I will do, I will directly save this on the desktop. So what is the name of the file? Test class dot java I should specify, dot java extension, and select all files, and select dot java test class and save it. So class name and file name should be generally same, it should be same only in Java. So test class and test class.java both should be same. If you go to desktop, test class.java is there. Now let me open the command prompt. So inside the command prompt I need to navigate to the desktop. So let me put dir, and if I put dir, right, the directory structure will come. So I am going to navigate to desktop. So double click and do right click, it will copy. So put cd space desktop. You can do right click one more time. If you don't know these shortcuts, you can directly put cd. Cd means change directory, and desktop for folder you have to specify. Now if I am doing directory again dir, so okay, there is no files. Okay, generally file should be there. Okay, let me see, like if I click on the desktop one more time, so file is there. What I will do, I will open CMD in this browser itself. So okay, it is inside my OneDrive folder desktop, so that is fine. Since Windows 11 it is taking the desktop inside OneDrive, whatever it is fine. So if I put dir in this case, right? So test class.java file is inside desktop. So this approach I will show you with both the ways. One is using the class file inside the desktop and another class file inside this project also we will take and do. Both ways we will do. So first of all I am going to do with the desktop class file. So inside the desktop class file no need of giving the package name. If you go to the Eclipse package we need to specify inside a Java project. But if you are executing directly from the desktop or some other location outside the project, right? No need of any package. You can just simply give the class name and give the method public static void main. And in this code, what I will do, I will give Java C and copy this file name testclass.java. This is the compilation process you have to follow. So if I increase the font, Java C testclass.java. So the compilation process will complete now. If I put dir one more time, so you can see testclass.class is created. So whenever compilation process happened, right, then only class created. So Java C will compile the code. So if I go back to the notes, so Java C will compile the code and it will create dot class file. Whatever class name is there, dot class it will create. So now test class.class is created. If you want to execute it, what you need to do, give the keyword of Java and give test class. Dot class you should not specify. That is the syntax that Java developers has enabled it. So dot class you should not specify. If you specify dot class, error will come. So give Java space test class and give enter. So again 0 is coming in this case. So similar case, initially whenever you didn't pass any argument, right, it is coming 0. The same example is coming here also. If you are not passing any argument, it will come 0. What is the code we are writing here? We are printing the length of the array of strings, and then if any values are there, that values are printed on the console. So if you want to pass something, right, so you need to start the process one more time. So if you are simply giving again the test class, the compiled code is already ready, it will not work. So you have to start the process one more time. So now I am giving Java C test class.java and let me give my name Swaroop. If you want to pass one argument, right, this one argument how can you pass? So you can pass after the class name. In this case I am just giving Java C and the class name .java. If you want to specify one variable, you have to pass it after that and press enter. So class name Swaroop was only accepted if the annotation processing is explicitly requested. Okay. Let me check. Otherwise, what I'll do, I'll delete this class file for time being. So the old class file, let me delete, and let's try to rerun. Java C test class.java Swaroop. Okay, again error is coming. Class name Swaroop. Only accepted if annotated processing is explicitly requested. Okay. Okay, maybe some issue is there. Okay, so there is two ways you can do command line execution. So one way is using this two-step approach, right? So there are two approaches you can follow. So I think there is more syntax error I am doing. So if I am doing two-step process, right? So this is two-step process. First thing is compilation, the class file will create, and second thing is executing the class file, so running the code. There is one more one-step process. So from Java 10 or 11 onwards, this is not in the initial versions of Java, but the latest versions of Java will have this approach. So this is one-step approach. Directly you use the Java keyword and use class name dot Java, and after that all this whatever you are passing, right, you can pass any number of arguments like argument 1, argument 2, any number of arguments you can pass. Those are runtime values, but the actual syntax is Java and class name dot Java. This is one step process. So even during that command line execution session, finally, like during the doubt sessions, like one of the students showed me this, so I remember about this. So this one step process also you can follow. Otherwise, two step process also you can follow. But two step process, I am getting some error, so there is some syntax issues there. So in this case, you can follow the one step process also. In order to show this example, I am going to follow the one step approach. So one step approach is directly giving Java keyword and giving the class name. So no compilation, nothing we are going to do, only directly giving the Java keyword and giving the .java file. After that you pass all the arguments with single spaces. Every argument should have one space. The argument length can be anything like 5 or 10 also, that is fine. So let me go to the desktop, and there is no .classy file now. So I am going to clear everything. So I am clearing everything. Now if I put dir, right, so test class.java is there and .class file is not there. CLS clear. So what I will do, I will give Java and give test class.java. So initially I did not pass any arguments, that's why 0 is coming. So if I want to pass some arguments, so .java. So I will give only Swaroop. So length is 1 and Swaroop text is printed. If I am giving one more argument like Swaroop Nadella, so the length is 2 and 2 strings are printed on the console line by line using the for loop. And if I am giving any number of length, like we can give any number of length, like 3 is the length and all these 3 words are printed. And if I pass a different values, welcome to core Java. So the length is 4 and welcome to core Java. Similarly, you can do anything like, let me put Selenium, Java, TestNG, like 3 arguments I am passing. So 3, Selenium, Java, TestNG it is printing. So it will work for any number of arguments, Selenium, Java, Selenium, Python, and let me put Playwright, Java, Player, write Python, something like this. So total 8 arguments I am passing. So 8 arguments is printed, Selenium, Java, Python. Any now the length is, there is no restriction, so you can pass any number of length, but space is required. One space is required. So one step process it is working. So two step process there seems to be some syntax issues there. That is fine. Like you can use this command line approach using the file in the desktop. So desktop is an example, but you can place it in documents or downloads or any C drive, D drive, anywhere you can put it. And you are not specifying the package here, since it is not a Java project, right? Desktop is not a Java project. But if you go to Eclipse, this is a core Java tutorials is a Java project. Inside Java project, if a code need to work means we should have a package. But if it is a simple code inside a notepad file, no need of a package. So if we want to run this code which is inside this Eclipse, right? Let me, what I will do, test.java is there. So right click and show in System Explorer. So it is inside this directory. So inside my C drive, Swaroop Nadella Git folder, it is there. So I'm going to clear everything. So and do change directory cd space and paste this one. If I'm copying Control C and do right click here, it will paste. So I have pasted, and if I do dir here, my class.java and test.java, two files I created today in day 18 package. So these two files are available. And here we can use that one step approach one more time. So let me use the same approach on test class. So test this test, the class test I am going to execute now using the command line. So this test.java is there, right? So let me give java test.java. So 0 is coming here. So some testing keyword I am giving. So one and testing is the string I am passing. So similarly, you can pass any number of strings similar way, like what I'll do, Selenium, Java, Python, something I'll give. Selenium, Java, Selenium, Python. So four strings I am passing, Selenium, Java and Selenium, Python. So up to this, it's working fine. So this is how you can either use the Java file inside another directory outside the Java project, either in desktop or any other drive, or inside the Java project also. You can use this one step approach. This is totally fine. And this two step approach is for your understanding only. The compilation process will create the class file, and using the class file you can also run it, but sometimes some syntax issues and some issues are coming. So it's not important to learn this command line execution in detail. So you can, this is totally fine to know the one step approach or two step approach. You can theoretically understand, that is totally fine. So this is about executing the main method using the command line and also using the run configuration. So I showed you multiple times on the run configuration. So these are the two approaches. So there is little more topics, small things on main method. After that we'll proceed to subsequent topics. So 5 minutes I will complete this one more small topic about test main I am specifying. So the class name is test main. Select public static void main. So this is the general syntax, right? So this syntax is a valid syntax. So this signature, whatever method signature or method name, whatever we are specifying here, so this is a valid signature. So let me copy this. So first, this is the first variation I am going to tell you. So this is first variation and it is valid. So this is valid. And the next variation is suppose if I am giving static before and public after, right? Whether this is valid or not. So it is not giving any error. If there is no error, then it is valid. So even this step is valid. So only the keywords you are changing. Public is one keyword, static is one keyword. So it is totally fine. Compiler will not throw any error. Both are valid. And there is another variation, third variation. So suppose these two are done now. So suppose I am giving the void and placing it somewhere here in the middle of static and public. It is not allowing, right? So the return type of the method is missing. Suppose public, I am going to move back to the first position. So initially we have public static void main, right? So now the void I am placing between public and static. So even if you go to the first statement, void I am removing here and placing in the center of the public, and static void I am placing at the center. It is throwing error because main method is expecting the void, that is a return type. Return type can be void or any other return type, but it should be placed before the main keyword only. If it is at some other location, it will not work. So this is invalid. It will throw an error. Always the return type should be just before the method signature. So main is the keyword of method. Any other method, if you go to my class, there is the display method, right? You cannot put this void somewhere else. If you are putting this void here, it will throw error. because the return type should be specified just before the method name. So here also control Z I am doing. So the void should be specified just before the method name. Even in this case also, this is an invalid statement. So it's not possible. You cannot put the void somewhere else. You have to put simply before the main method only. I mean the method name. Main is the method here. So this is invalid. This syntax is invalid. Void you cannot specify somewhere else. So this, let me copy this statement one more time. So I have to explain two more variations here. So can I put public static, cut it here, and this flower bracket let me enter. Can I put it here? It will not allow. So static, syntax error, right? So it is talking about enum and all, but generally like public static you have to put it before only. The method name is already given and some arguments you are passing, right? So after this bracket you should start with this bracket only. You should not give any keyword after the closing bracket of the method. So this is also again invalid. So just for your awareness, and there can be some questions also in interviews, or in future you may do some mistakes. So that's why I'm showing you this example. So this is also invalid, not correct syntax. So there is the last variation. So let me control Z, copy this. So this is the default signature. So the fifth variation I will show you, like this is the integer data type, right? Sorry, the string data type. Like can I give instead of string int also? Like it will work and it will not throw any error. But the compilation and runtime maybe some errors can come. But this is valid, and it is called as overloading. If you remember the concept of overloading, right? So this is it's not invalid, it's valid. It is method, main method overloading. So main method is overloaded here. So string also you can write one more method. So this is integer method. So if you are writing one more string method, it will allow you to proceed. So this is taking input of string and this is taking input of integer. So this is a fifth case. So in this fifth case also it is totally fine. This is overloading. So let me delete this. So this I am deleting. So these are different variations. So public static keywords you can interchange in the second case. So first case is default and second case is interchanging. Third case is invalid. Void you have to specify just before the main method. And this public static you should not specify somewhere else. You have to specify only before the main keyword, like on the left side of the signature. And the fifth one is main method overloading only. So this is fine, like integer data type or string data type or float or double, anything you can pass. So this is a simple thing. So just for your understanding. So and the topic which I told about these things, right? So run configurations and all. This is called as how to pass arguments to the main method. In the code, whatever we have written, we are passing some arguments during the runtime, or whatever strings, Swaroop, Nadella, Academy, or welcome to core Java, Selenium, Python, Java, everything whatever specifying, right? These are runtime values that I am passing. So these are called as, if anyone asks you also, this is the topic question, like this is the question they will ask, how to pass arguments to the main method. You can do it two ways. Two approaches I told you. One way is using the run configuration in the Eclipse. Second way is using the command line execution. So one step process you can do. Directly use Java keyword and give the class name .java and pass number of arguments. But the first two keywords are mandatory here. So Java keyword and the class name .java is mandatory. After this, if you are specifying, the length will decide. So here the argument length I am just for visibility I am giving 0, 1, 2, 3. We are printing on the console, right? So hi everyone, welcome to the day 19 of Core Java. So today we will discuss on topic of inheritance. Inheritance is in one of the concept in OOPS concept. So previous sessions we discussed about classes and objects and polymorphism, method overloading topic we discussed, and static and these keywords, and some topics about the main method also yesterday I discussed it. So those are also some of the important things in generally in core Java. Apart from that, the OOPS concept, still we have two more topics pending: inheritance, and there is another concept like abstraction, which will deal with abstract class and interfaces. So that we will see in the next sessions. And in polymorphism, there is another topic like method overriding. So, and we have two more keywords, super and final keywords. So that we will cover in the next session. So today we will cover the topic of inheritance. So let's get started on this topic. So generally, like in real world terminology, right? So what is generally the inheritance? I'll give you one example, and after that, let's go to the programming example. So if you consider a real world, right? Real world, we are all people in the real world. Everyone is like a human being. So let's take two people. I'm taking a person like Ram, and there is another person called Shyam. So Ram is he is the father. Let's take he is the father, and Shyam is the son. Like Ram is the father of Shyam. So he is the son and he is the father. So we can consider him Ram as parent, and this is the child of Ram. So in the real world, right? So generally, when we see the concept of inheritance, even in the real world, what happens? Suppose the father is having some properties, right? Properties means it is which is having some value, right? It can be anything like real estate or land or gold or anything. Like he have some cash in the bank, and he can have any mutual funds or any kind of thing, whatever property he have. Let's ignore the topic of nomination and nominee kind of thing. So let's think that there is no nomination. So in that case, whatever properties or anything that is belonging to the father, like parent, it will be inherited by the child. So the concept of inheritance is that whatever properties that belongs to the parent, here we are having Ram, he is the father. So whatever properties that belongs to him, so after Ram, the all the properties will be shared to the Shyam, because he is the son and he will be the owner of all the properties, whether it is any companies he is owning or anything, any shares or anything. So any property. So this is an example. So this is about real world example. In terms of the programming also, we will use a similar logic in terms of inheritance. So this is real world example. So now let's understand the definition of inheritance. So to make you understand, I gave you this example, but this is fine. So in order to understand the definition, right? So whatever the properties that belongs to the parent, that will be inherited to the child. So in terms of the programming, generally what we have, we are dealing mostly with the classes only in the Java programming. So suppose there are two classes. So class A we have and class B we have. So every time in any class, what we are doing, we are writing variables and we are writing methods. So class A is having variables and methods, and even class B is again having variables and methods. So let's take some examples. So this A is having some methods and class B is also having some methods. Suppose I'm trying to create the same kind of variables and same kind of methods again, whatever is given in class A, same kind of methods I'm doing in class B again, right? In this case, the duplication of the code will happen, and it's not an efficient code of writing. So for that purpose, in the programming languages, generally the inheritance concept was introduced. So the inheritance concept, it will help, right? So whatever common properties are there in the one of the class, if you are using the inheritance concept, that properties will be copied into the child class. So let's take like class B is the child class and class A is the parent class. So if I am using this inheritance concept on these classes, then I can able to copy all these properties into the child class. This is called as like acquiring all the properties from one class to another class. So if I am talking about the definition, so we can write like acquiring all the properties. Properties means it is variables you can think of, and behavior. Behavior is the methods from one class to another class. So this is called as inheritance. So this point is called as inheritance. You can think of this like a definition of it. If you want to understand in programming logic, we will write some code to understand this. But this is how the generally like the properties can be copied from one class to another class. So I will show you maybe small diagram. Suppose we are having one class and there is another class. So let's think this is class A, this is class B. So this is class A and this is class B. So let's think this is the parent and this is the child. So parent is having some variables and methods. So let's think there are some variables and there are some methods. And if you are using the concept of inheritance here, so let me put like one arrow here and let's think that we are using the concept of inheritance and inheriting all the variables and methods from class A to class B. So whatever variables and methods that are inside the class A, it will be copied automatically and we cannot view it physically, but it will be available in the class B. For that, what we have to do, we have to use a keyword called extends. So let me increase the font. Okay, so we have to use a keyword called extends. So this extends keyword you have to use whenever you are declaring class B. So class A you have to define normally like any other class, the parent class, and class B we have to use the extends keyword and then give the name of the class A, which is the parent. Then all the variables and methods which are available in class A will come to class B. So again inside class B also you can have some other unique variables. So which are already available in class A you should not define. You can define a unique variables and methods which are available in class B, that is fine. So whatever is in class A that get also copied if you are using this extends keyword. So class B extends class A. You have to write a name of the class like that and then all the variables and methods which are available in the parent it will come to the child. So this is on a high level theoretically like understanding the inheritance concept and we will use the concept of extends keyword and we also have certain terminology generally we use in programming. So I will give you what are all the names we generally follow. So for the parent class, what we do, right? We can say like it is a parent, or we can also sometimes call it as a base class or super class. Also, we can call any name you are using. Generally, it is the parent class. So some people might call it like a base class. We may be using in automation or even developers also generally may call it as a base class. Super class is also fine. Like for the child, it will be super class means the parent and it can also be called as parent class, base class, super class, anything. So this is about the parent class and if you are thinking about the child class, so we can call it as child class. We can also say like subclass. We can also say like derived class. So if you are using any of these terminologies, it is child class only in the inheritance concept. So this is uh, on a high level the topic of inheritance. So let me give the name of that. So for classes, this is the basic topic, basic concept about inheritance. So let me put it little big. Now let's start writing some code and then we will slowly understand more points on this. Okay, I'll save this one. Just a minute. Okay, so in the Eclipse I am going to create a new package. So right click on src, new package, day 19, click on finish. So under this package, let me create one class. So inheritance demo I am selecting and select public static void main and then click on finish. So first of all, I have created this class, right? So under this class, what I will do, I will create another class. So inside one class file, you can write multiple classes. That is possible in Java. So first of all, I will be creating one more class. So class, let me take the class name as something like, let me put it as parent or a something. I will give like class A. And if I am putting public keyword, it will not allow. So there will be an error. The public type A must be defined in its own file. Suppose I am in the inheritance demo class file, right? Inheritance demo.java and inheritance demo. So generally in a class file, java.java file is a class file. So we should have only single public class. If you are even defining multiple classes, only one of the class should have public. That should be the same name as the file name. Whatever file name is .java is there, the class name also should have same name. If you are giving public for another classes, that will throw an error. So I have given public here, it will throw an error. So you should not give public and remove the public and do not give anything. So just give the class and I'm giving the name. And let me define another class. So class B. So we have two classes, and if you want to make this particular class, which is we are thinking like parent, right? So this is parent and we are thinking this is child. So if you want to do that, what you have to do, class B, you have to use the extends keyword and write A. Class B extends A. So that means this B will acquire all the properties that are available in the first class, which is the parent class. So whatever variables you are defining in this, suppose I have some variable like int a equal to 10 I am taking, and I can write some method also, like if I am writing some method like display and trying to print the value of a, and inside the b class let me declare one more variable, int b equal to 20. Here I am giving a different method b. So inside class B, all these properties of A will be automatically copied, and you cannot view that physically. It is virtually available, and this keyword will make sure that everything is copied from here to here. So all the properties are already copied, all the variables and methods are already copied, and whenever you are creating an object for class B, you can able to view that. And if you are in the class A, right, in the if you are in the class A and you cannot access the variables which are in the class B, because class A is the parent and it is having certain properties, but you cannot access the properties of class B because B is having the all the properties copied from A only. It is like uh, in the real world that is different. So just think about the Java programming. So whatever properties that are in the parent class, it will get copied to the child class. But if you are creating an object for A using object A, you cannot use variable B or print. You cannot use that. That is not possible. But using the object of class B, right, you can able to use the properties of A also. So first of all, let me create an object for class A. So A is the class, and let me put object A I am giving equal to new A, put bracket. So this is the object creation for the class A. So if I am using the object of A and putting dot, right, it is having the display method, but do you see the other methods like print method is not there, and variable b is also not there. So only the first two properties are belonging to the class A. So A and display, variable A and display method are available in the class A. So you can call variable A, and using this object A you can call even the obj A dot display method. So only these two you can call. So here A is giving error. Okay. You can print it directly. You cannot without printing or assigning, like variable declarators error is coming. So you can assign it to different variable, or you can print it. It is fine. So up to this is fine. Now I want to use the class B object and use these properties and also these properties. So let me do that. So B object B equal to new. So using the object B dot, I can have both the properties. You see, A and B both are coming, right? So even it is giving you some tooltip also, like A and B, it is which class it will belong, it is also showing. So I am selecting the variable A. Using the object of class B, I am calling the variable A, which is in the class A. It is possible. Since the inheritance we are already acquired the properties, dot B. This is the variable which belongs to the B only, so it is fine. Now if you want to call the display method which is inside the class A, so class A is coming. Dot, there is a print method which is in class B. So if you go back, there is variable A display, variable B and print. These are the simple methods we have declared. So this belongs to class A. This belongs to class B. But even though if it belongs to class A, using the object of class B I am able to do, because class B is the child class of class A. And here also this belongs to class A. This belongs to class B. And now if I am executing, right, initially the number 10 is there, number 20 is there, and this display method is printing number 10, and print method is printing display value of B. So four values will get printed. First of all, the variable values will be printed, and these are method values. So if you want to differentiate, let me put variable A. Same thing I am going to copy. Just for differentiating the text, we can put variable B colon, and inside the display method, let's leave it like that for now. Run as Java application. So the first two values are printing from class A. So that's why like 6 are coming. So second, we are printing four statements, and at the first place there are two print statements. One is for the variable and one is for the method. In the display method, the value of A is again printing. So 10 and 10 is printing. And for the second object class B, it is printing total 4 print statements. 2 is for the variables, and again we are printing 2 more values for the display and print methods. So the output is coming as expected. So this is a basic example for the inheritance. So I hope it's very simple and clear. So I am going to like deep dive into inheritance little more. So and inheritance can be achieved by using both classes and even interfaces also. So in this session I will discuss only on classes, and interfaces we will discuss afterwards. Next sessions I will talk about interface. So this session only about classes, and there are different types of inheritance. So I will be talking more about those now. And inheritance is also generally called as easy relationship. Inheritance is also called as easy relationship, or you can also think of parent-child relationship. Now let's see the types of inheritance. So there are four types of inheritance. So the first type is single inheritance. So single inheritance means we are having one parent and one child. So that example already I showed you. So this is single inheritance. This is a simple inheritance and there is no complicated code. We are not writing anything in the single inheritance. We are having one parent class A and one child class B, and the child class will acquire all the properties from the parent class. So this is single inheritance. When you go to the next type of, it is multi-level inheritance. So in multi-level inheritance, how it will be like, we are having one parent and that parent is extended to one child. So let me think of child 1. So again that child 1 is inherited into child 2. So this is multiple level. Like you can think of a building, right? Generally like first floor will be on top of second floor, on top of third floor, like multi-level. This is like levels. Uh, Using the image also, like I will show you in a diagram way also. First of all, let me list out the types of inheritance. So the next one is hierarchical inheritance. So hierarchical inheritance, how it will be like, one parent will be there and that parent is extended to multiple childs. So all the childs are connected to one parent only. So one parent we will declare some properties and methods, variables and methods, and it will be inherited to multiple child classes. That is hierarchical inheritance. There is a fourth topic called multiple inheritance. So multiple inheritance means we are having multiple parent classes, each is inheriting to single class, single child class. So these are the types of inheritance. So first of all, I will show you in another paint and let's see, like understand this better. So let me think about a single inheritance. So single inheritance, okay, let me give one dot. So single inheritance. So every class, let me denote with a single circle, right? So if I am taking two classes like two circles, so this is parent and this is child. So using the extends keyword, I can able to extend it like this. So I am extending the parent class into the child class. So only two classes are dealing in case of single inheritance. So the example of code we have already seen. So using the class B extends A, this is single inheritance. So if you are taking the next concept of multi-level inheritance, so let me show you multi-level inheritance. So multi-level inheritance. So let me take multiple classes in this case. So in order to visualize this concept, I am going to take multi-level. So multiple classes. Let me take four classes, and every class is linked to another class. So the first parent class is linked to one child, and that child class is again inherited into the another child, and this child class is again inherited to another child. So this is the chaining process. So chaining will happen here. So like it will acquire from the, like you can think of, this is the parent. So this is the parent and this parent is acquiring the properties into child 1, and child 2 is acquiring from child 1, child 3 is acquiring from child 2. So this is multi-level. So in terms of programming, how you will do, first of all you will declare one class in this case, and for the second class you use the extends keyword with the first class. For the third class you will specify only the child second class only. So class 1, class 2, class 3, class 4 if you are thinking. For second class you will specify the first class, third class you will specify the second class, and for the fourth class you will specify only the third class. But all the properties of all the above parents, right, everything will be inherited by the grandparent or child classes. So like uh, like if you are thinking about real world example, like father will have grandfather, great grandfather, you can think like that. So this is multi-level inheritance. So next one is hierarchical inheritance. So in hierarchy, how it will look like? So let's see that we are having one parent class and we can declare multiple child classes. So okay. Using the extends keyword for one parent, child 1 2 3, let's take. So child 1 we will inherit from the parent class, child 2 also inherit from the parent class using extends keyword, and child 3 also acquiring from the parent class. So all these three are independent classes which are extending the single parent. So this is hierarchical inheritance, or hierarchy or hierarchical, the spelling is same. So uh, that is the one parent multiple childs. So the first case is one parent one child, and the second case is having one parent and there is multiple levels of childs, child 1 2 3, and third case is one parent and multiple independent childs, those are not related to each other. And fourth case, we are having another fourth case. Fourth case is multiple. So in multiple, how it will look like? We are having multiple parent classes. Let's take like two or more. Like it can be any number of parent classes, and we are having only single child class. So not class. You think about like this. So we are having three parents and one child. So this is multiple inheritance. So if I already summarized it, so types of inheritance: single inheritance means one parent and one child, and the next one is multi-level. So one parent and the childs are connected to one another: child one, child two, child three. Hierarchical inheritance is one parent and multiple childs. So it will be like this. So hierarchical inheritance. So multiple independent childs are connected to one parent, and for multiple inheritance, multiple parent classes are connected to single child. So in terms of coding, we will see all these examples. So whether it is possible or not, also we have to think about it. So the first example already I have shown you. So let me save this one. Okay. So for single inheritance we have already seen. So we will declare one class and extend it to another class. So the code also we have seen. So for class A, which is the parent, we are having access to only the members which are inside the parent. But in case of the child class, we are having the properties of the child class and also the parent class. Both the properties we can able to access, and we are able to print it successfully. So now let's see the example for multi-level inheritance also. So I am going to create one more class. So create new class, inheritance demo 2 I am taking. Select public static void main, click on finish. So the main method, let me leave it in a this class, and I am going to create separate classes. So I will copy the same code. Let me copy this. So I have saved this file and you can see some error is coming. I am currently in the day 19 package, and if we are in the one package, right, generally if you are in a one package, you should have only one class with the same name. So class A and class B is already defined in this class. So you cannot again define the same class name one more time. So if you put the cursor on the error, it is saying the type A is already defined. So class is also one of the user defined data type. So this data type you cannot define multiple times inside a given package. In another package you can again define, that is fine, but in the same package you cannot define. So what I will do, I will give a different name, like I am taking the parent class as X. So if I am saving, the error is gone. So X I am taking, and B is also getting the error because B is already there in another class within the same package. So instead of B, let me take the class as Y. So the variable also, let me change it. So class is a keyword which is in small case. So extends. Now we are seeing the second topic, multi-level inheritance. Multi-level means first of all one parent and one child relationship, and again child 1 and child 2 are related to one another. So Z I am class Z I am extending from class Y. So I am going to declare one variable Z equal to 30, and any method I can take some method like present. So I am going to print Z. So here the variable, let me change to Y. So X, Y, Z, three classes we are having right now, and this is child 1. So child 1 I am again inheriting into child 2 class. So this is example for multi-level inheritance. This is multi-level inheritance. One class I am taking and then extending it to another class, second child, first child, and again extending that to second child. So the first child I am extending into the second child. This is multi-level, and the first example I have showed you, this is single inheritance. This is simple inheritance. Single inheritance with two classes. So let's write the code for multi-level inheritance. So I have defined the three classes. So first class is having two variables, and second class is again extending the first class having two variables. Third class is having again two variables, and it is extending the second class. So let me write some code in the inside the main method, and let's see like it is working. So in this example, I am not going to again define the parent classes. So let me declare only the child classes. So for the class child 1, child 2, only the child only I am going to write. So the parent anyway, it will have the access only to these variables and methods, but the child 1 will have access to both child properties and the parent properties, and child 2 will have access to this child and this grandparent also, right? This is one parent and this is grandparent to class Z. Class Z is having one parent class which is child 1, and this is like you can think like grandparent which is class X. So let me first of all I will create a class for object for class Y. So Y, so object, let me take some object equal to new Y. So this is an object for child 1. We are having one parent and child 1 is one class. So using this object, let me try to call the value of X. So X is we are able to call, and we have to directly print it on the console. Otherwise a variable declarator error will come. So object dot, so variable Y is also we are able to call. So I am going to print it on the console, and we are also having this display and print method. So let me call even that. display is in parent class, and the class y is having object dot print. So both these are child properties, child one properties, and these are parent class properties. So whenever you are putting dot, the tooltip will say the class which property it belongs to, that which class it belongs to. So like x is the parent and y is the current class. So whichever variable and method that belongs to it will show. And we are also some default properties coming from the object class. So the object is a super class to all the different classes in Java. So all these unique properties that are displaying here belongs to the object class, like notify, hash, and get class equal. So these are we didn't define anything. These are defaultly coming from the object class. Object is a super class for all the classes in Java. Now these are the parent class properties. So these are belongs to parent, and display method also belongs to the parent, and this belongs to child one. This belongs to child one. So let me execute this code first of all. Run as Java application. So 10 is printed, 10 again 20, 20. So let's see that it is working fine. So first of all I am declaring the object, and then parent we are calling the parent, right? So x is defined in parent, so 10 and again display method also printing the same thing. So 10 and 10 is fine. So first two print statements are working fine. The display method inside is having the print statement. Here the first method display is having the print statement, and these two last two statements are belonging to the child one. So these are having 20 and 20. So variable y is having 20 and the print method is printing the value of 20. So this is working fine. So let me comment out this code. So for child 1 we have seen. So this is logic is exactly same as single inheritance. Now in case of class z I am going to declare variable. So now z I am going to declare some variable. So object let me put object 2 or something equal to new z. Z is a class. So this is a child 2. This is child 2. Now using this object 2 variable I can call the grandparent and parent, right? Z is the current class and I can able to call the parent which is class y, and this is grandparent. So this is multi-level inheritance topic. So x we can call, this is belonging to the grandparent. So I am going to print this value on the console. So x I am printing. So after that, using this object 2, let me print the value of the display method belongs to which class. So dot display, it belongs to the class x which is the grandparent. So this is, let's think as this is the parent. Now one more print statement. In this what I will do, object 2 dot, we are going to call the y. So this is the child 1. It will belong to child 1. Currently we are creating the object for child 2, but we are able to access the child 1 and parent also because this is a multi-level inheritance. So object 2 dot, so there is a method called print, right? Print in the class y. So print current class is also having some variables. So object 2 dot z. Z is a variable, and object 2 dot, we are having some method like present. So this is belonging to child 1. These two are belonging to child 2, which is the current class object. So all the properties are acquired properly. So there is no error now. So let's close this console and I am going to run this code. So total 6 print statements will come. One is for variable, one is for method, one is for variable method, variable method. Run as Java application. So 10 and 10 which is belonging to the parent, and 20 and 20 is variable and the method value printed on the console. Again for the class z 30 and 30. So multi-level inheritance topic is also simple, like multiple classes you need to declare, and you have to use extends keyword between them. So class x, class y extends class x, class z extends class y. And for z variable you can able to access the parent and child 1 classes. Using child 2 object you can able to call the child 1 and parent also. So this is about multi-level inheritance. So let's close this, and we will see the example for hierarchical inheritance. So hierarchy or hierarchical, you can, the spelling is like this. So hierarchical inheritance, multiple childs, one parent and multiple childs. So new class, hierarchical inheritance, select public static void main and then click on finish. So again, if you are using the same class name, again the same error will come. So if I'm saving the file, then the error will come. So Control S if I am doing, then the error is coming. So instead of this, I am going to give the name as parent. So in case of third case, what is the logic is there? One parent and multiple childs. So two childs I am going to take. For understanding, three childs I have given, but two childs I will use for logic. So child 1, so child 2. We are having one parent class and child class, and these two childs are independent classes. So if you observe in the diagram I have shown, one parent is independently linked to two different childs. So how I need to do? Extends parent, and here again you have to give extends parent. So multi-level is different from hierarchical inheritance. So this logic is for hierarchy. Hierarchical or hierarchy inheritance. So one parent we have and one child is linked to the parent, and child 2 is again linked to the parent. One parent class. So it's the same code we can reuse, that is fine. So let me copy this, and variable names you can have same or different, that is fine. So variable A I am taking. So and then here variable B we can take. Let's say like instead of display method, let me put print again. So variable B I am taking in this case, and in the child 2 I am going to take variable C. Let me change the values also, like the method names also uniquely I am taking here display method, and in this case let me put the value as 30, and I will put here 60, and here let's take 20, 20, 40, 60. Variable B and variable C. So parent class is having the variable A and display method. Child 1 is extending the parent, it is having variable B and print method, and child 2 is extending again the parent, and it is having variable C and present method. So now we have to, if you are creating an object for parent class, you can able to access only the variable A and display method. That is straightforward. So far we have been writing that in all the programs so far in every class. So this is not required for today's class. So we will write the object for these two classes. To understand the hierarchical inheritance, we have to create object for child 1 and child 2. And you cannot access the method which is inside child 2 using the child 1 object. This is not possible because if you go back to the diagram, so child 1 and child 2 are unique classes. You cannot access one child properties into another child. because these are uniquely allocated in the Java. So you cannot use a child2 object and access the child1. That is not possible. But you can access the parent class properties and the child1 properties. Using child2 object, you can able to access parent properties and the child2 properties. That is possible. Whenever you are putting a dot operator, you can see whether it is possible or not. If it is not possible, it will not show you anything. So first of all, I will create for child1. So child1, let me put ch1 equal to new child1, ch1 dot variable a is belonging to the parent, and we have to assign it to some variable or at least print it on the console. So what I will do, ch1 dot a is belonging to the parent class, ch1 dot display method. So the display method is belonging to the parent class. So you can see the parent is highlighted, right? Even though I use the child1 object, I am able to access the members within the parent. So parent is having display method. That is possible. Whenever you are putting the dot, you can able to view that. Put the dot, you can see that parent also accessible and the child method is also accessible. So variable and then method dot display. So these two are the properties of the parent. Now I am going to access the child properties. ch1 dot, we are having variable b, ch1 dot print method. So that is belonging to child1. So here we have to use a print statement or create a new variable and assign this variable. That is fine. Two ways you can do. So if I am using ch1.c, if I am writing, right, it's not coming. You can see that this child2 is having the properties of c and present. But child1 object you cannot use in to access the child2. It's not allowing you. So if you put c, right, it's not giving you any variable called c. It is showing you get class and hash code method, but it is not giving you c. And if you also see the method name, it is present. The method name is present. So present, you cannot find any method called present. So using the object of child1, you cannot access the child2 because these two are independent classes. These are not related to one another. So far up to child1 we have created. So this is child1 object and this is belonging to the parent. Parent properties are accessed using the child class. This is belonging to the parent, but using the child class I am accessing the parent method. This is belonging to the child1. This is belonging to the child1. So first of all, let's execute it. So 20 and 20 and 40 and 40. The logic is same like single inheritance in this case. So the parent values are printed. So 20, 40, 60 we have taken. So 20 is printed two times for variable and method. And then the child class also 40 is printed two times. So again let's create for child2 also. It will be exactly same. There is no difference. ch2 equal to new child2. So this is child2 object. So in the print statement, ch2 dot variable a is from the parent, and using the child2 object or the class I am using it. So this is for from the parent it is coming. ch2 dot display method is also belonging to the parent. So this is also property of parent. Now using the ch2, let's access the variables which are inside the child2. So c and present we can access. So in the print statement, ch2 dot the property is a already we have taken. So child2 is having c, right? So c we are accessing now. And ch2 dot there is a method called present in child2. So we are able to access both. This is for child2. This is for child2 again. And if you are trying to access child 2 and accessing child 1, you cannot see anything. You If you try to search for variable b, right, variable b and print method, you cannot do that. If you are trying one more time dot b, it's not working. So dot b semicolon, if I am giving, error is coming here. So cannot resolve to a variable or a type or a field. So even the method is, what is the method? Print method dot print. There is no such method. So using one class child, you cannot access. In hierarchical inheritance, it's not possible. So this is same like single inheritance. Only logic is here the parent is common for both the different classes. So if I am executing this, so 20, 20, 40, 40, this is for child 1, and 20, 20, 60, 60 is for the child 2. So it's working as expected. Since we have given two times the print statement, one is for variable and the same variable again we put in the method, right? That's why two times you are seeing. So even if you are passing here some other text also, like parent method, you can also do anything. Like I have given variable here, but if you want to give like child method, something like this, so again here child 2 method, here child 1 method I will give. So whatever you are giving, accordingly it will be printing the values. So 20 and parent method, child 1 and 40, 20 and parent, 60 and child 2. So it's working fine. This is the logic for hierarchical inheritance, where we have taken one parent class and one child is extending the parent and child 2 is extending the parent again. So this is the topic for hierarchical inheritance. Now the fourth logic, multiple inheritance, multiple parents and single class. So this topic using classes of the fourth point, right? Fourth point, using classes, it's not possible. It is not possible using classes. So multiple parents you cannot inherit into a single class. If you go back and check this diagram, multiple parents are there. You cannot inherit that into a single child class. Using classes topic, you cannot do this multiple inheritance. It's not supported in Java programming. But using a topic called interface, we can do that multiple inheritance. But interface topic we will discuss in next session. So using classes, that is not possible, and generally they can ask you also why it is not possible. So why can't you implement multiple inheritance in Java using classes? So maybe in interview they can ask, or for your understanding I will elaborate little more on this. So it is not possible using classes, but it is possible using interfaces. So interface is another topic, so let's see later. So it is possible using interfaces, but why multiple inheritance using classes is not possible? So if anyone asks you this question, you should be able to answer. You cannot simply say that classes will not support and that's it. Like this is a statement, right? It's not justifying anything. So if you want to justify why, means why is a question, but this is just a statement. So it is not possible means it's not possible, just a statement. But if they are asking why it is not possible, you have to say some meaningful answer. So suppose I am taking one, let me put one more diagram. So I'll open one more paint. So here what I'll do, I will take two parent classes. So let's take, we have two parent classes and we are trying to inherit that into one child class. So I'm having some method, okay, let me increase the font. So I'm having some method called method 1. So method 1 I am taking inside child class, parent class 1. So let's take one method is there, and inside the another class also I am taking one more method. So same method name I am giving. So this is class. Okay. What? So this is parent 1 and this is parent 2. So for the fourth topic of multiple inheritance, in the multiple inheritance what we have? It's not clicking. So in multiple inheritance we have multiple parents and single class. So if you go back to our diagram now, so we have two parents and one child I am taking. So this is child. So this is child class and we have two parent classes. Now we have method 1 in parent class and method 1 again in the parent 2 class also, right? It is possible that we have different methods. Even if we have same methods also, it is there is a possibility, right? So we can have the same kind of method names even in the parent 1 and parent 2 also. It is a possibility in programming that we can have same kind of methods in both the parent 1 and parent 2. So such kind of methods is there in both parent 1 and parent 2, and what you are doing now, you are trying to extend parent 1 to parent 2, sorry, child, and parent 2 also into the child. Parent 1 you are extending into the child and parent 2 also you are extending into the child. Now what happens, the method 1 and method 1 both are coming into the child class, and there will be an ambiguity problem or confusion will be created in the child class in the Java compiler, whether I should take method 1 or I should take method 2. It cannot decide. So that is the reason using the classes, this logic is uh, prevented, and it's not supported in Java. So even the support in the Java programming is not given for classes. So using classes you will generally create an object, right? So inside this method you are going to write some code. Generally you are writing some code inside this method, method 1 and method 2. In any class you generally write and you implement the, like you define some code inside that, right? Generally we are putting print statement in a method, but in general what happens in a real world programs like automation or anywhere, any method will have a real code that executes, so which will implement, which will define some code, actual code. Here we cannot, this is just we are demoing the code, so we are putting print statement. So whenever some code is there, that kind of code, uh, like the child class cannot decide what to do. So that is the reason the multiple inheritance is prevented using the classes, and it cannot decide what method it need to inherit, right? The inheritance, it cannot decide what method it need to take. So in terms of interface, why it will be working means, this multiple inheritance, in interface we generally define only the method signature. We don't define any method body. So method body definition we will not generally give. In interface it's not, when interface comes we will see like why multiple inheritance is supported. I will explain you later. So using classes it's not supported, and if you are trying to write some code also it will throw you an error. So why inheritance is not supported? So here what happens, so in this case ambiguity problem will come. Using classes, this ambiguity problem, that means compiler cannot decide which method I need to take into the child class. So all these three are classes, parent 1, parent 2, child, both, all the three are classes, and the method 1 is same means it cannot decide. So this ambiguity problem will come. So you can think that method 1 is there and here method 2 is there. Instead of method 1, let's think like method 2 is there in parent 2. Then it should allow, right? But even then it will not allow. Why? Because during the session I told you one more thing. So there is not enough space. So let me think like this is the object class. So I can put in a square box, but since there is no place, I am putting like this. So let's think like there is a super class for every class. So that class is object class. So this object class, it will be super class for every class, not only parent 1, parent 2, child, any kind of class you define in Java. this object class will have some methods which will get inherited into both parent 1 and parent 2. Now these two parents are having some properties, right? So those properties are again you are trying to copy into the child class, then again this ambiguity problem will again come. Even though you give method 1 in the parent 1 and method 2 in the parent 2, some properties are coming from the object class again. So object is the super class of all the classes. So these object properties are coming to parent 1 and also parent 2. In that case, again these properties and the methods are creating this ambiguity problem one more time. So that is the reason there are two problems. So first thing is if same methods in both the parent classes, then in child class ambiguity problem or confusion will come and it will not be allowing to create that. So that is one reason. Second reason is suppose we have different methods in the parent classes. Even then the object class is the super class, so object class will have some methods and variables, right? Those are again inherited to both parent 1 and parent 2. The object class is the super class which will inherit into parent 1 and parent 2. So that parent 1 and parent 2 properties again will create conflict and it will not allow you to inherit into again the child class. So these are 2 points. So you can try to explain whatever you understood if anything you are facing in interview, but this since this is not supported, you do not need to worry too much about multiple inheritance for classes. So if you want to learn about the how to write the code also, I will show you one example. So let's try to see. It's not possible, it will throw an error. Multiple inheritance. Select public static void main. So in this case what I will do, class parent 1 and we have one more class parent 2. Now two parents I am taking and I need to inherit into one class. So let me take one child class. So I have to use the extends keyword, extends, and use parent 1 comma parent 2. So this is how you have to inherit from one child into, but it is throwing error. As I am saying, it's not supported, right? Even it's not implemented like the Java whoever developed, they did not implement the multiple inheritance and it's not possible. So using the classes parent 1 comma parent 2, if you are giving, it will not work. It will give an syntax error. Syntax errors, the token comma is not expected, right? It's not, it's like is syntax error. So either you can give only one class only. For every child class you can give only one class, like single level or multi-level is possible. Hierarchical is like having same parent for multiple classes. So if you are using comma and trying to inherit multiple classes into one child class, it's not possible. So multiple inheritance is not supported in programming, in Java programming, using classes. Using interface it's possible, let's see that later. So multiple inheritance using classes is not supported in Java programming. So this error will be coming up. So what I will do, I will just put here and say that not supported with classes in Java. Okay, so one more thing, we have created here parent 1, parent 2, child, so that is fine. So Now let me create one method in this. So I want to just show you the object also. Already I showed you. So just I'm putting welcome message, and if I'm creating this child one object, right? So let's think like I am creating one object for child obj equal to new child. So obj dot if I am giving, right? So this child class is having only single method only, it's not having anything else. So even the parent also we didn't do anything, so I commented out. So if I am putting obj dot, it is showing all these methods. So display method is the user defined method, but equals, get class, hash code, notify all, to string, wait long, timeouts, int nano, something is there. So all these are defined in the object class. So object class is a super class for all the classes. So all these properties are coming from the super class object class. So uh, we do not need to know these things, we generally don't use these things, but you need to know that object class is a super class of every class, and it will inherit certain methods and variables into the like variables are not there here, only methods are defined in the object superclass. So we have equals and all these are methods only with small bracket is there, so there is no variable. So all these properties are coming from that. We do not need to know all these things. So just you need to understand that these are object is a super class, right? That's why these are inherited into every class. Whenever you are putting this dot, every time you are going to see these things. So but we, since we don't use it, you can ignore them, but you need to worry about the current class whatever you have created and try to access those variables only. Dot you give and give display method. And if you have any other method, so if you have one more method like display one, so think about those things only, and don't worry about the object class things. So display method 2. So using the same object obj dot this, you can see that dot if I am giving, everything is listed, but it will list which class it belongs to. So the object class or child class it will list out. So uh, we should mostly worry about our own user defined methods or classes and variables. So object class whatever it is giving, it is fine, like it is giving something because it is a super class for us. All the classes will belong to inheriting the properties implicitly, like there is no extends keyword I am not using for the object class. So object is a super class, but extends is not required. Similar to how the java.lang package is imported automatically to every package. So here the package day19 is explicit calling, but java.lang package, right, it is coming automatically into the every class. So java.lang is an implicit calling in every Java program. Similarly, the object class also will get inherited into every class. So that's why you are seeing that. So just remember that point, that should be sufficient. So if you have any questions regarding these points, feel free to post in the chat for the inheritance topic on any types of inheritance or anything. So since we discussed only classes, first of all understand only classes. So inherit interface is will be covered in the next session. So first of all think about classes, and if you have any questions you ask, we can discuss. So if you have any other questions on any previous topics, feel free to ask today. So nobody have questions. So did you understand this topic, types of inheritance? Can you say you understood or not? Okay, multiple inheritance, second point, explain once again. Okay, okay, fine. So multiple inheritance, right? So there are 2 points I discussed it. So uh, even we do not need to in detail explain, at least explain the first point. So 2 points I will explain you, but at least think about the first point. So I will explain both the points one more time. So we have four types of inheritance. So single, multi-level, hierarchical, these are straightforward. There is no confusion or anything in classes. In terms of multiple inheritance, we are having multiple parents and single child we are having. This is the definition of multiple inheritance. And let's go back to our third image. So here I have taken parent 1, parent 2, which is having both method 1 and method 1, and this child, if I am inheriting the method 1, right, it will create this ambiguity problem. That is first point. So same methods are coming into both the parent, both the uh, it's like both the parents are having the same methods. That's why child is not able to inherit that property, and ambiguity confusion is coming. Then the child is not able to inherit. So ambiguity or confusion will be created in the Java, and it will not be proceeding. And the second point is every object is every class is having a super class, right? So uh, parent 1 is also having one super class which is object. It is not explicitly visible to anyone, but this object will have some methods that are getting copied into this, right? So when you are copying that parent parent 2 is also getting properties from object, and parent 1 is also getting properties from object, and those properties are going to get copied into this method. Like method 1 I am taking here, method 2 I am taking when I am discussing about object superclass. Method 1 I am taking in parent 1, method 2 I am taking in parent 2. In that case, some properties are coming from the object class into both the classes. In that case, there will be again ambiguity problem, and uh, like this is not logically correct. So multiple inheritance is not correct for classes in general. So even if you do not understand the point 2, even this is not exactly correct. Even I feel sometimes some explanation says that this is correct, but this object 2 is sorry, the second point, it is inheriting all the object properties into both the parents. Both the parents are getting all the methods from the object superclass, and those properties, both the duplicate properties, if we are putting into the child class, right, here I am inheriting into the child class. So single child is there inheriting both parents that are having the property of superclass object. So that's the reason again ambiguity will create. So if you do not even explain the point 2, so point 2 if you explain it will be again confusing. So point 1 is more than enough if anyone asks you in the interview. So point 2 you should not worry much. In the previous session we discussed about the inheritance topic and different types of inheritance, and some of the code I have explained you. How can we implement different types of inheritance using the classes, and their multiple inheritance is not supported in classes. Today's session we will mainly discuss on the three topics. One is method overriding. So method overriding is also an important topic in Java programming, and there are two more keywords like final keyword and super keyword. So all these three topics we will discuss today. So first topic is on method overriding. So what is method overriding, right? So previously we have learned about method overloading. So method overloading will generally deal with writing the same method name but giving different input data type or different number of input parameters. In both the cases method overloading will happen, but method overriding, right, method overriding is specific to inheritance only. So method overriding topic will be applicable only in case of inheritance. So if you are not using inheritance topic in your program, method overriding will not be applicable. And if you want to do method overriding, right, what will happen? Suppose you have written some method in the main parent class. So parent class is having certain method, and you want to override that method. What is overriding means? Suppose I have given some method like display method in the parent, and I want to write the same method again in the child class, and in that child class I want to have a different definition. Suppose I am printing some text like parent in the parent class, and in the child class I want to display some message like child. That is an example. So in the real time the implementation will be different. So overriding will generally deal with the two classes, so parent class and child class, and whatever method is having some definition in the parent class. So let's take like we have one parent and we have one child. These are two classes, and there is some method is available. So this method, if I want to override, right? So this overriding logic, how it works. So whatever the method name is there, exactly the name should be same in the parent and the child. And the input values also should be exactly same. There should not be any difference. Suppose I am declaring an integer as the input. So here the code can be like some code is there like parent method code. Some code I have written in this, and in the child class I want to have a different set of code. Maybe this is applicable for this class only, but when the child class comes, right? So we want to write something else. So we want to override that code and we want to do some other coding. So this same method and everything should be same. This is called as method signature. So whatever statement you are writing, right, with return type and method name and input parameters, everything is method signature. So method signature should be exactly same. There should not be any difference. So it should be exactly same both in the parent and the child. But the code that you are writing inside the parent and the code you are writing in the child will be different. Then the topic of overriding will come. So the code that you are writing in the child class is overriding the code that you have written in the parent class. So this is called as overriding. So in the child class, using the overriding, we provide different implementation. So the definition you can think of like we are having two classes. Like parent and child, you can think of parent child, and in the child class, using the method overriding, we are going to override the implementation of the parent class. We provide different implementation of the code. So like code we are going to change, but the method name should be exactly same. So this is the important thing. If you are again changing the method name, right, then in the child if you are giving a different method name, then this topic is not method overriding. This is normal inheritance it will become. So method name should be exactly same. Whatever name you are giving here, the method name should be exactly same. And the input parameters also exactly same. Either it is integer, data type, float or string or anything. This method signature should be matching exactly. Then only the topic is called as method overriding. So overriding will be applicable only in inheritance only. Only when parent-child relationship is there for two classes, then only overriding can happen. If this parent and child are independent classes and there is no inheritance between them, right? If you are not using extends keyword, then this overriding topic is not applicable. So overriding will be applicable only in case of the parent-child relationship using the extends keyword with inheritance. So inheritance, if you are doing only, the overriding will be coming into the logic. So most of the times we use overriding only when we want to have a different implementation of the code. Yeah. Now I will show you like one example. Uh, yeah, before that, if you remember the multi-level inheritance, right? So I'll explain you a little bit on this. So if you remember the multi-level inheritance, suppose you have, let me take four classes. So let's take like four classes we are having. One, two, 3, 4. So total 4 classes we have. This is multi-level inheritance. So in this multi-level inheritance, there is one parent class. So this is parent class, this is child 1, this is child 2, this is child 3. So this overloading is applicable even in this case of multi-level inheritance also. Suppose I have written a method in the parent and in the child 1 I can override, or in the child 2 I can override, or child 3 I can override. Wherever I want to override it is fine, but this overriding is applicable in case of, like, you can think of this is the parent, right, and this is child 1. If you are overriding in here also it is fine. If you want to override that in the next child also, like next level of child, like if you think this is a grandfather, right, father, this is son. So even in case of two levels down also, the grandfather related method you can change in the grandson also. Like multi-level also it is possible. So in this also is possible. So you should not think like it is applicable only to one level only. Even in case of multi-level also, we can do the overriding. So it's totally possible. Only the parent-child relationship and inheritance is important. So I'll start writing some code and I'll explain more on that. So I'll create a new package for today, new day 20. Click on finish. So I'm creating a new class called so some class I can write. Method overriding example I am taking. Method overriding example is the class name, and select public static void main, click on finish. So here I am going to define one parent class and one child class, and the code we are going to write here. The calling object creation we are going to write in the main method, but first of all you have to define a parent class. So class, and I am taking a class called bank. So let me take a generic bank. So this is parent. So this generic bank is having, let's take like I'm taking a bank is generally having some loans. It will provide loans to the people, right? So let me take some method called interest rate. So this interest rate method is returning a double data type value. So I'm going to give the return 5.5 is the interest rate I am returning for this interest rate method. So only one method I am taking. Since the topic is method overriding, we don't need any variables right now. So we need to declare a class, parent class, and I am taking a method called interest rate. Generally any bank will have some interest rate, right? So this is a generic bank, right? So the parent is generic. So I am taking a method and it is returning some 5.5 is the interest rate that I have defined in the parent, and now I am going to declare one more child class. So the child I am going to take, suppose Bank of America. So buffer I am taking Bank of America, and I need to extend the parent bank. So I am declaring the Bank of America class and I am extending the parent bank, which is generic. So, and inside this I am going to override this method. So again write double and give interest rate. So it is asking for return type. So return, let me take 7.5 is the interest rate. So for Bank of America it is a child. So the child is returning 7.5 as the interest rate. So child 1 I am taking. If I am declaring one more class, right, suppose I am declaring JP Morgan. It is also another banking company. So JP Morgan is another bank. So it is also having some interest rate. So here I am returning 9.5. Let's take like this. So this is another child. So this is one parent and I have declared two childs. These are two independent childs. Child 1 and child 2 are not related to one another, but they are linked to the parent, same parent bank. So this inheritance, if you remember, this is hierarchy inheritance. Single parent, multiple child classes are there. So this is in hierarchy inheritance, and here I have taken one method. 5.5 is the interest rate for the parent bank, and for child 1 it is 7.5, and child 2 the interest rate is 9.5, and the return type is double. So I am returning a double value. Now these are already inherited. The here the overriding is happening because the method is exactly same, only the value is changing here. So far it's fine. Now this method is exactly same, right? So this is called as overriding. If you are writing exactly same method in the child class, and you have only changed the implementation, this code is called as implementation or definition. So the code definition I have changed, but I have not changed the method signature. Signature is exactly same. Even if you want to take any input also, you can take input, that is totally fine. So I am not taking any input. If you want to take input, and but you have to make sure that all the return type or anything should be exactly matching for method overriding. Now let me create one object for the classes, and let's call that. So for the bank, if I am creating object and I am calling this method, right, anyway it is going to return 5.5. So I want to check it for Bank of America and JB Morgan banks. So first of all I am going to take BOFA and create some variable, and new BOFA. So here BOFA dot interest rate. So interest rate, if I am calling, this will print 7.5 as the interest rate, and in this case it will print 9.5. So JPM, JP equal to new JPM. So JP dot interest rate. So it is going to return only this value, but I need to store it in some variable. So let me put it in double variable d1 equal to. So if I don't store it somewhere, you cannot see that on the console. So you have to print this on the console now. So d1 I am going to print, and this value let me take into another variable called d2, and let me print it on the console. Now run a Java application. So in the first case it is returning printing the value of 7.5, and in the second case it is printing the value of 9.5. For overriding, if you are writing simple code like this also, it is totally fine. Only thing, you have to have the same method signature or method name. This is method declaration we will also call, or method signature. So this statement should be exactly matching, but the code that you are writing inside can be anything. In this simple example I have taken only like returning a double value, but you can write any complex code. So the code can be anything, like implementation you can write any lines of code, uh, but the method name should be exactly same. So this is overriding. So in overriding, we should not change the method signature. So here I should, if I am putting like uh, interest rate 1 or something, right, there won't be any error, but this method is not overridden in this case. This is interest rate and this is interest rate 1, right? So the overriding is not happening in this case. So if you want to override, you should have same method, exactly same. The signature, the first line of code, whatever you write in the method, that should be same. uh, and we can change the method body. This is called as method body or method definition or implementation, anything. So you can change this, but you cannot change this one. So this is a simple example for overriding using a simple code. There is another topic, like we can also use a keyword called @override. This is annotation. So using @override annotation, you can specify in the child class that the method is getting overridden. So this one I will give you another example. So let's close this one. I am going to create another class. Override annotation. So even in the previous example you can apply that. So for better understanding, let's write in a new method. So public static void main override annotation, I am giving the new class name. Any name you can specify. So override annotation I am giving. So the code we will write later. First of all, let's declare two classes. So I am taking parent class, and let me take another class called child class. So this parent class and child class should be related using inheritance. So use extends keyword and put parent class. Now inside the parent class, I am going to write some method called display method, and let me put some print statement. Parent display method. In the child class, same method one more time I am going to write. So the code which I have showed previously or now also, it is exactly same. So display method here overriding is happening. And if I am giving some other name for this also, it will allow me to proceed and there will not be any error. But this will not be an overriding. This is like writing unique method. So if you are creating an object in this case, right? So let me create an object for child class. So child class obj equal to new child class obj dot. If I am giving, it is giving me display and display method, both it is giving me. So instead of display method, if I am writing only display, so save. If I am putting dot one more time, only display method is coming. Even though there is a display method in parent and in child also, two times it is there. You may think that two times the display method should be there in the child class, because the parent also have inherited, right? Extends keyword I have used and inherited. So display method which is for the parent and which is for the child, both should be there in the child class object, right? But it will not be like that, because overriding has happened here, and only the child class display method will be available. There is no parent class display method anywhere here. And if you want to specify something like @override, it is also fine. Like if you are writing like this, this is an optional annotation, so it is not mandatory, it is optional. So this annotation, if you specify that, what happens, right? Suppose I have specified this override and I am changing the method name to something else. So display method I am writing. Now you see error is coming. The method display method of the type child class must override or implement a super type method. So suppose you are giving the explicit statement like override. If you are using this annotation of override, then you should mandatorily override some method which is in the super class, the parent class, the super type it is saying. So if you are not giving the override, then it will not throw error. If you are giving override, then you should mandatorily override some method which is already there in the parent class. So it is optional. It is optional. If you are writing same method again, and if you are specifying, right, if you are specifying the override annotation, then you should mandatorily override, otherwise the error will be thrown. Mandatorily override the parent method in the child class. So if you are not using the override, there will not be any problem. You can use the display method one more time. There is a display method and you can write in the child class display method one more time and there will not be any error. This is also called as overriding only. You are writing the method one more time in the child class and you are writing a different lines of code in the child class. This is overriding, and if you want to explicitly specify, right, this override annotation at the rate override, if you are specifying, then compiler will think that this method is overriding some method from the parent class. Suppose this method itself not available, right? Suppose if I am giving display 1 here, so you see error is there, error is coming because display method is not available in the parent class. So the error is coming like the display method display of type child class must override or implement a super type method. Super type means parent method. So I hope you got this point what I'm saying. So override is optional when you're writing the method correctly. So even if you're not writing correctly also there won't be any error. But if you are specifying override explicitly, then at that time mandatorily this method should be available in the parent class. Otherwise the overriding will throw an error. And in terms of if you are building a big automation framework or any development code anybody is writing, right, in that time override will be like a best practice. So it's not mandatory, like as I told it is optional, but it is also treated like a best practice. So it is in best practice, so that suppose if I am changing the method name or something here, then I should be alerted with some error message like in the parent also I should have the same method name. That will make sure that the overriding is properly happening. That is the reason like it is a best practice in coding for overriding topic. So even though if it is optional, if you are trying to override something, right, then you better specify that, so that if any mistake you are doing, then the compiler can show you some error. So if here the display method is there, here the display you are giving as override, then the method names are not matching, then the compiler will give you some error and you can correct that. So that's the reason generally override will be used. If here simple code I have written, only one class and one method I have given, but if you are taking any framework there will be 10 or 100 methods will be there, then you cannot remember, or like multiple people will be continuously working and updating those things. So at that time if you are trying to use the overriding logic, then you should specify this, and this is not mandatory, it is fine to use, like it is a good practice. And if you are specifying it, you should have the overrided method mandatorily in the parent class. Parent class is not having any method and you are specifying some method as override in the child class, then an error will be thrown. So just try to practice this. So now what I will do, dot display method, I have created an object. So if I am putting display, right, so dot display is coming. So if I am executing, it will print the value of child class method only, like child display method it will do. And in case I don't have this code itself, I am removing this code and saving the file, and there is no error because in the parent already display is there. Now the parent class display method will be called. If there is some code here, then the child class code will be called. Child class method. So you can just practice it different ways, and then you will understand this better. So using override annotation or without using override annotation, two things I have shown you. So this is about overriding. So there is some more topics around method overloading versus method overriding. There are some differences. So for that I will give you another example. So I hope you understood the topic of overriding. So overriding, suppose we have a class and we have some method and we want to write a different code. In this case, right, generally any bank will have some interest rate, and a specific bank can have a different interest rate because their business is different and their customer base and the number of people or number of accounts in their bank, it all depends on their profit and everything. Based on that only the interest rate will be decided. So we cannot have the same interest rate that is defined for like RBI is a Indian super bank, right? So if it is defining some interest rate, even the child banks also cannot take the same interest rate because they have to run their own business. So for that reason they will change the implementation according to their business. So you can think like that. So for your understanding I am saying, so you are going to change the implementation in overriding, but the same method name and signature everything should be same. So let me give you another example for method overloading versus method overriding. So far method overriding is a simple topic, so just you have to practice one or two times. So method overloading versus overriding, some differences are there. So method overloading we have seen multiple things already. So and method overriding. So now also we will see some examples while dealing with overriding, how the overloading also you can do. And after that I will summarize some points. So first of all, let's create some class and write some code first of all, and I'll explain you. So create a new class. So this class I am going to write overloading versus overriding. RIDING. Select public static void main, click on finish. So this is overloading versus overriding differences. In this case, let me declare one class called class. So the class name let me give as base class I am giving. And in this case I am defining some method. So method 1 I am giving like string str, and I am taking one more method void m2. In this case I am giving another variable str, again I can give, or any other variable I can specify. So in the first method I am giving like print statement of str. Second also let me put sysout. As I am printing whatever variable I am receiving for this method I am printing. So this is the parent class. Now coming to the child class. So child class I am giving some name like subclass, and it is extending the base class. So inside the subclass what I am going to write. So this first method I want to override now. So for overriding what I should do, I should give the same name, and the data type also I should pass the same data type, and print I can print anything like str, and for differentiation purpose I am giving like child class method I am giving. Here I am printing only the value, but here I am printing the additional text like child class method. So this is overriding. So right now in this class, if you are creating an object, right, subclass, if you are creating an object, how many methods will be there? So there is two methods already in the base class that I have extended, right? So these two methods will come into the subclass automatically using this extends keyword. After that, we have defined one more method. Now, do we have three methods or two methods? So we will have only two methods. So previously the display method I have showed you where only like one method is available because overridden, right? This method is overridden. So this method is again replaced with the different code. So this is one method and second method. So subclass is now having only two methods. One is the overridden method, one is the m2 method. So m1 and m2 two methods only available in the subclass. If you are creating an object, you will see only two methods. So let's see. Subclass object equal to new. So obj dot if I am giving m1 and m2. M1 is the overridden method in the subclass and M2 is the base class method. So you see, even though if I am using the subclass and creating the object, it is showing the method is belonging to which class. So it is belonging to the base class. If I am removing this M2, I am removing this and putting obj dot. Now you see M1 and M2 belongs to the base class only. So if I am placing M1 one more time in the subclass, now if I am using object dot, you can see M1 I have overridden, right? That's why in the subclass it is showing, and M2 is in the base class. So only two methods are there. All the other object related methods you ignore. Only think about M1 and M2. We have only M1, M2 and M1. So far we have overridden only. Here we have two methods and I have overridden one method. Now I want to write one more method where I can overload it. So how can I do that? So M2 method I want to overload in the subclass. So how can I overload? So either I have to change the data type or I can give multiple different values in the child class. So for that what I will do, I will give string str1 and string str2. Two variables I am going to pass. And the print I am going to give str1 plus str2. So I am just concatenating. This is overloading. Why it is overloading, you may get doubt sometimes. If you are understanding, it's good, but this M1 I have overridden here. M2 method I did not override, I have overloaded. This method will be coming into this class again. By using extends, this M2 will come into the child class, but the same method exactly I did not give, right? I did not override this. I have passed a different number of input parameters. So this logic is overloading, not overriding. Overloading is different and overloading is different. Overloading is having the different data type or different input parameters. So that is the logic for method overloading. Overriding is having the same method signature but having the different method body. That is overriding. Overloading is having different input data type or different number of input parameters. These 2 points is applicable for overloading. So both are different, both are not same topics. So overloading is different and overriding is different. So if I am using this subclass object and putting dot, right? So let's see. M1 is coming from the subclass which is overridden method. M2 is coming from the base class. And again I have another M2 which is coming in the subclass. These two are not same. These are overloaded methods. So M2 is a taking two inputs str1 and str2. So it belongs to the subclass. Even though it belongs to subclass, right? This base class method is already copied into the subclass. The base class method is copied into the subclass using the extends keyword. And again I am declaring the same method name and different input values. So that means this is overloading. So overloading generally do not need inheritance. Overloading directly you can use within the same class, and using the inheritance also you can overload any method. Overload in the sense you are changing the data type or number of input parameters. So I have changed the number of input parameters in this case. So this is overloading. This is not overriding. So if you have understood this difference, it's very important. Maybe some questions can come in the interviews also, like give me the differences between overloading and overriding. So let me complete the program. I will summarize the differences. So first of all, I am going to call M1, which is overridden method. In this I am going to pass my name Swaroop. So this is overridden method. Then obj.m2, m2 is taking single input. Let me put a different string, Nadella. So this method m2 is a normal method from the parent class. Method from parent class. In the child class we did not do anything for M2. This M2 is having single input, so we did not override again in the child class. This M2 is a method belonging to the base class. If you put dot one more time and check M2, right? M2 is belonging to base class. So it's not having any changes in the child class. Directly the base class I am taking. Overridden method in the child class. And we have one more thing. So obj.m2. obj.m2, I need to pass two values. So this is overloaded method in the child class, subclass. So here I am going to pass two strings. Overloaded method in the child class. So this is in the child class. This is belonging to the parent class. This is the first one is overridden method in the child class. So this M2 will not again come into the child class because already the overriding happened, and using the child class object you cannot directly access the M1 method because overriding has happened here. So M1 method only, using subclass object you can access M1 only because overriding has happened, and the M1 cannot be directly accessible using the subclass. Now if I am printing this, executing this, the values are printed, going to get printed. So let's see step by step. So first of all I am creating an object for the child class, and obj.m1 I am passing a string Swaroop. So let's see, let's go to the child class now, subclass, and see the M1. So M1 method is taking the string as Swaroop, and Swaroop and concatenation is happening child class method. That is what the first print statement. So it's not directly printing the M1 and putting Swaroop, right? It's because a subclass I am taking and calling this method. So overriding is working properly. And in case of the M2 method, M2 is having taking only single string. That case it is calling the parent class. There is no method in the child class. So method from the parent class. So Nadella is printed single string. Directly it is printing and using the method in the parent class. Using this extends, it is extending the method to the child. And coming to M2, I am taking two input strings. So this is an overloaded method in the child class. So this M2 method with two input parameters is not available in the parent also. It's available only in the child subclass. So those two values are concatenated as str1 dot str1 plus str2. That means concatenation, and it is getting printed on the console like Swaroop Nadella without any space. If you want space, you can put like double quotes and give one space. Again run a Java application, now space will be printed. So you can customize the output. So this is the high level understanding about overriding and overloading, and both the logic is both are not the same topic. So overloading is like taking different inputs and or different data type, and overriding is giving the different method body. So let me summarize these points. So first of all, let me talk about method overloading. So method overloading is also called as compile time polymorphism. During the compile time itself, compiler will know which method to call. So if I am putting dot here, right, obj dot, if I am giving m2 and m2, it is taking single input, it is taking multiple inputs. So if I am putting dot, then only the m2 it is showing two methods. So this is called as compile time. During the compilation process itself, the Java is already knowing that the overloading is happening. m2 method is there twice, it is already knowing. So method overriding is called as compile time polymorphism. So polymorphism is having many forms, and compile time polymorphism, why? Because we do not need to execute the code in order to understand whether overloading is happening or not. This is compile time polymorphism. So second point, we can do with and without inheritance. So before I told you about the inheritance topic itself, I have discussed about overloading. There we did not talk about anything about inheritance. So overloading is nowhere related to inheritance. But if you are using inheritance also, the overloading is possible. So with or without inheritance, you can do the method overloading. So even with single inheritance, like single class or multiple class, with and without inheritance in the sense single and multiple classes. So if you are in the same class, if you are in the multiple classes, you can overload the methods. So in this example, I have showed you the method which is available in the parent and child. So m2 is there in the parent, and I have overloaded that in the child class. That is about multiple classes. So whatever I have told you in the previous sessions, the overloading, that is single class. Everything I have done in the single class. So inheritance is not important for overloading, and it is a compile time polymorphism. And we have to change the method signature, like input data type, or the number of inputs. Either one of them you have to change, then only the overloading is going to happen. Method names are same. So if you are writing multiple methods in overloading, all the method names will be same. But the method signature, the input data types is going to change, or number of inputs, but the method names are same in overloading. And this topic is this belongs to polymorphism topic. So polymorphism means having many types, right? Many forms. So let's discuss about method overriding. So in terms of method overriding, it is called as runtime polymorphism. Why it is runtime polymorphism? Because only when the code is getting executed, that time only the compiler will know which method to call. Even though we are seeing here with dot, you are seeing some base, and let me see, like m1 is belonging to subclass. Even though we are seeing it physically, but whenever the code get executed and an object is created, right, that time only, like, compiler will decide whether I should call this one or this one. So overriding topic is called as runtime polymorphism, and overloading is compile time polymorphism. So whenever an object is created, then only the method is decided which method need to be called. That's why the runtime polymorphism uh, concept is applied to overloading. Sorry, overriding. Overriding is called as runtime polymorphism, because whenever an object is created, that time some memory is allocated for the method, and it will decide whether the method need to be called from parent or child. And it is possible only with inheritance. So if you are not discussing anything about inheritance, then method overriding topic will not come. So only with two classes or more than two classes. So two classes or more. I have showed you with multiple also, right? So even with multi-level inheritance also, suppose I have defined in parent class child 1, child 2, child 3. So the child 1 I can override, or child 2 also the same method in the parent I can override. Child 3 also I can override. In any level I can override. So at least two classes or more you need to have, and it should be topic of inheritance. Then only overriding you can do. In case of overloading, you don't need any inheritance. You can directly do that. And we should not change any method name here. Method signature should not be changed in overriding. We should not change the method signature, but we can change the body of the code, body of the method with a different implementation or definition. So this is one point. The next point is the method names will be same. In the parent and child, when you are doing method overriding, method names will be exactly same. Even the uh, method signature also should be exactly same. Method signature, we should have the same method signature in overriding. Method name means this method name, and the input data type also. If you are this total statement is called as signature, and this method name is called as the name of the method. So it should be same. And the next point is it belongs to the concept of inheritance. So it is repeated, that's fine. So it belongs to the inheritance topic. So this is a summary, so try to understand these differences. This is also important. In day-to-day basis you may not need it during the project, but maybe for the preparation of interviews you can try to understand this compile time and runtime. Why it is runtime means during the object creation only the method is decided whether it should call the parent method or the child method. And polymorphism, compile time polymorphism, because uh, during the compile time itself, before the code execute itself, it will decide whether because of this input data type only we are changing, we are having different methods. In case of overloading, we are having one method here and another method which is having different signature. So signature is different, that's why the compiler automatically understand, and that's why it is called as compile time polymorphism. But compiler cannot decide during the before code itself execute, right? When the code get executed, an object memory is created. At that time it will decide whether the method should be coming from the parent class or it should be created in the child class using the overriding logic. So that's why it is called as runtime polymorphism. So this is the high level summary of the overloading and overriding differences. Now let's see the topic of final keyword. So final is a keyword in Java which is already defined in the programming. So it is having some significance. So this final keyword can be applied to variables, methods, and classes. So all these three we can apply the final keyword, and when we apply this to the variables, methods, and classes, what happens we have to understand. So first of all I will give you an high level overview and then we will write some code. If you are applying to variables, right, so variable is something which we can define in the runtime and we can change some values also. Suppose integer data type I have given int a equal to 100. During the runtime I can change it to 200, 300, anything I can change. That's why this is called as variable, right? I can change to any value during the runtime of the program. But if I am specifying any variable to the final, suppose there is int a equal to 100. If I am only writing up to this value I can change in another line of code, like somewhere like a equal to 200 I can again change. But if I am giving final, I'll defining this, so final int a equal to 100 if I am specifying, then I cannot change the value, so the compiler will throw an error in this case. Why it will throw error? Because the variable which is defined as final, it will be treated like a constant, so this should not be changed again, so the value cannot be changed. We cannot change value again. So whenever you are creating, that time you are going to assign some value, and if you are putting some final, this is treated like a constant, and the variable value cannot be again changed. So at the declaration statement time itself you have to put some value and give final. So it is treated like a constant and it is having certain use cases. So uh, suppose you want to create some constant and you want to retain the value, and you don't want anybody to change, right? Then you should give the variable as final, and we cannot change the value again. So you have to assign some value and you cannot change it one more time. So let's see some code to understand this. So this is about variables, and coming to methods. So some method I am giving final, right? So if I am writing any method and if I am not giving final, I was able to do overriding in this case. So you see overriding is possible in case of non-final methods. But if I give a method as final, I cannot override. So if you have given some method in the parent class and you have given the method as final in the parent class, then you cannot override that method in the child class. Compiler will throw an error saying that this is a final method, you cannot do anything. So let's see that in the program, and let's think about classes. So final is applicable to three ways: variables, methods, and classes. So let's think about classes. So we cannot inherit the class. We have a parent class and I have given the class as final, then I cannot inherit that into a child class. That means I cannot extend to child class. So final class cannot be inherited, final method cannot be overridden, final variable cannot be changed. So these 3 points are important. So let's understand with a program. So let me close all this. I'll create a new class called final. Final keyword, select public static void main, click on finish. So let's define some class like test class. So int a equal to, let me take the value as 1000. So I am going to create an object for this class, test class obj equal to new test class. Now using this object, I am going to call this variable and I am going to assign the value of 2000. Initially it is 1000, and let me print this value. So obj dot a. So first of all 1000 will be printed, and again I am updating the value, and let me print again obj dot a one more time. So first of all let's execute it. So 1000 is initially there and I have updated the value and it became 2000. So now let me apply this final logic. So I am going to put this variable as final. So after that what happens? Final. I am putting final here, and you see the error is there. This is an error. So the final field test class dot a cannot be assigned. So already some value is assigned and you cannot reassign any other value. So this is an compilation error. Why this error is thrown? Because this is a constant, right? This is a constant. If you are applying final to any variable, it will be treated like a constant, and again you cannot assign another value. So this variable value cannot be changed during the runtime. So that's why error is coming. So we cannot change the value. If you are trying to change the value, it will throw an error and your code will not compile. So you should not try to change the value for the final. So I am just commenting out. So you can also try during your practice. So it will not allow you uh, to write the code. So there will be an error. So if I uncomment, you can see the error. The final field test class.a cannot be assigned. Why it cannot be assigned? Because it is a constant with final keyword. So let me comment out. So first point is done. So final variables cannot be changed again. So we can assign some value during the declaration. This is variable declaration. After variable declaration, again in the somewhere in the code you cannot again change it. So this is not possible. And let me try to override also. So in this case, let me create one more class called child and extends test class, and I am going to create one method called some method like display method. Let me write, and I will print some value. So this is parent display method, and the same method again I am going to define in the child class, saying that child display method. So in this case I am able to override this method. So let me comment out these two lines of code also. Variable topic is done. Now let's think about the method. So dot display I am writing, and let me execute it. So first of all, this is normal overriding. So okay, so I have used the test class object. That's why parent display method is coming. So let me comment out this. I am going to declare an object for child class. So the child class is child object equal to new child. So this object variable I am going to use and call the display. Run as Java application. So child display method is overridden. So this method is overridden in this case. And let me put final. So I want to learn the final topic now. So if I am putting final, before putting final there was no error. So you see there was no error. So this is just a spelling issue only. So this is fine. So I have commented this word, so it is having spelling issue. So now there is no error. I am putting final. So there is an error in this case. Over multiple markers. Let me remove this text. Cannot override the final method from the test class. So this, as I am saying multiple times, this display method is the overridden method of the test class, right? Test class is the parent class. Suppose if I am applying final here, what it is saying? Cannot override the final method. So that's why like same method you cannot write in the child class again. The compiler will not allow you to proceed. So we cannot override the method in the child class. So this is the logic I am saying. So same method if you are giving final in the child class, again you cannot write that method. So overriding is not possible. So you can write a different method name, some other method you can define, but same method you cannot define one more time. This method will not come to the, it will be available in the child class, but you cannot override it. The code you cannot update it. So based on the requirement we use the method overriding, but final uh, final keyword is generally more important for interview perspective, and the variables we generally frequently use, but methods and classes we don't use frequently. But for understanding you should have some understanding, right? So final you have to learn for variables, methods and classes, but variables are frequently used in automation, but methods and classes are not used. But for understanding you cannot directly call the same method like override it. So this overriding final method is not possible. So this is not possible. So in order to avoid this error, let comment this out. So if you are trying also, it will be throwing error and this file will have some error. So this is not possible. So we should not try to override a final method. So this point is done, and updating the value of the final variable also is not possible. Overriding also not possible. And coming to class. So this class I was able to extend into the child class. So the uh, this display method I can now use with the child class, right? So display method I can able to use from the parent class. So if I'm running as, so parent display method, it is still working even though if it is final, right? It can able to extend into the child class. So that will work, only overriding will not work for the final method. And this class I was able to extend because it is not a final class. The third point is about talking about final classes. So final keyword on a class. We cannot inherit a class or extend to a child class. That is not possible. If you want to test it out, put final before the class. So there is an error coming. Before you give final, there was no error. So line number 12 do not have any error. I am putting final now. Keep the cursor here. The type child cannot subclass the final class test class. So final class test class is the final class. So it cannot be inherited or extended into the child class. It is not possible. Not possible to extend final class into the child class. So it is throwing error for you. So error is there. So we cannot do that. So even the third point, we cannot inherit the class. Inherit in the sense extending. Extends keyword you cannot apply and put it in the child class. So this is not possible. So all the three for the final we have seen with example. So for variable we cannot update it again, and the method we cannot override, and the test class is a final class, so even we cannot extend it into the child class. So it is not possible to extend an final parent class into a child class. So I am going to comment this, and let me comment this all the code. So for final you cannot execute any code, so just you have to understand the syntax that if you are using final, the variable value cannot be changed, and if you are trying to change, error will come. And if you are trying to override a method, again error will come. If you are trying to uh, inherit or extend a class into a child class, again error will come. So you cannot execute and see anything on the console. So this is only like checking whether a final is possible or not. To understand the logic, you have to try it out and check the error. If error is coming, then it is not possible. So that's what you have to remember, mainly these things. And we don't generally use these 2 points most frequently in automation, but developers will frequently use, I think. And variables we can use for creating constants in the automation framework. So constant you can create, and using the final keyword, and apply it in the logic. So methods and classes, for understanding you should definitely know these things, may not be frequently used. So final topic is done. There is one more topic. So now let's understand the keyword called super. So small s, super keyword. So super keyword also works only in case of inheritance. So if you are trying to use the super keyword, right? If you do not know about inheritance, you cannot use the super keyword. And if you are not working with two or more classes, then super cannot be used. So if you want to use this super keyword, you should have the logic of inheritance, like two classes or more than two classes you should have. Then only super keyword you can able to implement it. So the logic, everything I'll explain step by step. Uh, so first of all, before theoretically understanding, let's directly do some code. I'm going to close the final keyword. Let's create a new class called super keyword. Select public static void main, click on finish. So I'm going to create a class called car. So in this car class, I'm going to declare a variable called speed equal to 100. So integer value I am defining speed equal to 100, and I'm going to declare another class called BMW. So the car class I am going to extend in this case. So this is a car class having an one variable called speed, and I am defining it as 100, and the next child class is BMW, which is extending the parent class extends car. Now in this case, not only variables, not only like methods, you can also override the variables also. You have defined a speed equal to 100 in this case. I can define another speed equal to 150. This is possible. Not only methods, you can also override variables. This is fine. So there is no error in this case. So now what I will do, I will create one method in the child class. So I'll write display speed, and I'll print the value of the in the console, like speed I will call. So this will print the value of the speed in the console. So every car will have speed, right? 10 kilometers per hour, 100 kilometers per hour. So that's what we are going to use here. So I'm going to create a variable for BMW object. So BMW and object equal to new BMW. So using this object, I am going to call the display speed, and this 150 is getting printed on the console. So let me execute it. So 150 is getting printed. So if you see in the program, in the parent class, this is the parent, right? So I have taken 100, and in the child class I have taken 150. And if I am calling display dot object dot display speed, if I am using, so 150 is getting printed. So this statement will call the child class variable. So in case you want to call the parent class variable, right, it is allowed, but you should use something like super keyword. If you are applying the super keyword, then you can also, since already this speed is also accessible using this extends keyword, I have inherited everything. So the speed also I can access, but here the overriding has happened, right? Overridden variable. This is an overridden variable, and if I am using speed, it is anyway going to call the child class only. In case I want to call the parent class, what I should do, sysout use super dot speed. So if I am writing like this, then the variable which is defined in the parent class can be called only the immediate parent. So let me comment out this first statement. This is for child class variable. This is for immediate parent. Why I am saying immediate parent, I'll explain you again. So first of all, understand the BMW is having one parent only right now. So car class having some variable, I can able to call it directly using super keyword. So now I have used this method, right? In this display speed method, now I have super dot speed. So save this program, Control S, and run as Java application. So now 100 is printed. So using the super keyword, you can access the parent class variable, immediate parent class variable. So this is first point you have to understand. So using super keyword, you can access the why I'm saying immediate parent, right? I'll explain you. So let me open Paint. Suppose let's take multi-level inheritance again. So I have four classes. So four classes I have. In these four classes, suppose I am in the last class. Let's think like I am in the last child class, the bottom child class. So if I am using super keyword, right, I can able to access only this parent only. I cannot access these two. So only the super keyword will work on immediate parent only. So it will not work on the grandparent and great grandparent. It will, if you think like this is one child, right? So this is the parent for this child, and again there is grandparent and great grandparent. So all these are not accessible using the super. Only the immediate parent is possible to access. So this is how the super keyword is defined, and you have to remember this. So you can able to access from the child class only the parent, immediate parent in multiple level inheritance. We are not going to extensively generally use in automation this multiple level. So you, if you are using also the immediate parent, you are anyway going to use. So immediate parent class variable only we are going to use. So the first thing is done. Immediate parent class variable I am going to use. The next thing is, let's think about the method also. So I am going to declare some method, and let's call the method also. So in the parent I am going to put some method like accelerate. So in this method I am putting some message like accelerate in the parent class. So method I am just giving some print statement saying this car class is the parent class. So accelerate method in the parent class. Now in the child class, again I am going to override. Let me copy paste. So same code I am copy pasting, and this instead of parent I am going to give child class. Accelerate method in the child class. So now display method we don't need. So let me remove this or comment out. So I am going to comment out. So obj dot, if I am giving and giving accelerate, right, only the child class accelerate only I can access. So this is an overridden method. I can access this method using the BMW object. So using this object I can access the child class method accelerate, which is overridden. So if I am running this, so let's see what happens. So accelerate method in the child class is getting printed. So this is without using any super keyword. I have not used any super keyword so far. So this method is printing this accelerate. This is an overridden method. In the child class I have overridden this accelerate method, and if I am executing this, it is giving the accelerate method in the child class. Suppose I want to call the parent class accelerate class. How can I do? Here I cannot do anything. So here you have to write the same code, but inside the accelerate method in the child class, what you have to do, write super dot accelerate. If you are writing super dot accelerate, you can able to call the immediate parent class method. So the BMW is having the immediate parent of car, so you can able to call the accelerate method, which is belonging to the car class, which is the parent. So in this way you have to use the super dot accelerate inside the BMW. You cannot write the super keyword in the main method. This is not possible. So the super keyword you have to use within the child class. Within the child class methods, anywhere you can use the super dot speed or super dot accelerate. You can use within the child class. So to call the immediate parent class variable or method. So this is about variable, this is about method. So I am going to save Control S. So accelerate I am calling, and this print statement I have commented out, and this I am going to execute now. Run as Java application. So accelerate method in the parent class. So using the super keyword, I am able to successfully call this parent class accelerate method. So the second point is access the immediate parent class method. So variable also you can call using super keyword, and even the method also you can call using the super keyword. And there is one more thing. Using super with brackets, right? You can call the constructor also. This is also immediate only. So let me show you the third point code. So this BMW, let me declare some so BMW, I am giving some constructor. So this is default constructor. There is no code inside, nothing is written. If I want to write some code, let me put BMW default constructor. So let me write some print statement, and here whenever I am creating new object, this BMW default constructor will be called. So close the console. So I have defined only up to the child class the constructor. So first of all, let me execute it. So BMW default constructor is called using this new keyword. This constructor is called, and then accelerate method in the parent class. This is coming because of this one. So if you don't need this, so just comment this out and execute one more time. So only the constructor calling is happening. So in this case, if you want to call the superclass constructor, right, you can call like this also. Okay, it should be the first statement in the constructor. So why it is throwing error, let me show you before writing. So the super keyword I am giving and giving bracket, right, this is going to call the parent class constructor, immediate parent. So but it is giving error. So why it is giving error? Constructor call must be the first statement in a constructor. So the super is a constructor calling happening. So this should be the first line of code. This is a compilation error. So this is how the Java compilation is process is happening. So in the default constructor, you have to put it as a first statement. And if you do not have any statements, that is fine. Like one line of code you can write. This BMW default constructor I am commenting out, and I am writing super. And inside this super, the car I don't have any constructor. So if I don't have anything, you will see like no message will be printed. First of all, let me run as Java application. So since nothing is printed, you cannot view anything on the console. So show view console. There won't be anything on the console. So I am going to close. So if I am uncommenting this statement, right? So BMW default constructor, this print is happening. So let me comment out, and in the car class I have to declare one constructor, default constructor, sysout car class default constructor. So this is the parent class. So this parent class constructor will be called if you are using super with brackets. This is similar to the this keyword. This keyword also with bracket if you are using, the parent class constructor will be called like the current class object. There this keyword is related to the current class. But super keyword is used to call the parent, immediate parent. everywhere it is immediate only. Immediate parent variable, immediate parent class variable, immediate parent class constructor to call the constructor which is belonging to the immediate parent class. So super keyword will call this car class constructor. So save this program and let's execute. So car class default constructor. I am able to call the super constructor also. All these 3 points are possible. So super keyword is mainly used to call the immediate parent class members. So members can be variable, method, constructor, anything. The member can be anything. It can be variable or method or constructor. To call the let me remove this and frame it like this. So it can be either default or parameterized, it is fine. So I have showed you example for default constructor. Default means no input parameters. So when I am declaring some object, I have not defined any variables. But parameterized constructor will have some variables. You can practice that one. So I didn't show you the parameterized constructor. You can practice it. So constructor, variable, method, anything can be called for the parent class using super keyword. This is also little important. Uh, Final keyword, the variables are important for automation, and super keyword also. Try to understand these three topics. Wherever you are using anytime in the future, you can able to use. And mostly it is only applicable for inheritance. If there are no classes, right? Two classes or more. If there are more number of everyone, welcome to the day 21 of Core Java. So today we will discuss one of the important OOPS concepts, which is abstraction. So far we have discussed all the remaining OOPS concepts. So this is the last topic on OOPS topic, object-oriented programming languages. So in that, abstraction is another important OOPS concept which we need to pay attention. So try to understand and practice these things whatever I am discussing. So what is abstraction? Let's go through the definition and how can we implement it with Java. We will discuss more on that. So abstraction is the process of hiding the implementation details and showing only the functionality to the user. So let me type the definition. So abstraction is a process of hiding the implementation and showing only the functionality. So I'll give you an example. First of all, let me put this statement. So using abstraction, we are going to hide the implementation details and show only the functionality to the user. So let's take some real-time examples. So if you have any mobile phone or if you have television, right? These are different electronic devices and we don't see any chips or the integrated circuits or anything which is in the background. Everything is available, but only the display we will see where we can able to operate, and on the mobile phone we can call people or we can message them. Anything we can do, like the functionality we are able to see on these real devices. And television also we can see any movie or anything, but we don't have any information on what is the background operations that are happening, right? So the signal or from the internet how it is downloading. So all those things we don't need. So the implementation information we do not need, only the functional behavior only we need, right? So these are real world examples. So similarly in abstraction also we will be hiding the implementation information and we will show only the functionality to the user. So this topic we can achieve using two ways in Java. So the first one is using abstract class. Second way is using interface. So using abstract class and using interface we can achieve the abstraction concept, and as we do the coding and examples you will understand why I am saying the hiding the implementation and showing the functionality. So Abstract class is one of the way we can achieve abstraction, and interface is another way we can achieve abstraction. So in case of abstract class, it is called as partial abstraction. So it can be around 100% or less than 100% or less. And this is like 100% abstraction. This is called as pure abstraction. So we can achieve full abstraction in case of interface, but in case of abstract class, generally we cannot achieve the full abstraction. If we are doing certain operations, then we can achieve full abstraction, but we cannot in general achieve the full abstraction using abstract class. And using interface, it is possible to achieve the full abstraction. And interfaces are generally preferred in automation, so we don't use the abstract class in anywhere most of the time. So you need to know the differences between these two, how they are implemented in Java and all. So the differences, everything we will discuss today. And majorly first half an hour I will cover the interface topic and what is the concepts that are there in the interface, how we will implement interface, and there are multiple points and how can we implement the code. Everything we will discuss around interface to start with, and finally we will differentiate between abstract class and interface, how they are little different from each other. So interface is a new term that I am using today. So previously I was only using classes where in general, like if we take any class, right? So what class will have? So both variables and methods will be there inside the class. So both variables and methods we will generally have in the class. In case of interfaces, we will also have the same things. We will have some variables and we will have some methods. So interface is also called as a blueprint of a class. So the definition of interface is a blueprint of a class. Why it is called a blueprint? Blueprint in the sense it is a template similar to the class. So interface is looking exactly like the class only, but the name will be like interface keyword you have to use, and it will also have some variables and it will also have some methods, but it is having certain properties that we need to follow, then only the interface will work properly. But in case of classes, we can declare variables, we can declare methods, and we are going to use them. So so far whatever we have done, everything on classes, certain things are not possible in case of interfaces. So that we will discuss today with programs. And why interface is called as a blueprint of a class? Because it will look similar to the class. So the variable and method we can declare in the similar fashion. The template will be same. Blueprint in the sense the template is same, but the definition of interface is slightly different. So let me go point by point. What is interface? How can we do that? So coming to the interface topic, first of all, let me start this. So we will start learning the interface, and this is the first point in interfaces. So interface is the blueprint of a class, and it is, since it is a template, it will look similar to the class only. So coming to second point. So the second point is interface contains only final and static variables. This is by default. If you are defining any variables inside the interface contains only final and static variables. If you are defining any variables, by default the final and static is auto assigned, and we don't need to explicitly tell that it is a final or static variable. So any variable you are defining, it will be final, means it is a constant and you cannot change the value after it is created, and static belongs to the interface. So similar to how the generally we are saying like static is belonging to the class, right? So whatever variables we are defining inside an interface, that will belong to the interface directly. So this is one point, and this is by default. You do not need to tell explicitly like final and static. You don't need to say. This is one point. So during coding, we will see all these points. So few points I am going to explain. So here, final means that it is constant, as we were discussing previously. Final is a constant value which cannot change after it is assigned, and static variable means it is common to all the objects, right? It is common to the objects, and it is common in the interface. So here it is not class, so it is interface. And static final means it belongs to the interface and it is a constant, and no object is required here. So why we are using final and static in this case? It is a constant and belongs to the interface, and no object is required to create and use these variables. So second point is done. So let's go through the third point. So we will see in the code how we will do all these things. So few points first of all I'll explain. So interface contains abstract methods, and it also contains previous to Java 8, right? There is like Java different versions are coming in the market, right? Currently, we have in this course we started with Java 21. So, like Java 8 is one version where some of the new features of Java was introduced for functional programming. So, in that case, what happened, right? Along with the abstract method. So, what is abstract method? We will see. So, along with abstract methods, there are some more things introduced. Some in from Java 8 onwards. Default methods are supported in interfaces. So what are default methods? Method will have body. So far whatever methods we were writing in all the programs, we were writing some code, lines of code inside the method. All those are default methods. So there is a method body is there, method body or definition you can say. So this method definition is available in case of default methods. So the name is default methods, but it is regular method only. These are supported in the interface from Java 8 onwards. Before Java 8, these default methods are not supported inside the interface. So interface supports only abstract methods from beginning of the Java, but from Java 8 onward they started doing the default method implementation for functional programming logic. So even static methods are supported from Java 8 onwards in interfaces. So method has body and belongs to the interface. Similar to how the static methods in the class belongs to the class, so static methods in the interface will belong to the interface, and method will have some body. Default method will have body, and static method also will have some body. So this is introduced from Java 8. So let me talk about abstract method now. So in the fourth point, abstract method is a method which contains only method signature. Signature means the first line of code that we write for the method. So I'll give you an example, but it will not have any body. Method signature will be there, there is no body, so no implementation will be available. So if we think like void method name, suppose this is one method, right? In general, how we do, we will write some code here. So code we will write inside this method, void we will specify, and method name we will specify with bracket, and you can pass any variables here. Variables you can pass as input parameters and put the brackets, flower brackets, and write some code. This is regular method. These are default method or static method. You will use static keyword here. So these are the things generally you will write in a regular method. But in abstract method, so this is abstract method. So in abstract method, you are not going to write these things. So you will put only semicolon. So this is called as abstract method. In abstract method, there is no implementation. No implementation is available. No implementation or no definition of the code is available in the method. So this is called as abstract method. Abstract method is simple, like you are only giving the method name and you are not writing any code. That is called as method signature, and you will not have any body in that. This is called as abstract method, and these abstract method are very important in these two topics. Abstract class and interface, both these topics, abstract method is very important. These other things are applicable, but abstract method is the main thing which is applicable for both interface and abstract class. So try to understand this fourth point. Abstract method do not contain any body, so you should just simply declare it. And using the inheritance, we are going to implement this method in the child classes. So that logic we will see slowly. So this is about abstract method. So if you need a small example, like let me take one class here. Generally how we write void method name, I am going to write string str, and some code I will write in general, and this is how class is declared. In case of interface, how you write interface, and test interface, some name I am going to give for interface, test interface. This is the interface name, and inside the interface we can define some method, right? So the method is void method name, any method name, method 1, and you can pass a string or integer any value and put semicolon. As I told, this is the way you need to write the abstract method. So this is a method which is default method. Default methods are also called as concrete methods. So some blocks or something, maybe in future you will hear about this. These are concrete methods which will have some code inside the method body. So the method will have some definition inside that, that is called as concrete method or default method. And static method will have a keyword of static for classes, and even for interfaces we use the static keyword. So this is about abstract method. So let me go to the next point. So the fifth point is methods in the interfaces are public by default. So there are some access modifiers like public, private, protected, and default. So far you don't need to worry about the access modifiers. Only public you can think of, like public is accessible everywhere in the Java project. And if you are not, even if you are not specifying the public keyword in the interface, every method is public. So even if you're not explicitly telling it as public, right? By default, the public is auto assigned. This is by default, it will happen for every method in the interface. So no need to specify explicitly. So explicit specification is not required. And coming to sixth point, interface supports the functionality of multiple inheritance. So previously for classes I told you like it's not supported, right? But interfaces will support the multiple inheritance. That means multiple inheritance in the sense multiple interfaces like parents you can think of can be inherited to one child class. So multiple parents can be inherited to one child class. So here the inheritance you will use the keyword called implements. Instead of extends keyword, you should use the keyword of implements here in order to achieve this functionality of multiple inheritance. Even for single inheritance also, single parent you can use implements keyword, and for the class signature you have to use it. So the code we will see. Interface, we need to specify the interface keyword. Similar to how the class we are defining the class keyword, interface also we need to define the interface keyword. And a class extends another class. This example already we have seen, one class to another class we use the extends keyword. So here if we are extending one interface to another interface, right, again extends keyword you have to use. So one interface to another interface, if you are inheriting, that time extends only you will use. Class to class or in interface to interface, you should use the extends keyword. If the both are same category, class and class, you have to use extends. And interface to interface also, the inheritance you should put extends only. But in class you should use the implements keyword for interface. So if interface is the parent, then you should use the implements keyword for the class. So the code we will see now. Uh, so first of all, let me put this one as one diagram. So after that, I'll start writing the code. So let's think like this is one, this is one class, and this is one class. So this is one class, and this is another class. So if you want to inherit this parent, this is a parent and this is child. So if you want to inherit, what you have to do, you have to use the extends keyword. Here you will use extends keyword in the programming, and the inheritance will be possible. In case of interface, this is interface, and this is again interface. So that time what you have to do, again extends keyword you have to use. So this is interface, again this is interface. So in this case also you have to use extends keyword. Let's say like you have parent is interface and child is class. So this side it is interface, and here it is class. In that case what you have to do, you have to use implements keyword. So whatever is on the left side, these are all parents and these are all childs. So if parent is a class and child is also a class, you should use extends keyword. If parent is interface and child is interface, you have to use again extends. Same category, you should use extends. If parent is interface and child is class, then you should use implements keyword. And you may think another possibility, like I can put the class as the parent and interface as the child, but that concept is not supported in Java. So you cannot have a class as parent and the interface as the child, because the class is already having all the normal methods. So if I go back and discuss about this, so classes generally have all these concrete methods. So again in the interface you are going to declare the abstract methods. So that case the fourth possibility is not possible. The class cannot be a parent and interface cannot be a child. So that logic will not work. So that we will not discuss. So it is not possible. The class cannot be parent and interface cannot be child. In this case this is parent. So whatever is on the left side everything is parent, and whatever is on the right side everything is a child. And this is inheritance we are discussing for classes and interfaces. So this is about point 8. And there is another point. After this point, we will start writing code. We can create object reference for an interface, but we cannot create objects. Objects in the sense we cannot instantiate. So this point you may not understand. So for that, let me give an example. So let me take some class, like I have some class like test class I am having, and I am creating object. So equal to new test class. So here what is happening? This is the statement we are generally writing so far. So this is called as object reference. So whatever is there on the left side, this is called as object reference variable. So even for strings, I told you like this object reference will be placed in the stack memory, and this new object will be stored in the heap memory. So this new test class is the object placed in the heap memory, and object reference is placed in the stack memory. So here the memory is not important, but the thing you need to understand for interface is you can define the object reference for interface, but you cannot create object. But only reference how it is useful, we will see the logic what exactly happens. So I'm removing about the memory. So the object reference will go to the stack memory, and the actual object, right, the new object will be placed in the heap memory, and that's how it will work. So this new object will be placed in the heap memory, and this is a new object which will have memory in the runtime, and this reference is the variable which will be used to operate on this object. So if you need to do some operations on the object, right, if you don't have any variable, you cannot perform anything. So for that reason, you should have a reference object variable. On the left side, whatever is there is called as object reference, whatever is on the right side is called as object. Now for the case of interface, object creation is not possible. So suppose, let me take some interface. So this is the logic for class. So this is about class. So let me put the same thing for interface. So I am going to take test interface, and giving some object like int interface 1 equal to new test interface. So do you think it is possible? So as I told, we cannot create objects for the interfaces. So this step is not possible. So this is not possible. So we cannot create objects for interfaces. We cannot create objects for interfaces. So if you don't create object, what is the purpose of having a reference variable? So as I was saying, the whatever interface we have some we are having both abstract methods and default methods, right? In the interface we have these abstract methods and static methods. Uh, Abstract methods, default methods, and static methods. So all these methods, if you want to use, right, you need to use this implement keyword, and you can use the class object, and you can able to access that. So how can you do that? So test interface 1 you have to give like this, and let's suppose I am declaring some class in the runtime, and for that class I am using the implements keyword, and applying this interface, whatever interface name you are giving. Then you can create the reference variable for the interface and create the new object for the child class. So this statement, what it denotes, right? So on the left side, whatever is there, this is the reference variable for the interface, and whatever methods are implemented in the child class, all those methods can be accessible using the interface reference variable. So this is important point you have to understand. This interface logic we will use in the automation testing also in Selenium WebDriver. So whatever is on the left side is called as reference variable that belongs to the interface. So this interface we are going to use on the left side, and the object that we create will be belonging to the child class. So but why child class will be allowing to use the interface, right? Using the implements keyword, we are going to write some code for the abstract method. So we have told that there are some abstract method inside the interface. All those abstract methods will be written some code. So this code we will write after implementing. So we are going to implement it and write some code. Whenever we write some code, all those methods which are belonging to the parent interface, only those methods only we can access using the child class object. So even child class can have some more methods which are not belonging to the interface parent. Those things cannot be accessed using this reference. So that is the main thing. So suppose child class object equal to new child class. If I am giving like this, so in this case what happens, right? Whatever child class is having multiple methods, like 5 methods are there, 2 methods are belonging to the interface, and 3 methods are belonging to the child class. In this case, child class object can able to access all the 5 methods, but in case of interface reference, it can access only the objects, the methods which are belonging to the class only. So we'll see step by steps this thing. This is about theoretically understanding. Let's start writing code. So each and every point we'll discuss step by step. And why we generally use in interface, I can give you an high level example. Why we use interfaces. So let's take any software project, right? So generally what will be coming in the real time project. So first of all, we will get some requirements. So let's think like we got some requirements. So these requirements, initially we know that we don't know the actual steps what to need to perform. We will have only certain lines of statements saying that these are the things that are expected by the end user, something like that. So based on these requirements, generally in the coding also the interfaces are defined, and mostly any project or development or automation, right? So the abstract methods are defined, and these abstract methods will not have any code. So whenever the requirements are finalized, and we are moving to the development phase, right? So when the development phase happens, all the classes that are being implementing, so these classes will implement the interfaces. So the abstract methods, whatever is defined, all those abstract methods, we will write some code in the child classes. So the child classes will be implemented during the development phase. So for better understanding, I am giving you one example. So this is what generally any development or any project, even Selenium WebDriver, right? So Selenium WebDriver is initially created, and there are multiple web browsers that are available in the market. Like there is Chrome, Firefox, Safari, all these browsers. So whenever a new company is coming for the new with the new browser, so they will provide the support for writing the driver class. So that is about the development phase. So during the Selenium we will discuss again these things. So first of all, let me go through all these points, and this also we will see some examples. So I am going to create a new package, day 21. Click on finish. Under the package, I am going to create a class, new class. Interface demo I am taking. Select public static void main, click on finish. So first of all, I have to define an interface. So interface I can define like this, and I am taking one interface called book. So this book interface I am taking, any name you can give. So example of book I am taking, and this is a class, public class, which where we are having this main method, and this interface I'm going to define some variables. So suppose any book will have generally like number of pages, right? So like 100 pages, 150 pages. So 150 is the variable value I'm taking. So if you see like the variable is in italic, right? In bold and italic. In general, like if you put any variable inside any other method, let's take int a equal to 100. So it is looking like normal variable. In case of interface, it is looking little different. So this difference will not show anything, but in the background, what is happening? It is assigning both final and static logic into this variable. So even if you are specifying explicitly, nothing will be changed, but you don't need to specify static and final. So the first point is about that only. So if I go to the first point is about blueprint, right? So this blueprint is fine. So second point is interface can only have final and static variables, which is by default. So you don't need to specify it explicitly. So final and static variable is automatically it is assigned as final and static. Final means you cannot change this value after defining. So this is a declaration statement. You and also you are defining as 150 here. So you cannot change it again after writing for the first time. This is final, and static means this will belong to the book interface. You don't need to again think about creating object or something. So this similar to how the static will belong to the class variables and methods. Even these variables, whatever you are defining in the interface, by default it will belong to the interface memory, and we don't need any kind of object to call it. So you can define any kind of like if I am giving author, my name I am giving. So even this is, so why the error is coming, string I need to give. This is also final and static. So by default it is happening. We are not specifying explicitly. We don't need to do. If we are doing also, there will not be any error. So this is about variable. So one of the point is done. And even you can also define some methods. So as I told, method M1 I am giving, and if I am giving semicolon, right, this is abstract method. So no code I am writing, right, this is abstract method. If you are not writing any code and if you are simply giving semicolon, this is called as abstract method. And there is two more things, default method and static method. So method 2, let me think like it is default method. So for default method, what I should have? I should have some code inside written. So default method. And why it is throwing error? Okay, method 2 I need to write. Method 2. So method 1 is fine. Abstract method, no error. Method 2 is giving error. Why? Because abstract method do not specify a body. So it is only saying like abstract method do not have a body. So abstract method do not have a body, and it is also giving me two suggestions. Three suggestions it is giving. Change method 2 to default, change method 2 to static, and remove method body. So if I am removing method body, it will again become the abstract method. But I don't want it as abstract method. And static method will, we know already, like static keyword I have to use. But for default method in classes, you do not need to use the default keyword. But in case of interface, you have to use this keyword default explicitly. This default keyword need to be used explicitly in case of interface. So if you are not specifying default, right, it will think like it is an abstract method and you cannot write the lines of code. So if you want to write the lines of code, at least static or default you have to specify. Static, if you specify, that is fine. Or you can also specify default also. Default is like a regular method. Whatever method you are writing without any access modifier, that is like regular method. And this default method will have a scope within the same package. So access modifiers we will discuss later. So first of all, if you are thinking about writing default method, if you are thinking about writing default method or concrete method, which is having some implementation, right? So if you are putting this flower bracket and closing it and writing some code, this is called as concrete method. There is some code inside the method body. So default method or concrete method we will call. you need to specify default keyword, and if you are simply giving semicolon, that is abstract method. So I want to write another method, method 3. So method 3, this is static method I want to give. So if I want to give static method, I should use the static keyword. If I do not specify explicitly, by default the compiler will think it is an abstract method. So because before Java 8 these default and static methods were not available. So everything the compiler will think as a abstract method only inside the interface. So if you need to tell it explicitly, you need to specify this default and static. So up to this, it's fine. So far 2 points we already covered. So the first point is also covered automatically. So interface is a blueprint of a class. So it is similar to how we define a class. So class keyword, interface keyword we are using, variables and methods we can define like that only. So the example is similar, only the functionality is changing in case of interface. So the functionality, what it says, interface contains only static and final variables by default. And the second thing is interface contains only abstract methods, and from Java 8 these two are additionally introduced. So we have defined everything, right? So there is no such requirement that we need to have only single abstract method and single default method and single static method. We can have any number of abstract methods, any number of default methods, any number of static methods. We can write any number like 2, 3, 5, any number you can write for abstract method, default method and static method. For example, I have told you only one only, but if you are writing any interface, you can define any number of methods. For abstract, default or static, you can define any number. There is no restriction. So far I have defined the interface book, and I need to implement it in a class. So already I am having some class. So if I need to implement, right, what I should do, implements keyword I have to use, and this book interface I have to specify. Okay, so immediately after I give implements book, right, it is throwing an error. So this is an error, not a warning. So if I put the cursor on this, it is saying the type interface demo must implement the inherited abstract method book dot method one. So method one is an abstract method. If you are implementing an interface, by default you should uh, add all the unimplemented methods. So abstract method is an unimplemented method which do not have any code. So compiler will give you error, and it will not allow you to proceed. So you need to click on this add unimplemented methods. So this statement came automatically whenever I am clicking on this. So if I am saving and add unimplemented methods, if I am writing, right, automatically this override whatever I discussed earlier, public void method one, everything, it is automatically coming, and it is trying to implement the code in the child class. So let me remove this, and I am going to manually write it and explain you. So I need to implement this method. This default and static is already having code. So the abstract method, I need to write some code now. So the method name is void method 1. Abstract method code implementation, some message I am putting here. So abstract method code, let me write some abstract method code, that is sufficient. So but still it is throwing error. So as I told, by default all the methods in the interface is a public, right? So uh, public is having a higher weightage in case of access modifiers. So public is accessible across the Java project. In any package you can access them. In case of if you are not specifying anything, it will be treated like a default. Inside the class you don't need to specify explicitly. So default keyword you no need to use in case of class. Even if you are using, that is fine. If you are not using also, if you are not using anything, that will be treated like a default. So the method one is public in this case. So interface, everything is public. All these three methods are public. If you go to one of the point, I told everything is public, right? So methods in the interface are public. No need to specify explicitly. So every method is public. In this case, it is public, and I am implementing this book interface, and this method is becoming default. Default means the scope is within the same package only. So in this case, the public is decreasing the access to default. So that's why the error is coming like cannot reduce the visibility of the inherited method from book. So there are two fixes. So why it is saying cannot reduce the visibility? Public is having higher weightage for the accessibility across the Java project. Default is accessible only within the same package. So the visibility is reducing in this case. So you should specify it as public. So here it is by default public. If you don't see the public keyword also, by default everything in interface is public. So the method you need to specify as public, and now the error is gone. If I am saving the file, Control S, then the error is gone. If I am removing this and saving, the error is again coming. So you need to specify public keyword. So whatever you are trying to implement inside the child class, you should have public keyword. And the method signature, everything should be same. If I am removing this code also, if you see Control X, save it, and the error I am doing add unimplemented, right? Override is there. Override, if it is there or not there, it's fine. So it is an optional annotation. So if you want to have, you can have. So Control Z, and here I can specify override or not specify. It's not a problem. So from class, if you are extending to another class, method overriding we have already discussed it. So the similar way, even for the abstract method, I am writing some code inside the child class for interface, a book interface. I am implementing the code for abstract method in the child class. This is also method overriding only. So the same method I am implementing the code in the child class. So override you can specify, you do not specify, there will not be any error. If you are specifying, this is a best practice. So now if you are specifying this code, this is called as code implementation. Up to this it's fine, like I have defined abstract method, and I have implemented the code. Now let me create an object, and let me call all this, whether the calling is happening or not. So the interface demo, I need to create an object. Interface demo object equal to new interface demo. So for the class I am creating object for the first case. So there are two cases. So first case, let me create the object for class. So class I am creating an object. So obj dot. So for this class, how many methods we have now? Method 1 I have implemented here. So one method I am having, and this default method also will get copied into the interface demo. And the static, whether it will copy or not, we will see. So obj dot method 1, method 2, method 3, all these three methods should be accessible using the child object. Whether it is possible, we have to see. So method 1 is accessible. Obj dot method 2, method 2 is also accessible. This is the default method. It will get copied into the interface demo. But in case of static, right? Static is belonging to the interface. So method 3 is not accessible here. Method 3 is placed inside the interface memory. So similar to how the static methods are placed in the class memory for the classes, interfaces also the static methods are placed in the interface memory. So you cannot use a child class object and access the method 3. Method 3 we cannot access in this way. So method 3, so it will not work. We cannot write like this. So this is not possible. So how can you do that? So we are having this book interface, right? then you can use the method 3. So if I am using book dot, the author, number of pages, and even method 3, everything is accessible using the book interface. Using interface, we can call the static method. So using the child class object, it's not possible. Using the sorry, using the child class object, you cannot call the static method. You have to use the interface name directly. Directly you have to use, and every static member by default accessible using the class name or here the interface name. So the author, number of pages, and the method 3, all these things are accessible using the book name directly. So the interface name you can call, and the code will execute now. So let me try to execute, run as Java application. So the first code is method 1. So method 1 is overridden method. Abstract method code is executed. Second case is default method. So method 2, it is default method. It is executed. And the method 3 I am calling using the interface name directly. You not using the object. So the static method is printing based on the this highlighted statement, line number 31. So this is about using the child class object, and also the static we are using the interface name. So if I scroll down, I need to show you another case where I am using this, right, this statement. So here interface reference I am using to call the child class object. So this one we will spend some time. So first of all, let me comment out the case one. So case one is simple, like we have defined a child class object and call the method one, which is overridden method, and method 2 is the default method. So this is abstract method. So abstract method is implemented, and in this case default method. And the third case is not possible. So this is a static method. So far it's fine, like case number 1 is done. So using the child class object we were able to achieve that. So now what I will do, I will be doing the case 2. So the case 2 is using the interface reference variable to call the child class. So in this case, how can I do that? So the interface name is book. So let me take book bk equal to new. You cannot write book like this. So this is not possible. You will get an error. Cannot instantiate the type book. Book is an interface, and for interface you cannot create an object. This is not possible. So it will throw an error. Not possible to create object for interface. So this is not possible. So even if you try also, it will not work. So let me comment out this statement. So now what I will try, I will try book bk equal to new. I need to use the child class. Here the child class is interface demo. So this statement is denoting the child class, and whatever is on the left side, it is denoting the object reference for the interface. So using this statement, what I can do, right? Using this book bk object reference variable, I can able to access whatever methods that are defined inside the interface. So what are the methods and variables that are defined here? So all these methods are defined, right? So method 1, method 2, method 3, everything is defined inside the interface. So I can able to access using this reference variable. So let me try that. bk dot method 1. So method 1 is defined inside the interface, book interface. So that is accessible using this statement. So this is child class object, but the code we are already implemented in the child class. So the interface demo is the child class which implementing the book interface. So in this case the method 1 is overridden and we can able to do that. So this statement is possible. And let me try the book method 2. So method 2 is also possible because the default method will be copied into the child class using the implements keyword. So this is also possible. And we have method 3 now. bk dot method 3. Whether method 3 will work, method 3 will not work. This is the same case like the other case we have seen for child object. So directly you have to use the book interface name. Here you cannot use any reference variable. So bk dot method 3. For static method it's not possible. So not possible in this way to call static method. So in order to call, what you have to do, you have to follow the same process. So book dot method directly you need to call, because the book interface memory will have the static method. You have to call in this way, and this is not possible. So let me execute. I will give you little more thing on this. So abstract method code. Method 1 is calling the abstract method code. So we have this abstract method code which is overridden code, and default method is copied from the interface into the child class. So method 2 is copied into the child interface demo class, and method 3 I am calling using the interface name. So up to this it's good. So here I am using the child class object. Child class object with interface reference variable. So child class object using the interface reference. This is the reference variable of the interface. This is the child class object. So what are all the things this reference variable can access, right? It can access only the members that belong to the interface only. Suppose let me put one more method like void method 4. I am going to write now method 4. So let me put some anything, you can pass variable or not, it's fine. Like let me pass some variable, and that variable I am going to print. This is a method that is available only in the interface demo. It's not available in the book interface. It is available only in the child class. Method 4 is available only in the child class. So whether I can use this book reference variable to call the method inside the child class, it's whether it's possible or not. So method 4. So method 4 is not coming. Why it is not coming? Because this reference variable have the scope only until the interface methods only. All these three methods only we can access. All the abstract methods and default methods. So static anyway not accessible. So abstract and static methods are accessible using the book reference variable, even with child class object also. So here child class object I am using with the book reference variable. Uh, so the method for you, if you want to call, right, you have to use the child class object with child class reference variable. So the case one you have to use. So book with method 4. So this is not possible. Not possible to call the child class method with interface reference, because the interface scope is up to the its own methods only. The interface can call only its methods, not the child methods. So this statement is not possible. So let me comment out, and if you want to call the method to, what you have to do, you have to write again interface demo and define some object object 1 equal to new interface demo I am writing. So using this object 1, I can call the method 4, and I need to pass some value here. So any value I can pass. Let me put Swaroop n I am giving. So if I execute it, so abstract method code and default method, static method, and Swaroop n is coming for method 4. So this method 4 is belonging to the child class. So using the child class object, it is coming correctly. So all these three are coming from the interface reference variable. So this interface reference variable is referring to the child class object, but it is calling all the methods that the interface is already having. Method 1 and method 2 belong to the interface, so that we are just using the reference variable in this case and calling the parent. And this is about referring the static. So if you have any doubts, we can further discuss on this. So on a high level, this is how we can use the interface reference variable and call the child class object. And this concept is also used in case of Selenium automation extensively. So this one you have to try to understand. If you understand this, then whenever I am writing Selenium WebDriver concept, this interface logic, everything that I am going to use that time also, I'll try to explain with examples during that time how we are using the Selenium WebDriver to call the Chrome driver or Firefox driver or Edge driver, any driver. So that time we will discuss, but now also with this example, try to understand and practice it. So during practice, what you have to do, the same way you can take any interface. So here book example I have taken. You can define any other example like vehicle or anything, and define some variables and define some methods. So abstract methods, you can define any number of methods. Methods 2, 3, 4 you can define. Default methods you can define 2 or 3, and static methods also you can define any number like 2 or 3 or 5 also. And whatever abstract methods are there, it is mandatory that you have to implement it, otherwise the error will come. So if I am removing this and saving, right, the error will be coming. You see, add unimplemented method, this is a mandatory step for the compilation process. So you have to mandatorily implement it, and after this you have to, you can use the interface object reference or even the child object reference also you can use and proceed. So that is fine. So still, like some of the points I have already explained, let me go through. So interface is a blueprint of a class, so this is done. So interface contains static and final variables. So by default everything is static and final, so this is done. And interface contains abstract methods, and also it contains default and static methods, we have seen with some examples. And abstract method contains only method signature without any body. So this example I have showed you in the interface. So in the class it is like this. So in the interface you will just put semicolon, and methods are public by default, no need to specify. This also we have seen, and we need to see this example. So point 6 is pending and point 7 is done. Like interface, we are using the keyword of interface word definition. Similar to class, we have to use the interface keyword, and this I explained you in an image. So if you want to see an example, let's discuss that. And this point also I have showed you. Point 9 I have already explained using an example. So if you have further doubts on this, we can discuss after the session. So after half an hour we can discuss. So now the point pending is point 6, multiple inheritance using interfaces. Uh, and let's also see this example. So first of all, I will show you the point 8 and then discuss the point 6. and in between there is another topic, small topic I have to see. So I'm going to close that interface demo. Let me create another class. Let me create class. So some name like ABC I'm giving. Let's take like the class name is ABC. Select public static void main. And if I have suppose some parent like class XYZ. So I'm not writing any code, but if I want to extend it into the ABC class, right? So this is the way I have explained you during the inheritance and method overriding class also explained you. So the extends keyword we will use like this for if it is a class and again class we are using extends keyword you have to use. So this is one example. So in order to explain you the point 8 I am showing you this. So class to class you have to use the extends keyword. Now let me create one more. In this case let me create interface. So interface I am creating. So any interface like interface 1 I am defining here and clicking on finish. So it's not mandatory like we have to create variables. So let's think like there are some variables and there are some methods. So let me create another interface, new interface 2 I am taking now, or let me think like child interface. So this is child interface. So in the child interface click on finish. So if I want to extend the parent interface, interface 1. So interface 1 is the parent, so you have to use the extends keyword. So in the point 8 the first thing is class and class I have used extends keyword, and even interface and interface you have to use the extends keyword. Here you should not use implements. So if I use implements it will give error. Syntax error on token, implements, permits, expected. So it's invalid here. So you have to use extends keyword. For interface and interface you have to use extends keyword. So in case of in the third case already I showed you the example. So class implements an interface. So this I have showed you like book is an interface and I am using implements keyword for interface demo class. So all these three are already explained now. So these two I have created explicitly for explaining, and this in the first example already covered. So this point is covered. So there is one more topic and after that I will explain you the multiple inheritance logic. So in Java 8 onwards, there are many concepts introduced in case of functional programming. So the one thing is about functional interface. So functional interface is a concept which is similar to the normal interface, but there are some rules and regulations we have to follow here. Uh, Let me explain that step by step. So functional interface, it is introduced in Java 8. Before Java 8, this functional interface is not available. Only normal interface is available. Even now also, like normal interface is still available, but functional interface is an additional feature which will support the functional programming. Functional programming is slightly different from the object-oriented programming. So we are not learning the functional programming in this class, but I am going to explain you the logic what the functional interface will be like behaving. So what the functional interface will have, right? Functional interface will contain only single abstract method. Only single abstract method. We cannot write multiple abstract methods inside a functional interface. It is possible to write only single abstract method, and we can have any number of default and static methods. Default and static methods. We can have any number of methods. There is no limit. But abstract method we should have only single. So if you want to implement it, you have to use the functional interface annotation. Above the interface name, you have to specify this functional interface annotation. So this is called as annotation. This is a keyword in the Java programming. So if you have to use it, you should specify this. And it is also called as single abstract method interface. Single abstract method interface. So, or in short form, you can think of SIM interface. So, SIM interfaces or single abstract method interfaces or functional interface, everything is same and it will have only single abstract method, and it can have any number of default and static methods. But the main thing is single abstract method it will have. And it is introduced in Java 8 for functional programming. So, it is introduced in some of the interviews. The functional programming, the functional interface, also they are asking sometimes. So you may need to theoretically understand this. You don't need to know in depth of all the functional programming knowledge, but functional interface and regular interface differences they can ask. So since we are learning the core Java in detail, right? So the difference of regular interface and functional interface you should know. And I am going to show you some code to understand this. So a simple code. So let me close all these things, and I am going to create one more class. So functional interface demo I am giving and select public static void main. So this is the class I am defining. So here I need to define an interface saying, so functional interface, any name I can specify. So this is the functional interface, and if you want to make it as functional interface, you should write functional and do control space. So at the rate functional interface keyword is available in the Java lang package. So select it and press enter. So if you don't know the full spelling also, like if you do not want to type everything, type partially and do control space and click enter. So this annotation will get added, and after adding it is throwing error. If you see, if I am removing this there is no error, but if I am adding this annotation there is an error. Invalid functional interface. FUNC interface is not a functional interface. Why it is not a functional interface? It is saying, right, at least one abstract method it should have. That's why it is saying as it's not a functional interface. So in order to make it as functional interface, I have to write one abstract method. Abstract method is a method which will not have any code. It is like simply method declaration I am giving with semicolon. This is abstract method. Once I write this code, the error is gone. So there is error now. Why it is error? Because it's not a functional interface. The functional interface definition is having single abstract method. Now the error is gone. Can I write two methods? Method 2. Let me write method 2 and put semicolon. It is throwing error. So invalid functional interface is FUNC interface is not a functional interface. Why it is not functional? Because two abstract method is not possible in functional interface. Remove the semicolon, and in this case you put this implementation. Remove the semicolon. This error is coming because of the default keyword. Specify the default keyword inside the interface. Now the error is gone. So default method 1. So I can write one more method. Method 3. So default method 2. Again the same error. So let me specify default. Two default methods I am taking, and void method 4. This is going to be static method. So select static. even we can type it manually. So method 5 sysout static method 2. So abstract method is only possible to write single method in the functional interface, and we can have any number of default and any number of static methods. There is no restriction. Only the requirement is that at least one like only one single abstract method should be there. That is the definition of functional interface. So single abstract method you should have, and you can implement it inside this class. So use the implements keyword and write the interface name func interface. This functional interface name you can specify, and again why it is giving error, because add unimplemented methods, the same logic whatever we discussed previously, we have to override the abstract method inside the child class. So I can write any specific lines of code here. So abstract method functional interface. So let me call it. So this is simple. So object equal to new functional interface. So and using this object I am going to call the, so this method dot method. Using this object I can also call the method 2 and method 3, which are default methods. And I cannot call the method 4 and 5, which are belonging to the interface, because those are static methods. If you want to call that, use the interface name directly dot method 4 and method 5. You can call this way, method 4 dot method 5. So this way all the lines of code will execute. So default method 1, default method 2, static 1, static 2, and method also abstract method which is implemented, the overridden method in the child class. Everything will be executed now. Run as Java application. So abstract method functional interface, default method 1, default method 2, static method 1, static method 2. So this is the concept on functional interface, which will have only single abstract method. So if anyone asks the differences between functional interface and regular interface, you have to say this. This is the only point which is important. Single abstract method is the property of the functional interface, which is introduced in Java 8 for the functional programming. And in regular interfaces, we can write any number of abstract methods. In regular interface, if you are not specifying at the rate functional interface, then it is regular interface. That time you can specify any number of abstract methods. So even if you do not specify abstract method also, it will work. So if I go back to this interface demo, and if I am commenting out, so even it will not throw any error. So only the calling method calling is throwing the error. So if you do not specify abstract method inside the interface also, it is okay. But in case of functional interface, it is mandatory. In regular interface, abstract method is optional, but in functional interface, it is mandatory. This point you have to see. So now let's start with the multiple inheritance topic. So this is also like simple code. Let's write like another 15-20 minutes it will take. Okay. So before writing the code, let me explain. So let's take, we have two interfaces. So in case of classes, we told that if you have two classes, you cannot inherit that into one child class. So multiple inheritance, multiple parents and single child, that is not possible in classes. But if you have interfaces, that is possible. So this is one interface, and this is interface, another interface, and the child is a class. So in this case, multiple inheritance is possible. So this is a parent one interface, parent two interface, and in this case, the implements keyword I am going to use in this both these parents into a child class, and this multiple inheritance is possible. Multiple inheritance with interfaces into the child class. So you can have any number of interfaces, like two only I have given example here, but you can have any number of interfaces, and you can implement all those into one child class. So how can we do that? Let's see an example. So I have already defined this interface one. So inside this interface one, let me write some code. So I am going to define some variable. So the variable int a equal to 10 I am going to define, and I am going to define one method called method one, which is an abstract method. So this is interface one I am defining, and let me create one more interface. So new interface. In this case, interface 2 I am giving. Click on finish, and I am going to define int b equal to 20, void method 2. This is again an abstract method. So we have two interface now. The interface 1 is having one variable and one abstract method. Interface 2 is having another variable and another abstract method. Even you can have the same method name, it is fine. Like even if you are having same method name or different method name, the interface multiple inheritance is possible. So in case of class it is not possible, but in case of interface the multiple inheritance is allowed. So I have defined two interfaces. Now I have to create one class and I need to use the multiple inheritance. So create a new class called test class. Select this public static void main and then click on finish. So in this case already I have two interfaces. So I am going to use this implements keyword and then write both the interfaces names. So interface 1 and interface 2. So go to the test class and write interface 1 comma interface 2. So this error is regarding the unimplemented methods, but this implements keyword you can use and do the multiple inheritance. So after the implements or extends keyword, you are going to write the parent members, and before that you are writing the child, right? So test class is the child here and interface 1 and 2 is the parent. So if you are writing interfaces on the right side, then you should use the implements keyword and you should specify that in the child class. And there are some abstract methods inside these both interfaces. If there is no abstract method, then there will not be error. So in this case there are abstract methods, so there is error, and if I select that add unimplemented methods I am doing, right, both the methods will be overridden here. Even though there is no code, the compiler will think that this is some code. If any bracket is started and ended, right, that is called as method definition or implementation, and it is treated like some code is written. Even though nothing is visible to us, but the compiler will think some code is available. Method 2 from interface 2. This is method 1 from interface 1. So both these methods I am able to implement it inside the child class. Now inside the main method I can create an object for the child class and I can call them. So test class I have to create an object, test class, object equal to new test class, obj dot. So we have two methods, method 1 and method 2, and you can ignore all the other object related things. So the variable a and b is also accessible in this case. Using the interface directly you can access. So let me try whether it will work or not. So I have to put this in the print statement. So you can use the child class object also to call the variables, that is fine. Obj.b. So these variables are belonging to interface 1 and 2. Interface 1 and 2. Here remove this test class. Obj dot method 1 and method 2. I need to call both the methods. Dot method 1 and method 2. So I have implemented both these methods and this is multiple inheritance. Multiple inheritance is possible only with interfaces. With classes it's not possible. We tried earlier like using extends keyword and we put to both the classes, right? It's not allowing and there is a syntax error. But in this case it is allowing multiple inheritance using two interfaces. So even you can use multiple different like more than two also it is fine. So I have showed you simple example using two interfaces. You can practice with three or four interface. So I have defined the created the object and defined the code in the main class, main method, and I am running this code. So the value of 10 from interface 1, 20 from interface 2, method 1 and method 2, both are implemented inside the child class. So the code is executed successfully. So this is the logic of multiple inheritance in case of interfaces implementing inside a child class. So now there is another important thing we have to discuss. So the last pending part, abstract class versus interface. So abstract class is something which is similar to the interface. So abstract class we are not going to use mostly in the automation. We do not use interface is very much used extensively for Selenium or automation framework. We use interface, but abstract class we don't use. But for interviews, you need to learn the abstract class and the differences between abstract class and interface. You should know the differences. So let me give some points for abstract class. So first of all, let me write simple code for abstract class. I'm going to close all these things. Abstract class is similar to the interface and it is also similar to the classes. So abstract class is similar to the classes. So create a new class. So any name I can specify. So let me give like class 1 I am giving, select public static void main. So inside this class 1 I am going to create one more class. So class test. Let me specify some class called test. So for this class I have to specify this abstract keyword. So if you are specifying the keyword of abstract for a class, that is called as abstract class. So explicitly you have to specify. If you are specifying it explicitly, then only it is called as abstract class. And inside abstract class we can write three things. We can have like any kind of variables, like we can have static we can have non-static. Both these kind of variables and methods we can have, variables and methods. We can have abstract methods and non-abstract methods. So the only thing is, if you are specifying some method which is abstract method, you have to specify the abstract keyword explicitly. So add body, it is saying this method requires a body instead of semicolon. So if you want to specify as abstract method, you have to give the abstract keyword for the method name. This is the only additional difference apart from interface. But in the interface, in general, like non-abstract methods will not be there, but in Java 8 onwards it was introduced. But from beginning of Java, this abstract class is there in the Java programming. So it was supporting both the abstract methods and non-abstract methods. And if you are writing abstract method, explicit abstract keyword is required. In interface, it is not required. This is the thing you have to remember. And for abstract class, you cannot create an object. So directly you cannot create object for the abstract class. You have to extend it into one class. So test class you have to extend into a class, and then implement implement this particular. You have to implement this one into the child class. That's it. So the same way logic you can write. I can write some code here saying that abstract method, abstract class example. So I can create a one object for the child class, and I can call this class 1 object equal to new class 1, and using this object I can call the method. So even default method and static method, everything is applicable, same logic. Variables also same thing, like you can have both non-static variables and static and non-static variables, and abstract methods and non-abstract methods, anything, any number of methods you can have. So only thing you have to use the explicit abstract keyword. In case of interface, you don't need to specify the abstract keyword explicitly. It's not required. In case of abstract class, the static abstract keyword you have to specify explicitly. So I will show you like the summary of differences. So during that I will explain you everything. So I have taken some notes on this. So let me open it. So there are many differences. So whatever you can able to remember, try to understand this first, and if you can remember, that's good. So some of the points also you can tell in the interview. Like every point you cannot remember most of the time. So at least few points you can say, that's good. So let me go through one by one. So abstract class and interface. If you take abstract class has both abstract and non-abstract methods. So in the code I was saying like both abstract and non-abstract methods are supported in abstract class. In case of interface, we have only abstract methods until Java 8. From Java 8, default and static methods are there. So this already we have seen the code, first point. Abstract class doesn't support multiple inheritance. So this abstract class is also similar to any other regular class. So it will not support multiple inheritance. Interface support multiple inheritance. Third point, abstract class can have static, like final, non-final, static and non-static variables. Abstract class can have any kind of variables, but interface will have only static and final variables. It is by default. You don't need to write explicit static final. Even if you write, there won't be problem. So it will have only static and final, but abstract class will have all the kinds of variables: final, non-final, static, non-static, everything. And abstract class can provide implementation of the interface. Suppose I have an interface as the parent. Inside the abstract class I can define as a child class. abstract class will be the child class, and I can implement some code. So abstract class can have both abstract methods and non-abstract methods. So method 2, if I am writing right, so this is non-abstract method. So in this case, if you observe, like a default keyword is not required in case of abstract class. So non-abstract method you can write. And the fourth point is providing the implementation for the interface. So interface is the parent, so abstract class can be the child class. Interface cannot provide the implementation of the abstract class. So class cannot be the parent and interface cannot be the child. So interface will always be the parent in general in programming. So interface cannot be the child and abstract class cannot be parent. This is not possible. So number 5, abstract keyword is used to declare the abstract class, and interface is used to declare the interface. And sixth point, abstract class can be extended to another Java class and implement multiple. Okay, so here sixth point is abstract class can extend another Java class. Suppose uh, how to explain? So let me take one paint. So we have some class. So it is regular class, and we have a child class which is abstract class. So a regular class you can implement into the abstract class. So this is inheritance topic again. So this is a regular class. So this is normal class. So normal class you can define objects and you can do anything. This is abstract class. So this is child. So you can inherit a normal class into the abstract class, that is supported. So that is what the sixth point is saying. An abstract class can extend another Java class and implement multiple Java interfaces. So multiple inheritance is supported, right? So multiple Java interfaces can be inherited into the abstract class. So this is possible. An interface can extend another Java interface only. So interface can extend another Java interface. So the class cannot be extended into the interface. So this is the point you have to see. An abstract class can be extended using extends keyword. So finally what happens, right, whenever you are writing code, if you see in any code, we are going to write the code in the main method will be available in the class only. We don't define the main method in the interface or abstract class. So you have to extend the abstract class again into a child class and implement it. So for the abstract class you cannot create an object. That is one important thing you have to remember. So here maybe they didn't specify that, but abstract class you cannot create object. Abstract class object creation is not possible, and interface also we cannot create the object directly. So abstract class you can use the extends keyword in order to inherit into the child class. So abstract class is a parent class. You can use the extends keyword to inherit into a child class. In case of interface is the parent, then implements keyword you have to use for the child class. And point 8, a Java abstract class can have class members like private, protected, etc. So abstract class can have any kind of access modifier. So this access modifier topic we will discuss in the next session. Uh, so but you can remember that abstract class can have any kind of access modifiers for the class members, but interface will have everything public only. So this I showed you in one of the points. So everything is public in interface. So this is the example for writing the abstract class. So abstract keyword you have to specify for the class, and you have to specify the abstract keyword for the abstract method. Both places you should use abstract. Abstract keyword for the abstract method, abstract keyword for the abstract class. Both is explicitly you have to say. In case of interface we will use the keyword, but no need of writing the abstract keyword for the interface. In case of abstract class, we are going to achieve the partial abstraction 0 to 100%. So Since there are so many limitations in abstract class, so because abstract class can also extend another class, right? So it is also inheriting some of the non-abstract methods. So it will achieve only like 0 to 100%. So partial abstraction is possible with abstract class. With interface, full abstraction is possible. How full abstraction is possible? In case of interface, you have the option to have only interface, only abstract methods. So you ignore about the default and static methods. In case you are not defining them, only abstract method you are writing inside your interfaces, you can achieve 100% abstraction. But in case of abstract class also, it may be possible sometimes, but if you are inheriting another class, right, which is a normal class. So in this case, I told you normal class. So normal class will have everything like concrete methods. Concrete methods means having code written already inside the method. In that case, abstract class cannot help us to achieve 100% abstraction. So in automation or generally abstract class is theoretically learned, but we don't generally prefer abstract class for practical implementation. So interface is extensively used for practical implementation in coding. So you have to understand more about interface than abstract class. But these differences are important. At least some of them, if you can say during the interview, that should be good. So these are the differences on abstract class and interface. Hi everyone, welcome to the day 23 of Core Java. Let's get started with the access modifiers. So this is a simple topic, only thing like 4 access modifiers we are having and how the access modifiers behave, right? We can quickly understand. So we are having 4 access modifiers in Java. So the first one is public, second one is protected, third one is default, and the fourth one is private. So what the access modifier denote, right? Whenever we are assigning these keywords public, private, protected or default, any of these access modifiers, if you are assigning this keyword, if you are placing before the variable or method in a Java class, it will decide the visibility of the variable or the method outside the class and outside the package. So there is a slightly different behavior in each of these keywords. If you take a private, right, private is only visible within the class. So if you are specifying private to both variables and method of the class, so within the same class, suppose you are writing a main method in the same class, then you can access within the same class for private members, private variables and methods. But if you are creating an object for this class in a different class, you cannot access it because these are private to the same class. So the scope of the private variable and method is very limited, and it is only within the same class. In case of default, right, default variables and methods, you do not need to specify any keyword called default. Within a class, you don't need to specify any keyword. If you do not specify any keyword, that is called as default access modifier. So you will be simply giving like a int a equal to 100. So the variable and void method, something like that. You can give some variable and method, and by default, it will be treated like a default access modifier without any keyword. We should not need to do any keyword. So the visibility of this is how it will behave, right? So within the same class and within the same package, it will access without specifying the access modifier and within the same package. So if you are trying to access it outside the different package, then default variables and methods are not accessible. So the visibility is limited to only the same package. So all the classes within the same package can access these variables and methods. And you don't need to specify any keyword for the default. Coming to protected, protected is also similar to the default. Only the additional privilege is that within within the same package, and also using inheritance by the child class. So you are going to use an extends keyword in the child class and give the parent class name. And using the child class object, you can able to access the variable and method, because using inheritance, the variables and methods are copied into the child class. So you can able to use this protected variables and methods, even though if it is not a same package also, in a different package. Using inheritance, you can use the child class object to access the parent class variables and methods. So we will see an example around that. Accessible everywhere. So public is not having any restrictions in all packages and classes. In Java projects. So Java project is generally will be having lot of packages, and every package will have multiple classes. So every package and every class public is accessible. Coming to protected, only within the same package, and if you want to access in a different package, you should do inheritance, and using the child class object you can able to access the parent class variables and methods. Coming to default, keyword is not required, no need to give any keyword of default, but it is accessible within the same package. All classes, any number of classes are there, every class can access within the same package. This is default. Coming to private, it is only within the same class. So the main method you need to define in the same class, and then you can access the variables and methods. So it's not accessible outside the class. So let's understand with a simple program we will write and understand these four access modifiers. Let's create a new package called day23. Package day23, click on finish. Under day23 I am going to create a one class. Test class I am creating, and let's create a main method. Inside this class I am going to create one variable a equal to 100, and let me declare one method also. So the method I am giving some method like test method, message I am printing in this, and let me put private. So I am going to start with the private concept first. So first of all I am giving private here. Let me create another class. So in this class uh, maybe test class I am giving for this name, and select public static void main. Here I am going to create the this class object. So test class object I am going to create inside this another this is the class where the object creation I am going to do. So test obj equal to new test, and using this object if I am trying to access this variable a, it's not accessible. So variable is a, this is a variable, this is a private variable and private method. So this main method we will see later. First of all, let's try to create an object in another class and try to access these two, variable and method. So it is not accessible because within the private is scope is within the same class only. Even the method also is not visible here. So the visibility is hidden. So dot a, you cannot do this. So there is an error saying that is not visible. Test dot a is not visible, and obj dot method. If you place the cursor, the method bracket from type test is not visible. So both are not visible. Let's comment out this one. Private variable not visible outside class. Private method not visible outside class. So variable and method, the concept is exactly same. Now coming to same class. So test is the class I have created. So let me create a object within the same class in the main method. Test object equal to new test, and using this object variable, let me try to access the variable a. It's accessible for me. So this is a variable, so let me try to directly print it on the console, or you can assign it to another variable, which is fine. Test.a. Okay, sorry. I need to put object.a. Object.a. Object is the then method. Object.method. So the private variables and methods are accessible within the same class. So this is accessible. In this case, it is not accessible. So since it is not accessible, even if you execute it, nothing will be coming up in the another class. But within the same class, since these are accessible, you can able to execute the code. So here 100 I have initialized, so 100 will get printed and the test method message will get printed. Run as Java application. So 100 and test method both are printed. This is about the private members, variables and methods, which is having the limitation only within the same class. So private variables and methods can be accessible only within the same class. So I told you within other class within the same package. So even if you create another package, another class also, private will not be accessible. So you can try it out. That's like a assignment for you. So the private variables and methods only within the same class it is accessible. Outside it will say like it's not visible. So if I do like this and dot a, if I'm writing, right, forcefully I'm writing, it's not coming. When I'm typing it's not coming, but forcefully I'm typing it and keeping the cursor here, the field test.a is not visible. So it is saying like not visible means the visibility is private is only within the same class. So private topic is done. Let's go to the next one. So the default. Default is we don't need to specify any keyword, and within the same package it will work. So in order to test that, let me comment out this private and let's declare default. So in case of default, let me put 200. So void method 1. So here I can take some string like str input I can take, and let me print that str as the output. So this is a default variable and default method. Default variable and method, no need to specify any keyword. There is no need of specifying any keyword. If you don't give any keyword, that is treated as a default variable and method. So first of all, let's try to execute within the same class. So here the method 1 I need to specify and also pass some input. So Swaroop I am passing as the input, and here the variable object.b I need to specify. This is for variable name I have slightly changed here a, and default variable is b. So let me execute within the same class first of all. So 200 and Swaroop is printed. These are default variable and method. Default variable and method is accessible within the same class, and let me try to access in another class also within the same package, day23 package. Obj.b, and I need to print it or assign it to another variable. You cannot simply give it. Obj.b. So I have printed this one and obj.method1, and I need to pass some message, right? So Swaroop Nadella I am sending here in double quotes. This is the string input, and let's execute within the same package another class. So 200 and Swaroop Nadella is printed. This test class is a different class, and the default variable and method which is in the same package, another class it is accessible. So what is the main point in default within the same package? So outside the package, now we need to try this one. So what I will do under SRC, let me create another package called access modifier. Click on finish. Under this access modifiers package, I am going to create another class. Test main I am creating. Select public static void main. Click on finish. Under this main method, what I am going to do? Test obj equal to new test, and from day23 package you need to import that. So keep the cursor here. There will be so many tests we have defined so many times. So day23 is today. So you need to import this. So this import is mandatory if you are trying to import a class from another package. So directly this import will not come. You need to keep the cursor here. I will show one more time. So keep the cursor here, and you will see the import statement to the import day23. Now the error is gone. In this case, obj.b you need to do obj.method1. So let me first of all type it, and I will place the cursor, and you can see that it is not visible. Welcome. The field test.b is not visible, and the method1 string from the type test is not visible. Why? Because a default variable and method is not visible outside the package. Outside package. Same applicable for default method also. So this is not visible. So let me comment out this one. But within the same package, it is visible. You can see that this is working, but in case of other package, it's not working. So far private we are done within the same class. Outside class it's not working, and coming to default within the same class, within the same package it was working, but default did not work in another package. So two access modifiers are done. Let's try with the protected now. So the protected, what it says, right, within the same package all the classes it can access, and in case you want to try it out in a different package, you should use an inheritance in the other class. So this whatever class you are trying in the new package, right, that will become a child class, and you should use extends keyword with the parent class, and using the child class object you can able to access the variables and methods. That is possible, but using the parent class object it's not possible. That is the mistake I have done in the previous session. So while writing I will tell you like what mistake I have done. Now let's go back to this, and I am going to comment out this default. Let me declare two variables for int c equal to 300. Here protected I need to specify. Method 2, and let me take any string here. So this is a protected variable and protected method. First of all, let me execute it within the same class. So object.c and method 2. So protected variable, protected method. Whether it is accessible within the same class, it is not throwing any error. So let me close the console and execute one more time. Run as Java application. So it is throwing error in another class, that is fine. Proceed. So 300 and Swaroop is printed. So the protected variable and protected method is executing within the same class. It is working. Now come to another class within the same package, day23. In this case, put C, obj.c, and do method 2. If I go back, the protected method is method 2. So method 2 I need to specify here and run a Java application. So 300 and Swaroop Nadella is printed. The protected within the same package in another class it is working. Now let's try with another package, a class which is in another package, whether it will work or not. Obj dot C. It's not there. So let me forcefully write it, put semicolon, obj dot method 2 and let me put any string. So in this case, if you put the cursor here, the field test.c is not visible, it is saying, and method 2 also the method is not visible because the protected variable and method you cannot access in a different package using the this object. So whatever class is created, right, that class you cannot use the protected variable and method in another class which is in a different package. So here access modifiers is a different package and day23 is a different package. So this is the definition of protected. Within the same package we were able to do, but in a different package, let's try to do this. If you want to do that, what you should do? You should do extends keyword and use test. Already this test imported already. So since the import has already happened, you can able to extend it into your class. So test main will be child class and test will be the parent class. In this case also it will not work. Why? Because you are directly using the parent class object here. Test obj you are directly using. It will not be visible. So now what we should do? Let me comment out this, and I am going to declare object for test main. So test main object equal to new test main. So this will create an object for this current class, child class. So test main is the child class. You extending the parent class, which is the test, which is in the day23 package. So what I have defined here, inside the test we are having the protected variable and protected method. So let me use it. So this object variable I need to use sysout dot c. So in this case, using the child class object, it is working fine. And let me apply the same thing to the method also. Object dot method 2. Method 2 is the protected method here. C is the variable and method 2 is the protected method. In this case, it is working. There is no error. Let me run as Java application. So 300 and Swaroop Nadella is printed. So the message I am passing from this class only. So using the inheritance, it is possible if it is a different package in case of protected. In case of public, it is accessible everywhere and there is no limitation. Nothing limitation is there. So let me declare some variable for public and let's execute that also. Public int d equal to 400. Public void method 3. I can take one input or two input. It's fine. Like let me take two input. str1 plus str2. In this case, d I need to pass within the same class and method 3. And I need to pass two values. Swaroop and Nadella I am passing. Run as Java application. So the public variables and methods within the same class. There are errors in the another class because the variables we have commented. So that's fine. Proceed. And within the same class 400 and Swaroop Nadella is printed. Now let's go to another class. So the public variable and method within the same class we have seen now. Now let's go to another class within the same package. So here the variable is d and the method is method 3 and you have to specify within double quotes two variables. So now the error is gone. So public is accessible everywhere. So there is an error in another method which is fine. Proceed. So 400 and Swaroop Nadella is printed. Method 3 variable is D and method 3 is public. Both are public here. Both variable and method are public. Now let's go to another package within the same. Uh, in this case, what I will do, I will just comment out this line. So this is for protected example. I'm going to declare another line saying that test main. Now there is no inheritance concept for public, no need of any inheritance. What I have to do? Object.d and so what is the method? Method 3. So why the error is coming? Okay, so test main we have removed the inheritance, right? So I have to create an object for test in this case. So let me comment this. So the protected example I am going to comment it instead of disturbing that. Test object equal to new test. So this is for public example. Object dot d. So I need to enclose it within the print or variable assignation. Object dot d. Object dot method 3. I can pass some string Swaroop. So this test class I have created an object in another package, another class. So it's accessible and execution also happening. So these are the four different access modifiers. So try to practice these things. Only if you practice you can able to remember these concepts, and this is mainly important for interview perspective. They can ask you to write it or write a code, or they can ask you to explain verbally also. Maybe this is frequently asked in general in interviews. So the private is only within the same class. Default is don't need any default keyword, you need to don't need to specify, but the scope visibility is only within the same package. Coming to private, it is the same package, and also in another package using the inheritance we can use the child class object and access those variables and methods which are in the parent class. So the parent class will be in the different package. Coming to public, it is accessible everywhere, there is no restriction. So whichever package or whichever class is there, if you specify public, it will be visible everywhere, no limitation is there. So these are the access modifiers. So try to remember and understand and practice it.